how to play the game.
This controller's a piece of shit.
Fuck shit, dicks, cocks, ass, balls.
Fuck cocks, dicks, ass.
Jima's a fucking cocksucker.
Bullshit! Oh my god.
What? I never failed the mission.
I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay.
I'm a loser.
Subscribe to Soma Julius Cruz. I have no idea who the hell that is.
What the fuck?
Everything went wrong on YouTube. Everything went wrong on YouTube. Oh my god, I'm a complete idiot. I'm a complete buffoon. I'm a complete idiot. Seriously.
This guy is fucking stupid.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
I need
Dollar.
that's what I need. Hey, hey.
I just care about money. I need money.
The money is always right.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to
Just give me money.
give me monies. I need you guys to step it up.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
You stupid, ignorant son of a bitch, dumb bastard! Jesus Christ, I've met some dumb bastards in my time, but you outdo them all.
Whoa, Jesus Christ, it scared the shit out of me. Oh.
The blackest eyes. The devil's eyes.
Fucking what? I was blocking. This is fucking bugged, dude. This is fucking bullshit. My controller's obviously bugged. How did I die, dude? I was just standing there and I died. Fuck this game, man. Fuck it. It's this controller, dude. It's bugged. I was hitting roll. Fuck this game!
Why am I toxic?
And why is that bag on your head?
Why? Oh, no reason. Except you gave me the ugly. I can explain.
This game is fucking terrible.
That's just plain creepy.
He spams Dragon Punch. Fucking scrub. Huh? Come on. Another scrub. Here's what I do online. You can. Oh wait, it's not done yet. You can. Wow, you're so good. You're so fucking good. You can. I'm playing online. You can. I play fighting games. Kick. Wow, I'm good. What a great player. What a great fucking player. Just kick. Oh, you can't do anything. Kick. Wow, you're great. Fucking idiot. Fucking scrubs suck, man. I hate this shit. I do the same move over and over. Oh, look. 1 second of fucking lag. Oh, I'm good. Fucking idiots. You're terrible ass fucking connection. I jump and mash buttons. My whole day, again, just like most days, is crazy busy. I finished streaming earlier. I uploaded. I got this PlayStation 4 booted up and updated because this game needed a major update, so I had to get the game updating. I ran downstairs. I had dinner. I cleaned up after dinner. I had to take the trash out because today was trash day. I had to make a shopping list because Kat and I haven't shopped in 9 days for groceries or anything because I haven't had a break. So I had to make a schedule of meals for the next week, including what we're going to be doing on Christmas Day. And Kat had made a recipe. She found a recipe she wants to make this week on her day off. So I had to find all the ingredients for that recipe. I had to make a giant shopping list, which took me like, a long time to do. Then I had to do some more things downstairs. Then immediately I ran upstairs. Oh God, it's time to get the stream ready. I started getting the stream ready. And as I turned the stream on, I had to take a shit. So I had to run in the bathroom. I'm taking a shit as the stream is going with the pre-stream. It's like I haven't had a moment to just sit down and be like, oh, let me relax for a second. I don't even have time. I'm just like moving, running, constantly, motion. It's like, god damn. So finally, hopefully, after tonight's stream ends around 9:30, I'll start uploading. I'll shave and shower. I'll come back. I'll add videos to playlist. Maybe by then it'll be like 10:30, 11 p.m. And then maybe I'll get like a half an hour to myself before Kat comes home from work.
You serious?
Get this through your head, you Jew motherfucker, you! You only exist out here because of...
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
That's the only reason, you motherfucker, you...
Yep, I'm toxic. And Phil's commentary is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams. Bullshit. Bullshit. I call massive bullshit on any idiot who says that. I call complete and utter bullshit on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So, I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy.
The first thing I can tell you, salt. That's all I can taste is salt.
I'm a mature adult. And I'm not a children's entertainer. Time to grow the fuck up.
That is one big pile of shit.
Fuck that bullshit. Fuck you. I'm done.
Get the fuck out of here!
I am sucking the nuts. I am sucking the nuts right now. I prefer a penne. I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay. I actually really have to take a shit.
This is totally unacceptable. How long are you going to be? I'm very hungry.
Suck my balls. Shut the fuck up.
Wow, this is a great game.
What?
Bullshit! Why am I toxic?
Oh, I'm a freaking asshole. I'm funny.
Oh my god, look at this thing. Looks so weird. I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?
I met him 15 years ago. I met this 6-year-old child with this blank, pale, emotionless face and the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes. I realized that what was living behind that boy's eyes was purely and simply evil.
Get the fuck out of here, you fucking piece of shit. I just want to cave his fucking face in and watch his teeth pop out of his fucking mouth. That's the kind of person that is, seriously.
I'm gonna fuck him up. I'm gonna fuck him up. I'm gonna put these hands right around his face and beat his ass. You watch this live for free.
Never again see the light of day.
Whoa, Jesus Christ, it scared the shit out of me. Oh, it was only, randomly my move doesn't come out. Now I can bully you with high priority bullshit. He actually sucks and only understands basics, but he will win constantly online because this game is garbage online. I myself am a former pro fighting game player. You little motherfucking coward bitch. Fuck you! Worthless human. I can't block! Wow, fuck this. Fuck you, you stupid bitch scrub. Eat a dick. I'm not playing this fucking laggy bitch again. Fucking suck my scrotum sack. Fuck you! Fuck off. You wanna fuck with me, huh? Oh, what's the problem? Oh, what's your fucking problem, you little bitch? Am I a fan of Metal Gear Solid? Yeah, I actually am. Even though I suck at the games, I actually am a fan of the games. And I enjoy them.
Bullshit.
Holding back! Still getting fucking hit! Absolutely terrible. Oh, look what I can do online! Wow. And now he drops because he's a fucking bitch, you dumb fucking bitch. Idiot. Uncensored guy. Uncensored guy.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Fuck you. No, really. Fuck you. And I mean that. Fuck you. I don't know any of these flags. I think this is Italy. Okay. What?
Fair guess, but I'm afraid it's wrong.
That was completely right, you piece of shit.
What?
Oh my god. I have no... Spain is here.
No, I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
I have no idea. Germany.
Try again.
I don't know these at all. Wait a minute, one of these is Finland and one of these is Norway, isn't it?
Heavens! Whatever gave you that idea? A fair guess, but I'm afraid it's wrong.
Fuck!
Try
Bullshit!
again.
If there's snow on it, maybe it's Iceland? Greece? Is this Greece?
No, I'm
Fuck.
sorry, that
Shit.
is incorrect.
Fuck. I don't know these, man.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. Seriously. I said boom ba doom boom ba doom. I said boom 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 boom. Oh! He killed his friend. That's messed up. He actually murdered his friend.
I've got a 4-bedroom house in a great community. Like my car? It's new. How do I do it? I'm in debt up to my eyeballs. Somebody help me.
This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. And I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. I'm following my dreams and busting my ass. Talking over video games, posting breakfast pics, and vlogging about movies that I hate. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
I now make $10 a day. I need your help. I need you to help support everything, all right? I need to make a living. If there's no clear end in sight, there's no way out. You have to contribute if you want to keep seeing me be able to put out videos on YouTube, period.
Here you go. It's alphabet soup. I made it special.
It's 12 o'clock and time for his nap.
That's all, folks.
Thank you, you fucking worthless humans, for the views. You can suck my balls and lick my taint.
Play with us.
Darksydephil. What? Worthless humans. Fuck you, fucking piece of shit.
Forever
No.
and ever.
Oh my god!
Hey, what is up, everyone? Soma, Julius, Cruz here, and thank you very much for joining tonight's marathon. I hope that you guys doing good. I know well. What is up? What is up? What is up? Hope you guys are ready for the secret level. Let's tolerate, not your ordinary. Let's tolerate. That's for sure. Tonight we take a look at more people aside from Phil. We've got we got Wings, we got we got Cyrus, we got LG. You know what I mean, and the Boogie, etc. The list goes on and on. But so you guys have the drill by now. Go ahead and sign up here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Don't forget to also give the stream a like. Thank you. We're always going for I want to say 25 to 50 likes. I know we do these let's tolerate, secret level, etc. And also please consider coming to Legion, for we are many. It is thanks to the Legion members that we are doing tonight's special let's tolerate, which is the secret level. So big ups to the Legion members. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you. So, yeah, like I said, we got Phil, we got Wings, we got Cyrax, we got, LTG, we got, the T, we got, Ricardo, we got, we got Boogie, we got, we got, Linus, we got everybody. We got a bunch of people. But, okay, so what do we got? See the Botches here, Nathan, I'm welcome, Botches here. I see Thomas, Nate's here, Riku, Suave is here. Let's see here, NPC's here, no, I've not catch that. And, Apple's here, and I see it, and I'm welcome. And, yes, and as you guys can see, no videos here. I've got them all right here. And they are a secret. So, you know what? We've got the pleasantry out of the way. Pretty cool. We can just get the... Oh, hold on a minute. Akiko's here, and then I'm welcome. So, like I said, what am I snacking on? I've got the coconut tonight. I'm mixing it up. I'm drinking Coco Rico, actually. Ice cold coconut soda. I've got Skittles gummies. And for later, I've got coconut limba. So that should be interesting, all right? So anyway, let's jump right into the secret level. And we are going to be starting off with this video. It's called, what is it called? dspgaming gambling 100K of donation money into a mobile app game. Documentary, it says. All right, cool. I think we saw that. I don't recall. From Secret, of course. So, Jack, welcome. The thing is, he gets turned down. That's the thing.
I've done in this video. Hands on heart. I'm not the enemy. I always want the best for people's lives, but
Yeah,
not
that's the
something
thing.
like
You know,
this.
he gets turned down by this, basically.
Lots of people on the internet has warned viewers where the donation money is going towards this game.
I agree, Black. I mean, if I had that
If the
money,
went
I mean,
straight to bills, the
I
roof
buy
over
a
your
car.
head, or shopping.
That's me, you know what I mean?
I don't mind this at all.
Not this alien. He already has a
But
car he barely
have
drives.
a long think about this and maybe talk to a friend or family member and discuss what you've witnessed.
What's with the bib, by the way? What the fuck? Oh, feasting with the king.
Phil, if you're not a nasty piece of work when spending your money
That's
on
true,
a game
Review.
like this,
True that,
you know
yeah.
deep down inside, this isn't the way to carry on with your gambling problem.
What if it
You can help your
overheats?
wife, your cat, or even the parents in your life who brought you up in this world.
What if a new PC don't have enough cooling gel on it, like he said?
This money can be used on them instead.
It needs cooling gel. His words, by the way,
If you
his
want to get
words.
help, and there is no shame asking for it.
Oily
because
man.
we are all human who make mistakes. I would kindly ask for you to ring the Washington State Problem Gambling Helpline. Their number is 1-800-54.
Oh, I don't need this. Thank God.
3. If you don't want to use them, maybe use another source to seek help. We
I
don't
mean,
need to know if you are seeing someone to get help.
May as well
behind the
just blow that
scenes.
money in a strip club,
But
to
if
be
your
honest.
career is long and
At
gone,
least you're getting
you won't have
something.
any money to
You know what I mean?
spend
At
on.
least you're getting something out of
Do
it.
the right thing. Not for us, but for yourself. Thank you for watching.
Great video. Great video. Amazing video. Thank you, Secret. Thank you. But now we're going to be watching the man that if you pay him $10, he will sniff his gaming chair. You guys know who I'm talking about, right? You guys know who's coming up here, right? Let's see here. The name of the video is Wings of Redemption. Obesity. I was going to start raining, by the way. Obesity. Depression. Rage. All right. Whoa. Okay.
Obesity.
Food controls my life.
Oh, yeah.
Rage.
Oh. Oh. Wings. Oh.
Depression.
I wanted it so fucking bad.
Oh. Yeah, Black. Oh, hell yeah.
Can't do it.
Oh.
I can't take this no more, man.
Lying.
So he pulls out a 38 and shoots me in the leg.
These words define the online
Wendy's
presence
chili.
of Wings of Redemption, going back the last 2 decades.
Wendy's
Unlike
chili,
other
pimp.
locals,
Oh, there it
James
is.
isn't delusional about his situation. If anything, he's far too aware of it, even if he doesn't care enough to put in the effort to change it. Despite how insufferable he can be as a person, his unusually charismatic persona makes his story unique in that, even at his lows, some can't help but root for him.
The
However,
Blue
his
Yeti.
actions can get so irredeemable that sometimes sustaining that empathy is hard. It's hard to say what even compels him to continue with his online presence at this point, considering the damage
$10?
inflicted on his
Sniff
life.
at the chair.
So, join me as I dive into the insane,
I'm gonna
torturous
get a
life
limba.
of
Be right
Wings of
back. Be right back. Be right back.
On the 21st day of April in 1986, television presenter Gerardo Rivera opened Al Capone's vaults, and though very much was expected to come out of it, nothing was ultimately found. On the same day, in Conway, South Carolina, a teenage couple, alleged by their future son to be related to one another, was in the opposite situation. Despite not expecting anything to come from their immature relationship, a baby was on its way. Named Jordy McCready Jordan, he grew up alongside 2 siblings, though neither from the same father as his. When Jordan was just 2 years old, his father, who had been said to be an alcoholic, left the family, leaving Jordy to be raised by his grandparents. Very little is known about his childhood and teenage years, though a few stories from this period have lingered on, being reiterated by Jordan after he became a YouTube personality. When he was just 4 years old, he and his brother were playing baseball when, during a swing, his brother brother accidentally let the bat slip out of his hand, which then flew and hit Jordan
Okay,
in the
I'm
head,
back.
cracking his skull open and landing him in the hospital.
I got a coconut
Many of the
limba.
stories Jordan tells are of dubious veracity. This one hasn't been legitimately disputed as of yet. However, we can't say the same for another story dating to around the same time. When he was 5 or 6 years old, during a time when he was being raised by his grandmother and separated from his siblings, he saw an infomercial for a tape called Growing Up Wild, Kittens and Caboodles, which he immediately became infatuated with. After getting it and watching it, he became inspired by a part of it that focused on the common adage that cats always land on their feet. Due to the fact that there were kittens around his grandma's house, he immediately decided to test this theory out, pushing a cat off of a picnic table, and lo and behold, it landed on its feet. Whilst he was still reeling from having watched the tape, he was shooting a basketball in his yard when he felt compelled to assert dominance over the kittens that were still there. In order to do this, he picked up a 5-gallon bucket and trapped one of the kittens under it. Accidentally, as he retells the story, he forgot the kitten was under there and left it trapped until it presumably suffocated. While he has on and off retained the legitimacy of this story, he also claimed it to be a lie on many occasions, claiming that he thought the story made him more interesting. It could be that he did indeed lie, but it's equally as likely that it did happen, and he's actually lying about it not having happened. It's worth noting he's also told an identical story wherein he watched the Kittens and Caboodles tape and went on to endanger his cats, but this time, instead of trapping one under the bucket, he flung it up until it broke the cat's neck.
What the fuck? I just watched a video, Kittens and Caboodles, and it told me kittens always land on their feet. So I took this cat and I kept throwing him up to see if he'd land on his feet. Well, eventually the cat broke its neck.
Oh god.
Oh my gosh.
Considering how unlikely it is that there were 2 different instances of him killing cats in absurd circumstances, specifically after having watched a Kittens and Caboodles tape, the greatest likelihood is that one of them is a lie, while the other is unfortunately true. His defense for having done this was that he was just a little kid who didn't know any better, and to an extent, that's a valid defense, even if many of his future actions became so indefensible that even his justifiable mistakes get called into question. According to Wings, during his earlier life, one of his few extraordinary qualities was that he excelled at PE in school. Though it may be difficult to believe that this guy was the best athlete in his class at one time, during his childhood, he actually didn't have an issue with his weight. It wasn't until a foreign exchange student entered his class and outcompeted him that his eating disorder began. Thinking that the reason for his athletic shortcoming was his lack of muscle, he decided to up his caloric intake as much as he could. But because he was still a kid and had very little understanding of how things like dieting and caloric intake work, his way of going about this was asking for his grandmother to give him additional portions of the food he was already eating, regardless of whether the food was healthy or not. This resulted in him quickly putting on a lot of weight that consisted not of muscle, as he initially expected, but instead of pure fat. According to Jordan, by the time he got to high school, he weighed anywhere from 200 to 240 pounds, and since his adult height would eventually be 5'11", it's safe to say he was a few inches shorter than that in his freshman year. His weight problem became so extreme that he developed genu varum, more commonly known as bow-leggedness. As a consequence of his obesity, he no longer had physical education as the only saving grace of his high school experience. So he slowly became isolated and antisocial. As he describes it, being fat in high school sucked, and his favorite class was lunch. During this time, his GPA dropped to an astonishing 1.0, which only goes to show how truly dejected and demoralized he'd become. Even though he'd completely given up academically, he still seemed capable of enjoying time with his friends, which is revealed by pictures from his yearbook, which held within it a congratulations to the students from the local Pepsi factory, almost prophesizing the very intimate relationship he went on to have with fast food and soft drinks. Though he did have a few friends, including Kelly, one of the very few people who stuck with him for the rest of his life regardless of his ups and downs, Jordy retreated from real life due to his failures and shortcomings. Despite that, he did retain his passion for competition from when he was good at PE, only this time he dedicated it towards various video games, a realm in which his physical attributes, or lack thereof, couldn't hinder him from excelling. It's also during this time that, at least according to Jordy, he was diagnosed with bipolar and social anxiety disorder, though he's never published any proof of this diagnosis online. Another story Jordan began telling about this period of his life, which many believe to be a complete lie, is the story of when he got shot. The story goes that when he and his mom were living in Section 8 housing projects due to how poor they were, somebody attempted to steal her old Monte Carlo. 15-year-old Jordy noticed as the burglar broke into the car through the window and began running towards him. But due to his hefty physique, by the time he got to the car, the robber was about to drive away. But not before giving Jordy a parting gift by pulling out a .38 snub nose and shooting him in the leg. Initially, he specified that the bullet ripped a tendon in the back of his leg, hit the bone, and came out, knocking his knee out of the joint. These details were added, at least in part, as an excuse for him having never lost the weight he'd put on by the time he got to high school, seeing as him being shot gave him a bum leg that made him unable to exercise. But as time went on and people got to see full-body images of Jordan and noticed he had nothing resembling a scar or a limp, besides his 400-pound bow-legged waddle, the story was questioned until he eventually admitted it was a lie altogether. Presumably because he knew he would never graduate anyway, Jordan gave up on high school and began looking for jobs, with some pretty significant success if we're to believe him. First, he was hired at a grocery store, but due to the effort-intensive nature of the work and Jordan's less than disciplined approach to doing things that he doesn't feel like doing, it led him to quit after just 2 weeks of employment. Next up was his job at a movie rental store called Movie Gallery, where he would experience another one of his dubious life events, though considering how consistent the details are when he retells this one, there's a higher chance that it's true. Jordy says that, on his very first night as the night shift security guard, on a fateful December 18th, his only order was to go through the training manuals on the computer. About 2 hours into his shift, 3 black gentlemen came into the store, intending to rob it. Jordan notes that the ringleader, as he puts it, was armed with a German Luger, which he thought was unusual, while the other 2 assailants had .38s, like the one he lied about being shot with. They proceeded to take the employees, Jordan included, to the bathroom in the back of the store and have them get down on their hands and knees as they worked to break into the safe in the manager's office to get roughly $300 out of it. As they fled through the back door, they tripped the alarm, which did very little to stop their escape as the police took about 20 minutes to arrive. Worse yet, when they did arrive, they suspected Jordan of having set it up since this was his first day at the job, so they decided to ransack his car, only to find nothing but a case of CDs, which they completely disorganized in the process of going through them. This was just one of the times Jordan got robbed in his youth, and at least one other instance of it was while he was working the job he took on immediately after as the delivery guy and night shift manager for Domino's Pizza. This time, he was hit on the back with a shotgun and fell on the ground, proceeding to get his pockets picked. Since he didn't make very much and was asked to do more than he was initially hired to do in the first place, he was pleased to lose the job. This instability went on until 2005, when Jordan was already 18 to 19 and had dropped out of high school after failing to graduate, none of which was expected. That's when he looked into one of the best jobs someone with his lack of experience and general competence could get, operating a crane at a Met Glass facility.
Oh yeah, Met Glass, yeah.
A month, and as he puts it, he accidentally saved $40,000. This is because he worked 12-hour shifts, meaning he had no time to even spend the money he made. With only 10 hours to sleep, eat, and by eat, we mean going to a McDonald's drive-thru and getting a Coke and a sandwich, and of course play Call of Duty, which he often did to the detriment of his sleeping hours, causing him to go to work on 6 hours of sleep. But if 12-hour shifts aren't extreme enough, Jordan claimed he even occasionally worked up to 16 hours due to the fact that, unlike all his co-workers who had families and thus reasons to need to go home, Jordan only had a mom, so whenever someone would miss a work day, he was the go-to employee to fill in for them. He says he hated this job so badly due to how grueling the shifts were. When he drove to work, he wished someone would T-bone his car just bad enough to break one of his legs so he could get 6 weeks off. Regardless, if it weren't for the gaming and fast food he indulged in during these free hours, this grind could have been tolerable enough for him to be able to keep it up until he could buy a house and get somewhere in life financially, instead of living with his mom in a trailer park. It would be a quite different and probably much better road for him to go down as a chronic underachiever who never graduated from high school. $6,000 a month is nothing to scoff at. He had a real shot at a good future. Unfortunately, that isn't how it went down. Just 2 years into this job, the U.S. economy crashed, and to keep it as simple as possible, this meant banks were a lot less willing to give out loans to businesses. The issue is many businesses operate entirely on loans, and without them, they have to radically reconfigure their business model. One of these businesses was Met Glass, and because of this, they had to drastically downsize and lay off many employees, one of which was Jordy, though they did mention that if production ever picked up again, he would be asked to return to his position. However, unlike the previous times Jordy lost a job, this time he qualified for unemployment, which gave him a decent amount of time to regroup and decide where his life was headed next without having to worry about his next paycheck. He then proceeded to use this unemployment money to get a gym membership and dedicate some of his free time to improving his diet and shedding the weight, all while developing skills in order to get a good paying job that would be less subject to the wild swings of the market. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching.
Oh yeah, Turkey Tom.
Universe. In actuality, he spent a while doing nothing noteworthy until his friend Taylor introduced him to a website called YouTube.
Oh, YouTube,
where he made an account in January 2008 under the name Wings of Redemption, which he explains is his take on King Tut's curse, which read, "Death shall come on swift wings to him that toucheth the tomb of the Pharaoh." Jordy's poetic twist to it, which he attributes to his penchant for creative writing during high school, is that just as death comes swiftly on Wings, so does Redemption. This was just one of his gamer tags besides Unlimited UAV, in reference to the fact that in Call of Duty, you got the radar perk when you killed 3 people without dying, which was when Jordy usually died, and Astral Demigod, which is self-explanatory and maybe a bit revealing when it comes to Jordan's ego. The channel remained mostly inactive for the better part of the year until October of the next year, when he uploaded his first Call of Duty commentary video, which at the time wasn't an oversaturated genre whatsoever, meaning he had a major early adopter advantage. Plus, he had enough money at the time to purchase a capture card, which allowed him to get high-definition video, which again set him apart from most other YouTube gaming channels, who actually resorted to recording on potatoes. Last but not least, there was also the fact that Jordy's videos had actual commentary, whereas a lot of gaming creators on YouTube at the time didn't have the know-how to simultaneously record themselves talking while they play the game. For this and many other reasons, Wings quickly found a foothold in the community. The channel then gained its second and less-known name, Intense Camping Productions, due to Jordy's outspoken advocacy for the camping playstyle, wherein the player is mostly stationary in a strategic position, waiting for other people to run by so that he can shoot them down, as opposed to rushing, which is when the player is constantly running around the entire map looking for opponents. This distinction may seem arbitrary and insignificant to you, and it definitely is in retrospect, but at the time and in this specific niche, it was a hotly discussed topic in the Call of Duty community. Almost instantly, Wings embroiled himself in a controversy with fellow Call of Duty content creator Hutch, known in the game for his gamer tag Hutch's Yo Daddy. Hutch had inadvertently helped Wings' channel grow by shouting out one of Jordy's closest associates, Z7 Taylor, the guy who inspired Wings to become a COD YouTuber in the first place, and the subscribers Taylor got trickled down to Jordy's channel. However, Jordan took issue with Hutch's rushing playstyle, which he deemed not only inferior insofar as its effectiveness, but also unrealistic and not how the game was supposed to be played in his estimation. Coincidentally, Hutch recently revealed that, for the majority of his life, he was also dealing with some of these same problems that Wings had been struggling with. Regardless, both men were as distant as they could be from empathizing with each other, with being the representatives of the camping versus rushing debacle, and so they openly antagonized one another. Eventually, this boiled over into them doing a dual commentary, though it was much more amicable than either camp expected, not resulting in a conclusive debate, but instead a friendly discussion about playstyles. 2010 begins for Jordy, and on the right foot, Wings of Redemption is hired by Machinima to produce videos under their content umbrella, which at that time was significantly smaller than what they'd be just a couple of years later. His videos often got hundreds of thousands of views, and his channel grew to over 100,000 subscribers. This is a time when subscriber counts still meant something on YouTube. Another element about his channel that made it really successful in comparison to other Call of Duty YouTubers was that he maintained a pretty busy upload schedule, though this did become increasingly harder to maintain as he was running out of ideas for videos. So he began to diversify, not just by playing other games and vlogging, but also frequently featuring other people in his Call of Duty videos to prevent them from stalling or becoming boring. By doing this and engaging with other people in the Call of Duty community, he meets FPS Kyle, who became known as FPS Russia, and Woody's gamer tag, the people with whom he would start the Painkiller Already podcast, known as PKA. Surprisingly, Jordy managed to have yet another almost immediately successful endeavor with PKA, partly because of his already established success as Wings of Redemption. However, I should specify that this success meant that it drew in raw viewers, but it hadn't really translated into an actual financial reward, nor did the Machinima partnership. Worried that his work with YouTube wouldn't turn a profit in time for his unemployment money to run out, in late April of 2010, around the time he started PKA, Jordy found himself another job, this time as a part-time 911 operator. As always, tall tales would ensue. While in one retelling he says he only works 3-hour shifts, in another he claimed to work for 72 hours straight, followed by a 48-hour rest period. However, one consistent element of his 911 story is that the most interesting call he received was from a woman who backed her car over her husband's turkey, which is a proud member of the turkey community I take offense to. 2 weeks into the job, Wings got his first check from YouTube and immediately quit to focus on it full time. As a matter of fact, the money was so good that even after being offered his job at Met Glassback, he turned it down in favor of work, despite the potential instability that came with it. With how astronomically promising his prospects appeared at the time, it looked as if Wings couldn't get his priorities straight. Objectively speaking, Jordy was really good at Call of Duty, managing to monetize it and become one of the first ever professional YouTubers with a loyal community. Notwithstanding, he launched a successful podcast that, though it was directly related to the gaming community, didn't rely on gaming to attract and retain a viewership. For a guy with a background as poor as his, this is a stellar set of achievements. Regardless, he had a problem. He couldn't help but focus on the negative, to the point where he developed a kind of tunnel vision that prevented him from enjoying how good he had it. In the middle of 2010, he once once again got caught up in a controversy.
Oh, here
this
we go.
time by making a harsh criticism of another COD YouTuber, That Guy Who Camps, saying, "That Guy Who Camps has like a 1.4 KD ratio and is a horrible player in general. I've played Search and Destroy with him a few times." This was in response to a negative comment on one of his videos. At this point, Jordan had already picked up the habit of compulsively replying to negative comments, a telltale sign that someone has ego problems and is extremely sensitive as a consequence. Signs that Jordy had a temper he didn't handle well were everywhere by this point, what with his many hints of having destroyed gaming equipment in anger during PKA episodes, as well as videos of people who happened to match up against him in Call of Duty games, only for him to rage quit when he was losing. The growing tension between Wings and the trolls in his comment section led to his channel blocking people to the tune of thousands, which, given a subscriber count of just under 100,000 at the time, is no small number. These lopsided exchanges Wings was having with his channel's haters, as he puts it, led him to become complacent and expect no further repercussions for his actions. What he didn't count on was that That Guy Who Camps was friends with none other than DJ Keemstar, who at the time led a group called Federation of Full Gamers, dubbed FAG for short, and decided to run a mass flagging operation on Jordy's channel. Some videos of this campaign still linger on YouTube, though many of them, including the one where Jordy responded to the campaign requesting they would stop, no longer exist in original uploads.
That's too
Though
bad.
Very little of the history of Keemstar and Wings' first bout of conflict remains. We can bridge the gap.
By the way,
by
started
looking at how it
raining.
concluded.
Can't do
After a
nothing
few
about
months
that.
of the two and their respective fan bases going back and forth, while Keem never succeeded in taking Wings' channel down or blacklisting him from Machinima, Jordy responded with extreme prejudice and, at least according to Keem, was behind a successful campaign to take down the FAG channel. Machinima, seeing that two prolific creators of theirs were hurting each other's livelihoods over what is equivalent to a schoolyard fight, decided to step in and mediate to prevent any further casualties. On September 1st, 2010, fellow Machinima representative Mr. Sark hosted a conversation with the two, ideally so that they could iron out their differences and commit to a ceasefire. Despite Keemstar not having much to defend, having started the flagging campaign, which was absolutely abusing YouTube's system for his personal gain, Keemstar did make the valid point that Wings was being deceptive. In the middle of the video, Keem claims to have seen a conversation between Wings and a friend of his where he threatened lawsuits, which led him to believe Jordy was working behind the scenes to harm them and bully others into
Oh god, started raining. Holy shit.
Publicly posed as a harmless, innocent content creator who didn't want any part of the flame
It's
war.
raining like
The
crazy.
video itself is just Keemstar's word against Jordy's, but within a day of the original post, it was revealed that what the people actually got to see had been
Can't do
edited
nothing.
to preserve both Wings' image and Keemstar's privacy. In what's probably one of the most vile displays of internet tough guyism, Jordy asks if the recording had been stopped, and when given the confirmation, immediately began reading out Keemstar's personal information to him, saying that, had FAG successfully dropped his channel with the flagging, he was considering taking a trip out to New York, where Keemstar lived, meaning he was threatening real-life violence.
Well, I got you here, DJ. We stop recording now?
Yeah, we're done.
Alright, well, I got you here, DJ Keemstar. I've run some stuff by you. Is your P.O. Box 1?
Oh
That's
boy.
Correct. That's correct.
Oh, that's where this is from.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Right,
I don't give my personal where I live at. I don't give that out.
Is your girlfriend named?
Yes, she is.
Is there a phone number?
Can I ask you why you're trying to get my personal information?
I'm just trying to see how much of this is correct because I gave some of this information to Fisticuffs.
You gave my personal information to Fisticuffs?
Yep.
Okay, so should I find out what trailer park you live in and announce that to the world?
What was the motivation behind this action?
Well, basically, I did some digging, and I tried to find everything I could find out about him in case he actually did drop my YouTube channel.
Though it didn't completely tarnish Wings' image when it came out, it was one of the first concrete signals that Keem was right, and Jordy had a penchant for bullying and scare tactics whenever he thought he could get away with it. Within 2 months of this major hit to his online PR, Wings dug an even deeper hole by uploading a video titled Beast Mode Engaged, where he spent most of it complaining about Call of Duty players with the kind of vitriol he usually reserved for the people in the comments. Again, he mistakes the lack of punishment he gets when he dunks on random people in the comment section for a sign that his tendencies to be negative toward other people are somehow a good thing worth putting up on his channel. Additionally, he seemed to think others would appreciate his elitism when it came to Call of Duty stats, which he evidently cared for way more than he should, as we'll later find out. The video was not received well whatsoever, which prompted him to make another one talking about it, but that did nothing to redeem the damage it caused to his image, especially as a representative of Machinima. Not only did it get video responses lambasting it, but people in game forums were spreading the news that basically Wings was a toxic player. I just watched the video that you linked and another where he went 47-0. I always thought I was a stat whore, but holy shit, that's all this guy cares about. My KD in Black Ops just hit 7 at one point, but I realized that there comes a time when you have to have fun and not just think about statistics that mean nothing.
Yeah, that's
he
true.
seriously needs to take this advice. From his videos, all I saw and heard were him camping, him talking about how good he is or how bad others are, and him whining that if people voice their opinions of him, he will block them, as stated in the 47-0 video. So he's afraid to take a little abuse, but he's willing to put up a video where he hates on some random person for 8.5 minutes for thousands of people to see. Boy, you sure are a stand-up individual.
Very
Besides
common.
his already notorious negative in-game behavior towards other players, over at PKA, Wings routinely revealed that he tended to break gaming equipment and even monitors in frustration over lost matches. What's frustrating is that he made no effort to conceal how expensive some of his stuff was, but even then, he seemed to not care at all when he destroyed parts of it, a fact that became even more egregious later on when he began to have money issues, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. As the year 2011 began, the focus shifted to more positive aspects of his online personality. For example, he bought and sent a specialized controller to a fellow disabled gamer and YouTuber, Act A Capper, a fact that he continued to mention well over a year after it happened, though Act A Capper was still very grateful, not only for the controller, but also for the subscribers that came with Wings' charitable act. Besides this, he also made a video promoting a fundraiser for the hyperbaric chamber treatment of a girl with cerebral palsy named Ashley Seals. After it successfully drew in $8,000 from donors, he completed the goal with another 2 out of his own pocket. I could be cynical and say this was exclusively done for PR purposes, but honestly, even if that is the case to some extent, what he did here is very admirable, despite his other flaws. On PKA, he and Woody discuss Ashley's situation, and Wings mentions the money won't be going just to her treatment, but also towards getting her a new wheelchair.
I figured I'd step in and see what I could do to help. I mean, worst comes to worst, I help somebody at the end of the day. Because, you know, you'll earn and lose money throughout your entire life. It's what you do with your money when you have it is what defines you as a person. I mean, I could go take that $2,000 and buy like some sound system that I might sell later for $300, or I could take that $2,000 and give it to somebody and see a physical change in somebody's life and have a memory that will last me longer than a sound system.
Let's see Phil do this.
Was so successful that just a few months after, in a follow-up video on Wings' channel, Ashley is seen walking. Quite the silver lining on the dark clouds of these trying times. It was also around this time that he met his girlfriend, Shailene, through the dating website Plenty of Fish. Again, despite his many shortcomings and character flaws, one bad trait Wings definitely didn't possess is greed, almost to a fault. As soon as they started dating, he started supporting her and her 2 children financially in every way, even providing them with a car. Given how inexperienced he certainly was when it came to handling relationships, it's obvious he got overeager and started splurging on them as if they were his actual family already. However, since he had more than enough money to afford to do this, it didn't immediately create an issue. Another unbecomingly genius move from Wings was that PKA episodes, along with his other projects, were being live streamed on Justin.tv, which would later become known as Twitch. Over on the business side of his life, things ran smoothly. That is, until the fateful PKA 67 in August 2012, when, for a guest, they had fellow Call of Duty YouTuber The Syndicate Project.
Here we go.
With Wings' entire life being Call of Duty, from the get-go, the expectations were high that there would be some kind of tension or argument over something related to the game. But no one expected it to get as bad as it did. Over the course of the podcast, Wings repeatedly belittled and underestimated Syndicate's gaming ability while bragging about his own camping playstyle, which culminated in him claiming he could outdo Syndicate in a zombies match, which was rich considering that it was precisely Syndicate's area of expertise, which added a lot of oomph to the claim. This would almost immediately prove to be a big mistake on Jordy's part, as not only Syndicate, but everyone present on the podcast immediately perked up, excited at the prospect of a competition between the two taking place as an after show to the podcast. Whoever won, and whatever point it proved, one thing was guaranteed: it would attract more eyes to PKA. Wings noticed that his mouth took him somewhere he didn't want to be, and tried to walk back his statements, giving excuses about how the game would take too long to finish, and it just wouldn't be worth the time. However, after being thoroughly pressed to not back out of the duel, he conceded and accepted the challenge. The challenge he himself had posed, by the way. As soon as the podcast ended, the match began, and things seemed to be going Jordy's way. When he started dying and lost the vantage point he had acquired early on, the air shifted, and it was evident Syndicate was taking the lead at a very fast rate, causing Jordy to become audibly frustrated. As the match came to a close, Wings completely lost his temper, hurling insults at everyone else on the call and destroying his controller.
Wings, did you spawn in?
I broke my controller.
Oh god.
Your controller?
Yeah, keep laughing, you fucking.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Why the fuck stream that shit?
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. Been there, man.
Yeah, man.
You.
Oh.
Me?
Why the you stream that?
It was your idea.
Yeah.
I thought it was your idea.
This devastating loss to
boy.
Syndicate cemented Wings as someone forever doomed to fail no matter what he did. At least that's what he thought. Wings then chose to mindlessly attack Syndicate when he had simply lost a game fair and square to him, and if that wasn't bad enough, he became aggravated against Woody, who, even after being insulted, acted as nothing but a good friend to Wings, even shutting the stream down just to placate Jordy's childish rage. This belligerent behavior not only destroyed his reputation, but became a defining moment that would continue to fuel his trolls for many years to come. And all because of Jordy's petty pride over being good at Call of Duty.
Proud ally.
Things in the world to be proud about. Adding insult to injury, he took to Skype to further embarrass himself with Syndicate, offering money in exchange for a fixed rematch, which Syndicate wisely refused. The chat logs were promptly shared with the public, which left Wings' reputation in a complete freefall. Got a deal for you. I got Alky David willing to put up $5,000. You get $3,000. I get $2,000, but I have to come out on top. It's free money. Sound like a good deal or want no part of it? No, not at all. I'm not taking part in that. I'd rather earn money. Well, I need this kind of money. I don't make $2,500 a day. I got a family to feed, so money's a big deal to me. You said you wanted to bury the hatchet. What better way to do it than for both of us to make money? And I beat you by 1 kill in game 5. It's $1,000 to lose a game you're not expected to win. It's regardless of the money, you want to come out on top in this situation. You just made it 10 times worse. No way, Wings. You just blew it big style. Following the loss and the subsequent fallout in the community, Wings posted videos expressing regret for his behavior, immediately followed by videos discussing his life and weight problems. This too was a pattern rearing its head. Whenever one thing went wrong in his life, no matter how mild or seemingly insignificant, it would trigger every other bad tendency Wings had and make them manifest.
Pretty good though.
In November 2011, there's a brief break from this otherwise dark period in Wings' history, as when showing his Mosin Nagant sniper rifle to his audience during a stream, Jordy accidentally rams the bayonet into his TV, instantly puncturing the screen and breaking it. This was one of the first of Wings' many live stream blunders to get clipped and go viral. But it was just a minor distraction from the increasingly dark backdrop that was Jordy's domestic life. While he did seem to genuinely enjoy embracing the role of a father figure to Shaylene's kids, an enjoyment so great he made multiple videos to express it, it was his relationship with Shaylene that was showing signs of unhealthiness. Both Shaylene and Jordy were extremely overweight, and because of their matching pathologies, accentuated
That's a lot of French fries. God damn.
Earlier on in the year, Jordy had already expressed his desire to lose weight, only to punctuate it by saying that he planned to do it with the help of weight loss pills.
Is that
Everybody
Viagra?
with half a brain knows that as soon as a medical intervention of any kind precedes the obviously necessary change in lifestyle, whatever weight is lost will be instantly gained back, and that's if there is any weight loss in the first place. It essentially means they're not that serious about losing weight and want to take a shortcut. Said and done, Wings was taking phentermine for most of the year, a drug that's supposed to diminish your appetite. As is clearly visible through the rest of the year, it was not doing its job as Jordy continued to self-destruct via caloric intake. All the way up to October,
Where the Wendy's chili
eating fast food in videos
oh my god
in the world. In November, he starts doing a diet vlog, which he supposedly has started with Shaylene's cooperation. Unsurprisingly, very soon after, she's seen drinking a large Coke in one of his videos. Even if his resolve was genuine to this point, it's clear he was actively being discouraged from living a healthier lifestyle by his environment. And for a guy that has as hard of a time losing weight by himself as Wings does, he doesn't need any encouragement to gorge on soft drinks and junk food all day. Finally, the year 2012 began, and just 3 months in, on March 8th, Jordy and Shaylene break up, but only after he had already spent over $80,000 on her and her family. This raised more concerns about his ability to control his finances, which is of paramount importance if you rely on something as fickle as revenue from YouTube, especially back then. In the video where he talks about this, he reminds his audience that he made much more than an average person makes on YouTube, but that paying for Shaylene and her kids stressed him out too much, to the point where he was beginning to struggle to even make videos. He also brings up the topic of getting a lap band surgery to lose more weight, which again signals how poor his perspective on weight loss still was after all this time. Exercise wasn't even a consideration, never mind a better diet. According to him, they sold the car they bought and split the money, which gave him some financial leeway. Around the same time, possibly the first ever compilation of clips of Wings raging while playing Call of Duty gets published. Casual followers of Jordy were being shown the full picture that his temper issues had a much wider span than the Syndicate spat, as there are clips in which he's making detailed death threats to someone else in a lobby. Even if he wasn't serious about all of them, the fact that he's willing to do that while being a relatively public figure and indirectly representing a company shows how emotionally maladjusted he was. Just 5 months later, he found himself a new girlfriend named Brandy, but the joy was dampened by the fact that his channel's growth had slowed significantly after reaching 400,000 subscribers. It's bad enough that his channel had stagnated, but it's worth noting that he was falling way behind creators who he had originally come up with. For example, Woody's gamertag, back in 2010, was still on his way to hitting 10,000 subs when Wings was already in the tens of thousands and continued to grow with ease. Fast forward to 2012, and Woody had comfortably surpassed the 1 million subs milestone, while Wings had just managed to crawl his way to the 400,000 mark. As his average view count began to decrease despite his incessant upload schedule of up to 3 videos a day, so did his income, though this didn't stop him from buying another truck. At this point, Wings' vlogging content started to become more prominent on his channel, partly because it required less effort, and partly because he wanted to see if another form of content could potentially be successful besides his gaming stuff. Unfortunately, this apparent lack of direction further hurt his channel's ability to pull in views. All of this led Wings to make a Hail Mary effort to try and regain momentum. His idea to accomplish this was to put together and post an elaborate video celebrating his channel's milestone of 100 million views. However, when it underperformed in regards to his expectations, it plunged him into a downward spiral and led him to exhibit the kind of negativity Wings eventually became synonymous with. On Twitter, he made multiple threats of doing something drastic. While there's no concrete evidence of what exactly was said, in September 2012, multiple YouTubers from the Call of Duty community made videos addressing the situation, including more well-known names like Overtflow and Nadeshot. The short of it is, just a little while after involving himself in some drama with his opinions on the Call of Duty competitive gaming scene, Wings took to Twitter to despondently complain that his videos were steadily declining in views, as exemplified by the failure of his milestone video. This worried him because of his financial dependency on them as his livelihood. Plus, he was in debt to the IRS due to his failure to pay taxes for his peak earning period, further stressing his necessity to make money. All of these feelings of pressure and hopelessness led him to suggest he was considering dying via a confrontation with the police, something that wasn't taken lightly whatsoever by the COD community. In response to these tweets, someone told him to keep himself safe, if you know what I mean, to which Wings responded with, "If I do it, I'll take El Presador with me." Again, this added fuel to the fire since Jordy was pairing very serious claims with seemingly petty beefs he had with other people from the community, which made his online meltdown look like it was done for attention. Not only did El Presador join into this spat, threatening to call the FBI on Wings over what he was saying, but other people from the community such as White Boy 7th Street and D Ranker chimed in, saying Jordy had never worked a real job and was just doing what he was doing for attention. All of this culminated in a nearly 2-hour-long intervention held by Keemstar
I remember
that
this.
included everyone involved in the situation. For most of it, White Boy goes into detail about his reading of Jordy's episode, saying that he's doing what a 13-year-old girl would do by threatening radical things to get attention. Adding to this that when Wings is in a favorable position, he brags and talks down to other people, but whenever he's mildly inconvenienced, he puts on the role of a victim and acts like it's unfair that he's in the situation he's in. This is backed up by the fact that early on in the video, Wings is gloating about how much more money he makes online than D Ranker does in his real job, immediately followed by him excusing his financial instability with the claim that he supports 9 people with his income. And I actually have no clue what he means by this, considering that at this point he was no longer dating Shailene and should have some level of financial freedom, and even if he was dating Shailene, that would make him plus 3, not 9 people.
I know, right? What the fuck? I know, right?
His behavior on Twitter, Jordy's defense is simply claiming White Boy makes way more money than
math
him,
mechanics.
and thus could never understand where Jordy's coming from. You actually couldn't make someone look like more of a hypocrite if you tried. Not to validate or entirely invalidate either side of this discussion, but to act as if the sole cause of Wings' behavior is his financial situation is willful ignorance at the very least. When White Boy doubled down on accusing Wings of making fake threats to get views and attention, Jordy reacts by throwing his microphone away in anger, only solidifying that the real underlying issue is Jordy's absolute inability to face anything resembling a challenge. This is just one of the many moments that make it clear that his problems run much deeper than him not getting as much money or as many views as he thinks he deserves. On the other hand, this intervention does hold the surprise of Keemstar being the voice of reason, or at least one of the voices of reason along with Woody, who also participated in the episode. Both of them spent a good amount of time reassuring Wings that he not only could, but should reinvent himself. And even if it didn't immediately pay off, it would eventually, with a little time and effort put in. Unfortunately, Jordy's self-pity spoke louder than any of the sensible advice that people on on this call could provide. Perhaps the most tragic part of it is that Woody still seemed to deeply care about Jordy and was intent on defending him even when Wings did his best to be indefensible. In regards to the veiled threat towards El Presador, Wings played it off as if it were an obvious joke, and that not only did he not even know where Presador lived, but even if he did, he could have no way of getting there. If it were any other person, maybe that excuse would fly, but considering Wings' wide arsenal of guns and his previous threat against Keemstar's life, El Presador had a lot of reasons to take it seriously. While the rest of the year played out uneventfully, with one exception of KSI dedicating the beginning of his diss track to Wings, 2013 held even more blows to Jordy's stability. His upload schedule slowed down further and further due to him losing hope and recovering his audience and getting bogged down in the mire of his own pessimistic thoughts. Eventually, this led Wings to get dropped by Machinima, and he had to join another content creator group, Full Screen. On a small side note, it's a little strange to remember how big of a deal these were on YouTube before monetization became what it is right now and made them pretty much irrelevant. Machinima and Full Screen eventually merged into one company before receiving the death blow under creators, something he claimed was hidden in the contract. If that sequence of events wasn't bad enough already, in June of the same year, Brandy broke up with him, sending him deeper into the abyss of his depression. The continuous decline of Wings' online presence and the very real, looming possibility of him losing a source of income took a severe toll on his mental state and personality. But the breakup pushed him over the edge, as he lost one of his last sources of validation. All of this led to him posting a video
I remember this,
where he showed an unusual amount of honesty with himself.
I fail at every diet I take. I fail at every workout regimen I ever do. I give up so easily. I've never succeeded in anything. And people could say I've succeeded in YouTube, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like every time I look, there's another new channel that's just in full throttle passing me.
In it, he confessed to depleting his savings to cover bills since his channel stopped being profitable, as well as expressing that he didn't understand why his content simply didn't succeed, causing him to feel like he was a failure and there was nothing he could do about it. On top of that, he says Brandy was the only thing helping him with the cabin fever he developed as a result of the grueling hours he had to put into his channel's grind in order to keep it afloat, and her no longer being there for him was a terrible prospect. Unable to take anyone out because he couldn't afford the money or time to do so, his only realistic option left was to continue to grind COD content, which he didn't want to do because, as he said, he'd grown to hate the game, which was a problem since it was his channel's bread and butter. Despite being seemingly stuck between a rock and a hard place, his friends at PKA refused to give up on him and continued to explore ways to lift him out of his slump. They ultimately settled on an idea proposed by FPS Kyle, a weight loss boot camp that would be made into a series of videos. This concept resonated with the community so much that many turned out in support of the GoFundMe page created for it, successfully raising over $8,000, which was well over 3 times the initial goal. Though it's true that his channel wasn't growing and he was losing viewers, Wings still had a core audience that cared about him, either because they saw a little bit of themselves in him, or because if Wings could do it, it meant anybody could improve. One of the people who prominently spoke out in support of this project was none other than Boogie2988. By October, the boot camp project started, and Wings managed to shed 25 pounds in just 2 weeks of exercise. But as soon as this happened, Jordy expressed losing motivation and feeling like he had hit a plateau and planned to quit the project. After another intervention from his PKA buddies, and an effective one at that, Jordy persevered and lost an additional 20 pounds. While many attribute his staggering weight loss during this time period to exercise, Wings himself accurately points out that the real reason behind it was the fact that, while he was at Kyle's house to do the boot camp, Kyle's friend and manager, Paintball Kitty, worked 3 feet from the pantry, preventing him from sneaking junk food. As the funds from the boot camp dwindled and the project came to an end, Wings returned to his humble modular abode, and along with it came the danger of Jordy returning to his old eating habits and regaining the weight. To avoid this, Wings took up walking, and using the leftover money from the GoFundMe project, he went to the local Planet Fitness and asked if he could hire a personal trainer, which led him to meet Drew. While Drew was obviously a great influence on Wings and motivated him to keep training, this development also raised some concerns, namely that it tied his weight loss efforts to financial costs, meaning when the money ran out, and it definitely would since Jordy was still in dire straits, the training would cease. Regardless, while he had Drew to back him up, Jordy successfully staved off not just his weight, but also his depression. However, in 2014, after some complications resulting from Drew sleeping with a client of his, which thankfully wasn't Jordy, Wings would potentially have to continue on his weight loss journey alone, which greatly jeopardized his progress. It's also around this time that Jordy was interviewed by How I Became, giving some insight as to how he came up on YouTube. During PKA 172, another idea involving Wings' participation was proposed. A survivor show where they would camp out in the wilderness for 4 days in the middle of April. Interestingly enough, when the idea was pitched and one of the members of PKA at the time, Lefty, said they wanted no part in it, Jordy called him a coward for being hesitant. While Wings occasionally portrayed himself as the most confident about the Survivor show, he also seemed to be the person who cared the least about preparing. Besides buying significantly fewer supplies than his PKA partners, he also gave up on trying to learn how to make a fire after 4 attempts, despite it being considered a paramount skill to have by everyone else who was going. As the date of the trip approached, the sign Jordy had more reservations than he initially let on began ramping up, with him attempting to postpone it over ludicrous excuses, such as April being the month of his birthday, so it should be moved to May. As was expected by the more observant followers of PKA, on the day of the trip, while Kyle was driving to the motel where he would sleep the night before entering the woods, he messaged Wings to confirm his attendance, only to receive a response that he wouldn't be coming.
Alright, so I don't know, we were about 40 miles in earlier, now we are like 162 miles into this trip, and I texted Wings of Redemption, and I said, I'm not gonna, pretty much verbatim, I said, hey buddy, are we still on for tomorrow? Because keep in mind, it's 11 p.m. right now. We're supposed to meet at the
yeah, it's true,
the bait shop at 8:30 a.m.
You want to watch Camera Life?
You know, 9 hours from right now. And I also included, you know, and also, do you have everything you need? Because I've got extras of a lot of things. And his response was basically, I'm not coming.
This threw a giant wrench in their plans, and so Kyle got Woody to call Wings and try to persuade him to come, but to no avail. Jordy had embraced his cowardice wholeheartedly, and there was nothing anyone could tell him to make him change his mind. He eventually rattled off excuses about how, due to his obesity, he would just slow down the other two, and was worried about how dangerous the trip would be. But at the end of the day, if these concerns were genuine, he wouldn't have spent over a month boldly presenting a completely different outlook on the trip, going as far as making fun of Lefty for not going. Just to be clear, despite having prepared for the trip more than Jordy, Woody and Kyle were no rugged survivalists that would be setting the bar high, and Jordy had no hope of matching their efforts. At least part of the point of the trip was that the PKA crew were in over their heads and would have to call it sooner or later. Said and done, on the very first day of the trip, Kyle took a swim and accidentally swallowed some creek water that made him vomit for hours, putting the whole unaided surviving in the woods shtick on hold until he got better. At this point, Wings had already made a number of mistakes that realistically could have cost many other people their careers, but somehow he was still afloat. However, this time it was different. Kyle in particular took great offense at his blatant lack of camaraderie. After all, these were people with whom Jordy had been podcasting for the better part of a decade and who considered him a relatively close friend, and he was careless enough to only tell them he wouldn't be a part of the survival trip at the very last minute. Kyle considered this to be the straw that broke the camel's back.
So that's when they booted his
and
ass.
His feelings about this situation are evident in that the first video he recorded as he made his way to the wilderness ended very abruptly and was noticeably edited because he had cut out the part where he spoke his mind about what Wings had done, presumably with a hefty helping of expletives. In a comment, he explains, I was pretty pissed off that night, and a little right now actually, but I decided to just cut out about the 2 minutes of this video and a lost video from the next morning at the hotel. What I said was appropriate at the time, but not today, and since I'm uploading it today, I cut it. Over on the PKA subreddit, Kyle explained in better detail what exactly went down, saying, I have to say I'm done with Wings' bullshit. I texted him and asked him if he was good to go and had all of his gear, and he replied flatly that he wasn't going. Keep in mind, this is only 10 hours before he was supposed to meet us in North Carolina. He didn't give us a month's notice, 2 weeks, 1 week, or even 1 day. Hell, he didn't give any notice. I think if I hadn't texted him, he'd have simply not shown up tomorrow, which is basically what he insinuated later in our conversation. Another thing to consider is that the reason I didn't invite Syndicate is because of the drama that Wings started with him like 2 years ago. So now we're going in with 2 people instead of 3 or 4, and it's all because of him. I was absolutely disgusted when I read his excuses on Skype, and to be honest, I don't consider him a friend anymore. I'll still work with him, but I'll never rely on him or do him a favor ever again. He's the ultimate toxic friend, and that no matter how kind or generous you are to him, he's a heartbeat away from spitting in your face. He's just a bad person. End of story.
He fucked
Woody,
up.
on the other hand, this wasn't as big of an offense, mostly because Woody had different and more serious grievances with Jordy. Specifically, another content creator named Obviously Jesus had said he would do terrible things to Woody's wife and daughter, and yet when he spoke about being depressed and suggested that a trip to Europe or a better gaming rig would help his depressive state, Wings outright gave him money despite what he had said about Woody's family. Surprisingly, Surprisingly,
Yeah.
this is just one of the instances where Jordy was being friendly with people who were outright antagonizing Woody. Another COD YouTuber,
I remember this.
Toro, disliked Woody because Woody wasn't as good as he was at COD, but was way more successful. As Woody recalls, there was a video in which Toro and his friends say horrible things about Woody's son, prompting Woody to make a video response addressing what was said. Meanwhile, Wings was helping Toro out with search engine optimization, and when Woody called him out on this, Jordy replied, complaining that Woody was making him choose between Toro and him. Mind you, Toro had never helped Wings out in any way, shape, or form, while Woody had been relentlessly defending him for years, and at the time, had offered to fix Jordy's custom-made desk free of charge, all of which highlighted how backwards Wings' priorities were. All of this betrayal and hypocrisy was added to the fact not only had Wings been late to many PKA recordings, but he'd been consistently negative and self-pitying for many of the last editions in which he participated, which culminated in Jordy being permanently kicked off the pod. He hadn't just missed yet another chance to redeem his name and get some positive attention from his audience, he had burned one of the last and most meaningful bridges in his professional life. Ever since it happened, Jordy has been consistently open about how he felt regarding being kicked from the show, and it seems he's self-aware enough to know that it's his fault. However, it's also clear that on some level, Wings still resents both Kyle and Woody for holding him to a standard and revealing just how unwilling to be accountable and improve his life situation he truly was. A month after the survival trip, perhaps noticing how dire his circumstances were becoming, Jordy began the Walk 365 project, vowing to vlog himself walking every day for a year, which once again breathed some semblance of life into whatever was left of his online presence that his diehard followers still cared about. Whether because they truly believe in Jordy, or because the alternative is too grim to even consider, people still held out hope that he was just having a rough time and would eventually get better. Initially, the project showed promise, and unlike his gaming content, which he had already made clear he hated doing, he seemed to genuinely enjoy making these videos and being more active outdoors. After about 2 months, he experienced a minor setback in his diet and put on 6 pounds. Fortunately, Drew, the personal trainer, re-entered the picture.
Oh, Drew's back.
All right. Out of genuine fondness for Jordy. Once again,
Drew
despite
has
his
returned.
infinite supply of character flaws and shortcomings, Wings manages to be in the good graces of other people who just want to see him do well. The impromptu partnership between them turned out to be remarkably successful, with Drew's inspiration and support motivating Wings to keep pushing forward. On the topic of people being inexplicably generous to Wings, even after being kicked out of PKA as a host, he would still occasionally appear as a guest, such as in PKA 210 when he appeared together with Drew. By 2015, Wings still struggled with his more pessimistic thoughts about his online presence. When someone on the PKA subreddit suggested he make a podcast of his own since he could no longer be on PKA, he replied, "The problem is that there's no money in podcasting. I hated being on PKA toward the end of it. It was boring, it was getting way too professional, and their whole idea that we had to drag the show to 4 hours every week was stupid. We would obviously run out of steam 2 hours into the podcast, and instead of ending it, we would start looking up YouTube videos or attempt prank calls. Podcasting isn't fun in the slightest bit, and the only way I go back into podcasting is money. I am at the point in my life right now where I don't know what to do with my life. I can't kick my eating addiction. I'm really unfit to do any job that requires standing, and I make around 75 cents per 1,000 views on YouTube. The hardest thing to understand is how seemingly self-conscious he is about his ineptitude at holding a regular job, yet how simultaneously unwilling he is to go through the rigmarole of making his online gigs profitable. Sure, podcasting for hours on end is definitely tiresome, but it's better than a lot of alternatives he had, and it's not like he has that many alternatives to begin with. Regardless, the content on his YouTube channel had undergone a somewhat radical transformation, focusing primarily on his workout and lifestyle content. I don't see
Phil working out just like this, by the way.
Uploads decreased as he transitioned much of his online activity to Twitch, where he engaged in live streaming. In a Reddit post, Wings gave further details into how dark of a mindset he was in during this time, immediately after being kicked off PKA. The fact I bitch and cry is because I have no outside medium to talk to. Remember Walking 365? I have people like Keemstar and my own fans who start to berate me and make me feel like what I'm doing isn't good enough. I rarely complain nowadays. You see a post here and there, but it is generally created by the people who ask the questions. I don't stream when I feel bad anymore, and what happens when I do stream?
You
when
cry?
Are you going to get on PKA? Wings, how much weight have you lost? When are you going to start creating entertaining videos? I'm at a point in my life where ending it all is an attractive option. And I feel fat and worthless, and when I do vent, I get kicked in the face. I'm sorry I didn't have good parents and the amazing genes you have. You know what stinks? Watching someone else make the money you should be making because they came after you at the right time.
Sounds
what is
jelly.
even worse, watching your brainchild, which in fairness was the work of 3 people working together, have its fan base turned against you. Despite the endless conveyor belt of excuses and self-pity, Jordy still had a group of loyal followers. However, there was also another group rearing its head within his audience that followed him for entirely different reasons. Like many personalities before and long after him, Jordy had attracted a group of people exclusively interested in watching him so that they could witness his self-destruction and ultimate downfall. While some were your regular run-of-the-mill trolls with a love-hate parasocial relationship with Wings, a minority actually hated him and did their best to make him mad whenever and however they could. For instance, some trolls would make donations during his Twitch streams, hoping to provoke a rage moment that they could clip and upload to YouTube for their own amusement. Anything was fair game. For example, comments about him not liking Pepsi became a running joke, as the trolls flooded him with messages that proclaimed him a Pepsi aficionado.
That'd be interesting.
At least that one makes sense insofar as
but it's too lazy.
Jordy. Another of his community staple jokes was to accuse Wings of being a vacuum parts salesman, which I can't really make heads or tails of. It also became common to imitate Wings' distorted and outdated ebonics with phrases like big ups, pimp, though one of the most effective tactics the trolls found to annoy him was to refer to him by names that weren't his. Through personal information-seeking websites online, people found that the name Richard Jordan was associated with Jordy's address, and because of that, they began referring to him as Richard. Likewise, people started calling him Samuel over an instance where Jordy's grandma misspoke during a video and called Jordy Sam on accident. Though these are seemingly insignificant ways to poke fun at him, they were mysteriously good at grinding Jordy's gears, maybe just because he knew who they were coming from. Despite how regularly he streamed and the steady stream of donations he was getting, it wasn't enough to pay the bills, let alone turn a profit.
Money, here we go.
He continued to burn through his savings. Eventually, it got to him mentally. He stopped working out with Drew, and his bad eating habits resurfaced as powerful as ever, leading Jordy to begin 2016 at his heaviest weight ever, back up to beyond the 450 pounds he'd come down from during boot camp a couple of years prior. In his prime, he used to make over $100,000 annually before taxes.
Not bad.
In 2017, his Twitch income had diminished to $5,000 a month, an amount he was comfortable with, but eventually it plummeted to half of that, being $2,500 a month on average at best, a far cry from the money he considered necessary for his lifestyle. While many people have to work real jobs to get to that same amount, it fell short of what Wings wanted for himself and made it difficult for him to pay for his sought-after weight loss surgery, which, if done in Mexico as he was planning, could cost him up to $8,000. Determined to raise the funds, he intensified his streaming efforts, but due to his mental state deteriorating proportional to his financial stability, the instances of Jordy losing his temper and breaking down during games became increasingly frequent. Though he managed to persevere through the constant attacks from his detractors, it was at the cost of becoming a constant clip farm that would inevitably get re-uploaded by people who wanted to mock him. With this new surge of cringe and rage moments from Wings,
Shout out Sean Ranklin.
Sean Ranklin account emerged, which eventually surpassed Wings' own account in popularity.
Oh,
a fact
really?
Which certainly frustrated and annoyed Jordy to no end. Evidence of this is that the mere mention of Sean Ranklin's name, or any variation of it in Jordy's chat, instantly earns you a ban. Nowadays, if anything of Jordy's is archived, there's a good chance the only reason it was archived was because Sean Ranklin clipped it. During this period, Wings unintentionally fostered a community of trolls who stalked him through any multiplayer games he joined, and either team killed him or found some other way to creatively abuse him into buckling under their pressure and giving them clippable moments. This endeavor generated iconic clips like this one, where he's despairing about the money he needed for the surgery.
I really need to make this fucking money. I really wanted to get this fucking surgery, man. I wanted it so fucking bad.
Oh my god.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
God, do I love him?
All I wanted to do was, like, I was fucking lonely. I wanted to just stream and
have a good time. Have a good game.
Have a good game.
I love the dog whimper.
Or this one,
in
which people keep trolling him by sending him incessant friend requests and then suggesting ways to prevent the notification
dog
from
whimper,
popping
dog
up.
whimper,
That
yeah.
would never work.
Oh my god.
Look here. Look, listen. Appearing offline does not fucking stop it. So stop giving fucking advice you know nothing about.
Eventually, another troll account surged in popularity in the wake of this era, Liquid Richard, who was solely responsible for the most successful musical renditions of Jordy's highlights.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
lowlights.
Pretty good, yeah.
Continue to say Richard, whether you're a sub or not.
I'm just going to get ready for 24 hours.
I'm banning anybody trying to give me advice.
Okay.
But the clips weren't the only thing being compiled. Jordy's wise words were recorded by the scribes of his short-lived subreddit, containing gems such as, "Who needs Pepsi when you can have Pepsi? I'm being accused of being fat. I'm gonna have a surgery, and I'm gonna have the hair from my nuts put on my face. My nut hair grows like wildfire."
All right.
I probably do give the best hand jobs in South Carolina, so I'm gonna hold that title for a very long time.
Good
I
to
can
know.
make a girl nut just by kissing her. When she says no 3 times, that what means yes. Obviously, all of this probably upset an already quite
Wow.
irritable Jordy, but especially in retrospect, it seems a lot of it was in good fun. People made fun of Jordy for things like smelling his fingers, having a history of occasionally dropping the gamer word, or his addiction to Wendy's chili and the notorious banquet meals. There were, however, more egregious offenses of Jordy's that the trolls rightfully gave him crap about, such as him nonchalantly telling someone he wished his family died in a car crash, or him saying he wouldn't consider pornography with teenagers CP, which, even after he attempted to explain it away as a shock jock statement, still looks like an awful blemish on his character.
Wait a minute.
Some trolls crossed the line when they began swatting him, an action seen as an exceptionally low blow within the general online community. While the clip fest on YouTube shattered Jordy's hopes of ever returning to YouTube in full form, the rage moments started to slow down
all
as
this
he got
Wendy's
Electropro,
chili on the floor?
and emotional breakdowns when a game didn't go his way transformed into him just sighing in frustration, which instead frustrated the people who wanted to see him lose in a spectacular fashion. By early 2018, a debate with Keemstar takes place as their beef briefly reignited after Jordy, during a stream, said Keem was an evil person, and if someone ever deserved to die, it would be him. Perhaps the most important aspect of this whole ordeal is when Keemstar makes an offer of $25,000 if Wings were to get in a boxing ring with him. Not only was
Which
it guaranteed
happened.
money
That
up front,
actually
no matter
happened.
how the fight turned out, but who knows what additional revenue he stood to make off of it if the fight was well marketed. And regardless of that, it would certifiably get him the surgery he kept going on and on about. Besides, he's always held a grudge against Keemstar, and this would finally give him an opportunity to physically hurt him IRL. To be completely frank, he was obviously going to lose, considering how much lighter and faster Keemstar inevitably would be in a boxing match, but even then it would be a cathartic experience. At this point in time, Keemstar was relatively hated, so even people who disliked Wings would easily root for him just to see Keem get decked in the face. But to the dismay of everyone, haters and fans alike, Jordy turned it down, throwing away yet another golden opportunity to improve on his public image by doing something besides sitting inside his room and playing Call of Duty all day. The audience's ire was also inflamed by his contagious excuses for delaying his surgery. Even after miraculously raising the money through donations, he delayed it by changing his tune and saying he wanted to get the surgery done not in Mexico, but in America, where it would be 3 times more expensive. Notwithstanding, it was further postponed when he failed to lose the 50 pounds he had to in order for the surgery to be viable. But by April 28, 2018, he finally gets it, and shortly after, loses a whopping 70 pounds, eventually claiming he lost over 150, which is somewhat questionable at face value.
And then he just getting it back. It didn't matter.
On a scale on video to show his weight, many speculated he lost less weight
I
than
agree
he
with you
claimed to,
exactly.
with some going as far as saying he didn't have the surgery at all, so he could keep all the money to himself.
Boogie was
However,
easy.
Judging from how he looked, it was clear he had lost some weight, but the amount was hotly discussed. After one of the most intensely negative periods in his entire life, the fact that he successfully got the surgery he always wanted was a breath of fresh air. He did engage in a bit of misdirection since he did end up getting the surgery in Mexico and kept the leftover money for himself, but despite this, many people were happy for him anyway. Coincidentally, it was around this time that Wings' troll communities began to either cannibalize themselves or become inactive as they plain lost interest in following Wings. This loss of cohesion in the troll boot camp might have something to do with something Jordy has claimed multiple times, that he's basically extorted the biggest troll channels into paying him a percentage of what they make under threat of copyright striking them into oblivion. He said that he makes $1,500 a month off trolls, but of course, like many things Wings says, there's almost no way to confirm if this is true. And given his track record, there's a decent chance he's lying, considering he was also door dashing at this point to make ends meet. While it is sort of a bad omen that just a month after the surgery, he was already getting in calls with his trolls on Discord, especially when giving them attention of any kind makes them more active. Thankfully, this didn't change the overall trend that he was no longer giving them what they wanted on a silver platter. Besides accidentally leaking some of his personal information while browsing a car website, Jordy spent a while at a safe distance from any serious trouble. According to his Reddit history, he began taking walks again, though this time without vlogging it, and hadn't gained any weight whatsoever since the surgery while losing 2 pounds a week. But as 2020 unfolded, things took another dark turn when his grandmother, lovingly dubbed Gangsta Grandma, got diagnosed with 3 different kinds of cancer. This news dampened the otherwise good direction things were going, so much so that Jordy claimed he was planning to marry someone he'd been on and off with for the previous 6 years, which later would be revealed to be Kelly, with whom he's still together to this day. The reason they hadn't properly started a relationship yet was because she was religious and Jordy wasn't, which would create a a problem in case they had children. But as the prospect of having kids became increasingly unlikely
Nice
due to the health
picture.
problems both parties had, that particular issue basically faded away. Yet, some worrisome aspects around this immediately arise, as during one of his streams, an escort website showed up in the suggested terms.
Uh-oh.
After a post on PKA's
Uh-oh.
subreddit brought attention to it, Jordy replied by saying, "You guys were sending hookers to my house. They told me where they came from, and I looked at the website to see how many girls were on it to get an idea of how many more I'd have to deal with."
Of
As
course,
much as I
yeah,
doubt
yeah.
that Jordy was hiring prostitutes this deep into his money issues, this is not a very good explanation. Regardless, some of Jordy's haters became obsessed with ruining his life to the point that one of them discovered who his wife-to-be was through Facebook and telling them every bad thing about Jordy they could conjure. From sending the YouTube clips of Jordy saying crazy shit and raging to telling them he was only marrying her for money. These actions culminated in the marriage being temporarily called off, which obviously upset Wings and sparked wide speculation that the marriage falling apart would cause him to relapse and start stress eating and beat the surgery. Thankfully, Jordy and his fiancée eventually reconciled and the wedding plans were back on track. However, once again, this brief moment of joy is almost instantly followed
What the
and
fuck?
overshadowed by a meme that began circulating online depicting the couple as if they were
Finger
serial
size.
bank
What
robbers.
the
Police say a man and a woman have been busy robbing businesses on the Northwest Side.
Those officers were actually on their way to yet another robbery call out on Culebra Road near Loop 1604.
Yeah, I actually saw
Although
this,
the meme
yeah.
is obviously fake upon some cursory investigation, it still caused Wings real-life trouble. The sheer attention this very effective meme was attracting led people to begin, once again, unearthing and sharing the old PKA and gaming clips of Jordy, saying
Yeah.
extremely offensive and insensitive things, and making disturbing comments about minors and the age of consent.
I did say the age of consent should be 12. The age of consent should be 12.
Oh boy.
Why don't you make yourself at home here?
This time around, the trolls figured out that they could one-up themselves. Instead of just besmirching his name to the people of the same community as him,
Oh,
or
God.
bluntly
Oh, boy.
harassing him directly, they hatched the evil plan to start using his name and image to do terrible things to random people in real life, such as sending racist messages to BLM chapters near the area where Jordy actually lived. However, it would take a while for this plan to yield results, as in the same time period, the beloved gangsta grandma
Yeah,
finally
gangsta
passes
grandma,
away due to
yeah.
complications with her cancer, which granted Jordy a grace period, as even the trolls recognized this was going to be hard on him, considering she had pretty much raised him. Later on in the same year, he was suspended from Twitch.tv,
Oh
and
my
many
God.
speculated that he had started to put back
Oh,
on weight.
oh
Wings
my
also
God.
began taking Effexor along with Lexapro, which might be contributing to the hypothetical weight gain. As 2021 begins, his situation doesn't improve much. He has one particularly awful bout of streaming in which he neglects
Sniffing
his
those
crying
fingers.
wife and fails to attend his grandmother's remembrance event in favor of playing Dark Souls. More evidence of his relationship struggles start to surface. Specifically, his wife's
Hit me
flirtatious
with your
DMs
best
with one of
shot.
Jordy's Discord mods leak, and they're confirmed as real by Wings himself, who reacted to them. After this, a period of relative calm ensues, only to be once again shattered as people intensify their attacks. Wings starts having the police show up to his house multiple times on accusations that he's
The
been abusing
fuck?
his dog Bongo, or over people impersonating him on TikTok, pretending that he was a pedophile or kidnapper. Amidst this chaos, pictures of his genitalia sent years prior leak, leading to more
I
trouble
don't
with
wanna
his
see
wife's
that.
family, and Jordy expressing his insecurity about it while streaming with his wife.
I
It's
don't
worth noting
wanna
how
see that.
infinitely tolerant
I don't
Kelly
wanna
is
see
of
that.
not just everything Jordy does, but also the insanely vile things that his chat says about them. I don't know if this is wholesome or if she's out to lunch to the point where she's inoculated to the abuse. In any event, despite the rocky
fuck?
moments, the relationship seems pretty stable, which goes a long way to keep Wings sane and operational. However, online, things are a lot less peaceful. Jordy gets a series of posts made about him on the
Oh, boy.
subreddit
Oh.
r/IamATotalPOS
Oh, boy.
to further denigrate his image. Though to be fair, this is done exclusively through the employment of things he said while on public streams. As this succession of hardships continued, Wings faced yet another setback when he got banned by DoorDash, losing one of
DoorDash.
the last potential sources of conventional livelihood he had, and consequently causing him to be even more dependent on the stream of income he got from streaming. However, him no longer being a driver for DoorDash surely didn't prevent a flurry of DoorDash deliveries from being sent to his house
Oh, yeah.
relentlessly,
Oh, man,
which
look at all the
understandably
food.
bothered his wife a lot. Around the end of 2021 and the beginning of 2022,
Oh, the
Jordy had his
PS5?
PSN get
Yeah.
hacked twice, and the second time this happened, the hackers demanded he join their Discord server and talk to them in order to get it back. Rarely is a lolcow milked so viciously.
Yeah,
Jordy
yeah.
obliged and antics ensued, as you can probably imagine. The call with the hackers was eventually joined by Tipster of all
Tipster.
people, and
Oh,
once
boy.
again Keemstar, who seems to be present in all significant moments of Jordy's life, for some mysterious reason. Keemstar truly
Oh
is
my God,
the angel of
Cerberus.
death.
Oh God,
Another
no.
moment happened around this
Can't.
time, with Jordy's longtime neighbor giving an interview online purportedly to expose what a truly horrible individual Wings was
Oh,
behind
yeah,
the
this
cameras,
guy.
as if the stuff in front of the camera wasn't enough to get people to hate him. However, Aaron, the neighbor, eventually apologized and retracted his statements in a very strange stream with Wings. Though he said he was sorry and that he was either lying in the interview or it had been highly edited to make Jordy look bad, many of the claims he made about Jordy were pretty much unexplained. One particularly egregious accusation involved Jordy having done something to his sister, but upon release of the full uncut interview, it turned out all that had taken place was that Wings had made a rude comment about his sister stinking during puberty, which is pretty fitting for a guy as tone deaf as him, but if he was a teenager when he made that comment, I think it's not a big deal. In the middle of 2022,
Okay.
one of the troll campaigns used Jordy's likeness to claim he was a teacher named
Bernie
Bernie
Gors-
Gors
What the
that
fuck?
sacrificed himself to save the lives of kids at the shooting in Uvalde. This one got so big, the New York Times wrote an article covering it. To be honest, as far as trolling goes, this is one of the best
Bernie
examples, as
Gors.
they just falsely make him out to be a hero. Feeling
Bernie
misunderstood
Gors.
and wrongly judged as a bad person over the clip material of him on YouTube, Jordy took to Reddit to clear the air once more. I'm tired of seeing this narrative that I'm the scum of the earth. Did I get upset at people in video games? Yes. Did I say a lot of edgy stuff on a comedy podcast? Yes. Do any of these things make me a terrible human? No. I've never hurt anyone or broken any laws. Every chance I had a chance to help someone, I've usually taken it. There's a reason why most people's grievances with me almost all stem from Call of Duty. I'm a poor sport and super competitive, but it doesn't make you a bad person. A bad person is someone who consistently attacks people's ability to support themselves while being cheered on by the dregs of society. An army of neats that have convinced themselves that myself is the reason they're not doing anything in life. I helped mold communities and gave many major channels their start. I always wanted to highlight people who had something creative to bring to the community, even if I wasn't good at it myself. The sad reality is I'm a fat man who's a recluse that's trapped in a situation because of taxes and work gaps. I spent a lot of time needing to be medicated and wasn't, and now I'm paying the price. I'll say this one more time so hopefully it hits home. If you are 22 years old reading this, you were 10 when I lost a syndicate, and you were 11 when the vast majority of the edgy things I said were said. It's been 8 years since I was a PKA host. I don't think I'm a bad person, and it hurts my feelings to get this narrative.
You're not
I'll
a
let
bad
you guys
person.
be the judge of the legitimacy of this post, but I mean,
Pepsi,
there are
baby.
some reasonable points made, in my opinion.
Pepsi,
It's worth noting
pimp.
this post got almost 2,000 upvotes on the PKA subreddit, and as attention on Jordy spiked
No,
up
he
again,
ain't here to
both positive
conversate.
and negative, fans of PKA began asking Jordy to return to the podcast, but at the time, they had no interest in reconciling with Wings to the point of having him back on as a host. In July of the same year, Jordy reported that his videos were being falsely copyright claimed, and even though YouTube wasn't his main thing anymore, he still occasionally uploaded there, and having someone use copyright strikes to abuse your channel is one of the most annoying things that can happen to you on the platform. If you get 3 copyright strikes, it can actually jeopardize your channel's standing. Luckily for him, his channel managed to survive, and amidst these difficulties,
All
an
right.
idea
So
emerged, one
Gustavo.
potential path to actual redemption in the public eye. Well, either that or the last straw that would forever seal his fate. With Keemstar's help, he was offered the opportunity by Misfits to fight another widely disliked
Oh,
figure,
yeah.
Boogie2988, for 10 grand each. After
Not
trading
bad.
a few playful insults
What the
online,
fuck?
the time came for a fight to take place. From the moment Jordy appeared, he was already visibly more confident than Boogie, as Wings rapped during his walkout into the ring and proceeded
Yeah.
to pummel Boogie to a pulp, winning in the first round. As much as there are genuine reasons to dislike him, many people saw this moment as Jordy's redemption, and to be honest, I can't blame them. For a 400-pound depressed and anxious man, this is the closest thing to glory. He celebrated the win by asking for a PKA reunion, and ever since then, no particularly negative event has taken place in Jordy's life besides a kidney stone that he safely passed. And since then, he
Kidney
also managed to
stone,
get a
oh
decent
boy.
career opportunity. Keemstar has been throwing around the idea of a lol cow podcast for over a year now, but never managing to get the cast together. The pitch was for Wings of Redemption, Boogie2988, and darksydephil to be the hosts, with it being a talking point on streams and podcasts for a while now.
We're trying to put together a show, that LolCow podcast that Keemstar pitched, and then Phil's like, oh no, I don't want to work with Keemstar. I don't want a $50,000 paycheck. I don't want to pay off all my debts and taxes. I'd rather be miserable. I'd rather sit in a corner and cry all over myself, you know?
Shortly after his fight,
50K,
the
pretty
podcast
good.
was officially announced, although DSP was kicked off the roster for not responding to emails. With the show now featuring Wings, Boogie, and Tommy C, it seems like a decent opportunity for them to produce some content, both for old viewers who are rooting for their success, and trolls who would want to clip their podcast for content to milk and post to Kiwi Farms. And with backing from Keemstar, this is a pretty promising opportunity. Let's hope that Jordy keeps up this short winning streak. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching.
Damn,
Until
good
next
video, man.
time, leave me alone.
Good video from Turkey Tom. Not bad, not bad. We've seen 2 videos from Turkey. They're pretty good, actually. All right, so next one we're doing. Pretty good video, loved it. Next one we are doing, let's see here. Hold on. Oh, we are doing some Cyrax.
Cyrax has always had an insatiable appetite for fame.
Insatiable appetite. Hold on.
Cyrax has always had an insatiable appetite for fame. But the
Yeah?
motivation isn't money, cars, or
The
women.
fuck?
The motivation is rubbing it in the face of everyone who ever doubted him.
Oh boy.
The motivation is revenge.
Revenge.
Born with several health complications at the dawn of the 90s, Cyrax, real name Chance Wilkins, didn't have the
Chance.
best start. His dad, Rumpel Smith, was jailed when he was a baby. His mother, unable to cope, had him
This
taken
AI
from her
enhanced or
care,
something?
so his grandmother Sally became
Upscale.
his legal guardian. Due to his appearance and small stature, Cyrax was a target for bullies throughout his school years. This caused him to have a lot of pent-up anger and hatred against the world.
Constantly bullied. I was constantly,
The Goblin.
put down, just beat up and all kinds of stuff. And even through high school, I was still that same kid that had to fight all the time.
In 2009, he opened his first YouTube account under the name of DJ Shadowblade, where he would post a variety of content from music to movie trailers.
Man, look at his mouth.
Y'all, this is your boy DJ Shadowblade here with the Shadowblade Productions behind the scenes and behind my music. This is actually the first episode, so kind of come hit break, please.
Hey. Okay.
Man, look at this place. It's beautiful.
For the next couple of years, he
What was
focused on
that?
music and met Eric
What was
Scribble,
that?
also a musician. Eric signed Cyrax to the label out of pity.
Watching me through my eyes.
2013 was a busy year for Cyrax.
Okay.
Finally leaving school at the age of 23, meeting his first girlfriend Heather, as well as getting arrested for strangling his grandmother in an argument.
Wow.
Before starting a rift with Eric Scribble at the music label, with Cyrax throwing the company dog tags into a lake. He immediately regretted it and posted this apology with his girlfriend.
He did, sir, but I have that here.
I know you're pretty upset about the whole dog tag thing and whatnot.
Oh, the dog tag.
Well, when we did the whole thing with the dog tags, it's because we were pissed off. We didn't know what
Are you
the
pie?
hell to
Some
do.
braces? Yeah.
We were,
Yeah.
we were seriously just.
Yeah, braces would have come in handy.
We were only doing like my mom wanted us to do. She came up with the idea to throw him into the lake, and at the time it seemed like a good idea. And honestly, we regret it, man.
2017 brought a
Okay.
new girlfriend, Abby. After a failed suicide attempt, she was left with a hook for a hand. Cyrax was also entering his creative
A hook
zenith,
for a hand,
releasing
some fan to
multiple songs
pain.
in a bid to attract the big record labels.
That cherry juice. You got the cherry juice going on.
2018 rolled around, and
The
Cyrax
fuck?
was still chasing the big music contract. His life had stagnated until a certain troll called Marty came along,
The fuck?
causing an upheaval in Cyrax's fragile world, changing his life forever. Marty's first act of trolling was creating fake music labels, whom would then both compete for Cyrax's signature. After the Bender Boys were successful in signing him, Cyrax came on stream to celebrate, decked out in leather jacket and sunglasses, and having all the
fuck?
swagger of a fully fledged rock star.
What up, y'all?
What the fuck?
It's your boy Cyrax in the house. Over at Bender Boys Records. Shout out to the big homie CPN, Child's Play Ninja.
Yeah, I'm with
figured I'd
servers
just
of
come
teeth.
in,
I mean,
kick it with y'all. Figured since I'm making it big time.
you made it
may as
big
well rap
time.
the Swagger to go with it, boys. Shout out to the Bender Boys. What's good, bro? Shout out to BBR. I figured I'd come in, celebrate, kick it, chill. Got a brand new dope ass track dropping with some of the homies. I figured your boy Mills will drop in. Say what's up. Yeah, y'all.
He was the bad guy from RoboCop 2, actually.
Did you? Echo Side Entertainment on this song.
Yeah, it reminds me of the villains from RoboCop 2.
You want to know why?
Oh, that guy?
I rep all those labels that got me to where I am. Whether it's Killer Clown Sounds, whether it's Bloodshot Records, whether it's Echo Side Entertainment, or whether it's my current label, Bender Boys Entertainment. Those labels and those day ones are the guys that got me to where I'm at. So if y'all bitches want to step to the best,
bitches,
you're looking at them, boys.
And then it all came crashing down.
Seemed to you unmanageable.
How?
And then we had to sell your contract, man.
Wait, what the fuck? Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Are you? No, dude.
We sold it this morning.
Are you fucking serious right now?
Yeah, the video didn't perform as well as we thought it was going to.
What the fuck, dude? Are you fucking serious? I put in all that hard work for nothing? Are you serious right now?
Well, we sold the contract.
Bro, you're fucking stupid!
After losing the fake record deal, Cyrax had to deal with some very real allegations. Kendall Smith met Cyrax in an online chat room. Cyrax developed feelings for her, to which she rejected. He did not take this well and ended up doxing her, calling her landlord, leaving innumerable amounts of emails, voicemails and texts.
I got something to address to all those mothers out there.
You too.
All you mothers out there that have young children, be warned of this guy named Chance Wilkins. He'll jack off on your children. Not only that, he'll sit there and jack off on video chat with them. He'll sit there and threaten to kill your children if they don't sleep with him. They will do whatever they can. He would literally hurt you. This man is psychotic. He's dangerous. Women, be warned. His name is Chance Wilkins. I don't care how you got my address, but little boy, you better learn. You ain't getting it here. You come to my downtown, you come to my house, you're leaving in either handcuffs in a cop car.
Jesus.
Whether they be my own handcuffs or the cops. Cause you go, bitch boy, you need to fucking back the fuck up. Cause you know what I gotta say to you little punk ass, fake ass, juggalo bitch boy ass?
Okay.
Sit on it and spin on it.
This ended with her faking her own death to escape him.
Oh shit, wait a minute.
Try me.
Things continued to escalate between Marty and Cyrax.
Alright, got that gun.
I'm done playing these games. We can get dangerous, bitch.
With Cyrax being shot at while on stream.
When I never even met.
Oh.
What the fuck was that? I know y'all heard that.
Somebody
Whoever shot that at my fucking house. I'm telling you this right now. You made your last fucking goddamn mistake.
Marty also bought a cameo from the To Catch a Predator host Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen.
Cyrax.
Chance Wilkins. What does that name sound so suspiciously familiar? Maybe because your screen name is Cyrax? What do you mean by Cyrax?
Oh, Cyrax.
Chance. Chris Hansen here of Hansen versus Predators. To catch a predator and have a seat with Chris Hansen, I'm going to need you to have a seat right over there. Been going through some transcripts and I see some disturbing things online. You don't want to be the target of one of my investigations, Chance. Cut it out. Clean it up. Behave yourself.
Cyrax, thinking it was legitimate, made this response.
Yeah, what up, y'all? This is my response to
Oh my
Chris
God.
Hansen, who
Goblin.
made a video about me yesterday, which I did see.
This goblin.
And Chris, I'm here to tell you the truth. These people are setting me up.
What's going on with the neck?
They have been watching me for many years, apparently. And they're doing all this to troll me, to have me put in jail behind bars.
What the fuck?
For literally no reason but to troll me. That's all it is. If you'd like to know more about my story, please, comment on this video.
2019 came and brought yet another girlfriend, Heather
Okay.
Kay.
How?
This relationship was volatile, to say the least.
Shut the fuck up, both of y'all, for 5 fucking minutes. Hit me. Hit me and I'm gonna fucking knock your life about that. Because at the end of the motherfucking day, bitch.
But Heather ended up passing
Okay.
away suddenly.
Oh, she
Cyrax
passed
put
away.
on a memorial show in her honor.
She passed away. How'd she pass away?
2 more women entered Cyrax's life.
Dude, how?
Both
Is he
became
paying
his
them?
girlfriends.
He's paying them.
Both were trolls. Set up by Marty, these
Oh,
2
trolls.
women, Strawberry Sunshine and Tangerine Cat, catfish Cyrax. Then when Cyrax was found out to be sexting a mentally ill underage trans person, Marty got them all on stream so Cyrax could apologize, only for him to then drop the bomb on Cyrax.
Really quickly, I'm sorry. Have you recently sent a picture of your penis to a disabled, like, / retarded transgendered person?
No.
Is Cindy Blue ring a bell, Cyrax?
Marty, you and I both know that Tyler does like to break into my stuff. You know this.
The amazing thing to me was when he was confronted, Cyrax for 40 seconds went dead quiet. For the first time that I've ever seen, Cyrax, is Cindy Blue ring a bell, Cyrax? And just look at it. Just look at the wheels start turning in his head.
Oh, the wheels,
So
yeah.
there are voice recordings of you with this person. They don't exist, Cyrax?
I talked to her on the phone for like 2 minutes, and that was it. But it was.
And you sent your penis to this person.
Nothing,
You sent your
it was
penis.
nothing sexual, Marty. Okay? And you doing this hacking crap, that's gonna end you up in prison. It might not be a year from now or whatever, but eventually you will go to prison.
Wait, when was this supposed to have happened?
Let me get the screenshots.
Screenshots?
Panic.
Uh-oh.
Utter fucking panic. Let me, you know, I can actually have Cindy Lou come up here and tell her side of the story, Cyrax.
Let's have Cindy Lou on. That'll sort it out.
Right. Cyrax had absolutely nothing to say for himself. Well, when you were together, he was 2-timing you with Lava and other women as well.
Wait, I thought. What?
Correct.
Oh.
He is a 2-timer or a 3-timer or a 4-timer.
Where did he
go? There he goes. There he goes. Because he knows that he's been sending his penis picture to a disabled transgendered person.
After being found out, Cyrax held a pen to his throat, pretending it's a knife. His grandma tried to calm him from the doorway.
Oh, there he is.
Marty, do you want me to end my life?
No.
Do you want me to end my life? Enough is enough.
You need to quit sexting retarded people.
It's Marty. I'll tell you later.
Who's that?
Marty, I'm telling you right now, you need to fucking quit. Cause you wanna know what you do to me every day? This is what you make me want to do.
Is that a pen?
Every fucking day because of what you fucking do to me.
That's a pen.
This is what you put me through.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute, wait a minute.
It's what you put me through.
Grandma's
Marty.
coming.
Don't shut the door, Sally. Come in.
This is what you do to me, Marty, every day.
You
Ooh,
sent
he's
a
got-
penis picture to a retarded person.
All I've asked was for you to stop.
You had phone sex with a retard.
Let it go, Marty.
Don't say that word.
Quit this now.
It was 3 days ago.
Quit it, Marty.
It was 3 days ago.
Got a nice microphone,
Put the
though.
knife down, Cyrax, please.
Oh, that's a knife.
No.
How much your internet off?
No.
Sally.
No, don't.
Yeah.
No, don't.
Yep. Put it down. Put it down, Cyrax.
No.
It needs something doing.
Cyrax, you're gonna get 51.
It's got real
Put it
dark.
down. I mean, you're.
You need to stop, Marty.
Put the knife down, Cyrax.
It's not a knife.
It's got real dark.
Marty, this is what you do to me every
Wait, what is it, baby?
A pen?
It's the fucking pen that I use, but
Yeah, it's a pen,
this is
yeah.
what you fucking do to me every day, and you think it's a joke. It's not a joke, Marty.
All because he got caught sending his penis to a retard girl.
Marty then made a couple of impromptu
Oh,
visits
man.
to Cyrax's
It's got real
area.
dark, man.
This message is intended for one specific audience.
It's got real dark.
And that person would be you. Chance Wilkins. You sit there playing your goddamn video games all goddamn day, screaming like a fucking maniac, and overall making their lives a living hell. You have toiled away
Your servers, yeah,
in your own wake for the better part of 11 years, getting absolutely nowhere. And the truth is, you simply don't have any talent or any artistic ability, and the only marketable or worthwhile or watchable feature that you have is abject mental illness. You are deluded, demented, and deranged.
Alright, hold on. So what's this?
Marty was getting closer, and it was making Cyrax nervous.
I mean, his lights are off in his room, which has to be atypical. But I definitely... Did you see that light flicker?
Yeah. I caught wind that you're planning on moving in on my fucking street, in my fucking territory. And let me tell you right now, Marty, you moving on this street is an act of war.
Okay.
So my advice to you, stay off my street, or if you do move here, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to hurt you.
Okay.
Because you moving here is an act of war.
It all culminated one evening
my
when
God, that
Marty booked
mouth.
an Airbnb round the corner from Cyrax, telling him if he doesn't like it to come fight him. And to everyone's surprise, Cyrax showed up.
Oh, the fight. Okay. Oh. Headlock.
Why? Stupid motherfucker. Why will you leave me alone? Why?
Yep.
Bitch!
Oh. Okay.
Get the fuck out of here. Who's the king? You are? Then run away now. And shut the fuck up. Fine. You win. You win. You win. Please let me go. I'm begging you.
I beg of you. What the fuck? I beg of you.
Get up.
I beg of you. Dude, who talks like that?
Bitch.
He got bodied. He
Cyrax
got
lost
bodied.
the fight, then limped away in defeat.
Yeah, he's bleeding. Yeah, he's bleeding pretty good.
Oh my God.
Let me wash my hands really quickly.
Your boy's still standing strong as ever.
Okay. Bleeding.
I'm still here. Yeah, Marty may have beat my ass, but who cares? I still showed up, bitch. Marty,
How you doing? How you doing?
Honestly, Marty, what you did, I don't know if you realize this, but you almost fucking killed me.
I could have killed you.
No, you almost did. There was no could have. You almost did. That means
Yeah,
they're
but
all...
then you tried to punch me again from the ground.
Because you wouldn't get off of me, you asshole.
Well, you look like a rabid ferret.
Marty,
You learn anything tonight?
that you're a fucking asshole and that you're the king of nothing.
I can't even believe you're a real person.
What,
man.
you surprised I'm still standing?
In June 2023, the allegations finally caught up to Cyrax, being led away crying in handcuffs.
Oh boy.
That's it. Let it all out. Let it all out, Cyrax.
I want to know why you did this to me.
Because you're a child predator.
He is not a predator.
Okay, well, tell that to the evidence that speaks.
Do you have anything?
Actually, this is public. Yeah, this is public.
You're somebody.
Yeah, I'm just public.
Go.
Sir, will you
gotta go.
You need to keep him away from me.
You gotta go.
You're gonna go to
Who
jail
the hell's
too,
this
Ed?
guy? Who the
You're
hell?
gonna go to jail too? This is public. Make it worse. This is public.
Not right here, ain't.
This is a public sidewalk.
This is the driveway.
Back up before you catch a charge too.
The fuck? Baby, come on, baby. What the fuck?
When you scream for help.
All the time I scream for help.
Sure, yeah.
The cop don't give a shit, man.
I'm sorry that this happened.
This is a trial one for when they arrest you for being a pedophile.
The charges are unknown. He was out on bond soon after, and so the story of Cyrax continues.
Alright, pretty good video, but it got kind of dark, you know what I mean? Yeah, no, Apple, I have that video here. We're gonna watch it now, actually, after this. Which is just pretty much, yes, it's done, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, this guy, I mean, this goblin, I mean, Jesus, I'll not tell you. What is this thing? I mean, I don't even know the fuck I'm looking at right now. It's just like a scene straight out of Citizen Kane. Okay, well, we got this. Alright, pretty good video overall. But now I've got the one with the, whatchamacallit, I've got, yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's called Cyrax, the baseball bat conflict and arrest from a neighbor's perspective. Now, this should be interesting. Not that long, actually. Not that long. Hold on, let me just adjust the audio here. Hold on, let's see what's going on with this, with the goblin.
Sir, will you gotta go.
Alright, who is this guy?
You need to quit.
Uh-oh.
I have had enough of your antics.
Baseball bat time. Oh. What the fuck going on over there?
All you do is butt this, butt that. Shut up. I
Damn.
don't deserve shit. Everything you've
The
done
fuck?
to me needs to quit.
He looks like Baraka.
You need to back off. Enough is enough.
Oh man.
You've avoided me for 6 fucking years.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Gonna have to catch that bat. Whoa, shit. Damn. The fuck? Trying to catch a bat with the fucking hands. What the fuck? Trying to catch a bat with the hands, huh? Oh. What the fuck? Oh. Oh my god.
That's it. Let it all out.
What the fuck?
Let it all out, Cyrax.
Get the fuck out of here. Who's the king? You are?
Oh man, what a mess. Jesus.
Fine. You win. You win.
Could go some popcorn right now myself. Oh my god, what the fuck's going on with his head? Oh, well, dear lord. Dude, what is going on with the top of the head there? What was that about? Looking like Montgomery Burns there. Dude, I knew he reminded me of somebody. He looked like Montgomery Burns.
You gonna go to jail too? This is public.
But Burns was loaded, though.
This is a public sidewalk. Back up before you catch a charge too.
Whoa, what the zombie? Walking Dead zombie just walking on. All right, very interesting video, I gotta say. I'm fine.
You're damn right I will murder you if I see you too, bitch.
Okay.
I swear to God I will kill you.
Oh my
I
god.
don't care if I go to jail.
Fuck. Okay, interesting video, but I have the one here where final body cam. Final body cam. It says a moment of glory for everyone. All right. Let's watch this then. When they took the goblin away. Now, did he go with dignity or how did this? I don't know. We'll see.
Back him, please.
Oh, this should be good, man. We got the body cam.
Hello. Hi. Back him, please. Is Chance still here?
Yeah.
Can we speak with him?
Yeah. Chance. Yeah. You want to talk
Oh
to you?
boy.
Is that other guy still out there?
Yeah.
I'm still here. I'm letting your neighbors
Now,
know.
can you come in then?
What's that?
Can you come in then?
Yep. How, is this locked?
Yeah, just a second.
Okay.
We're gonna see the house inside here.
Good,
Oh, it's
good.
blurred.
It's
Yeah.
If you turn around, put your hands behind your back for me.
Why?
Okay? What's that?
Why?
Because you're under arrest.
Why? Listen, can I talk to you guys for a minute?
Relax. Relax.
What?
Stop, Chance.
Why?
Relax.
Calm down.
Mom, please.
Some mom, please.
Stop. Calm down.
Dog barking.
I know you are.
Please, a little bit of dignity. Thank you.
Chance. Chance. He's taken care of. What is he being arrested for?
Assault.
Why? They were on our. Can I show you something?
We've been told to Yeah, we can protect ourselves here.
Why?
We've got a witness that said
No,
that.
listen, I have.
Chance, let him talk.
Can I?
We've got a witness, one of your neighbors that said that
Can I
they saw
show
Chance
you?
go out onto
Can
the
I
sidewalk
show
and
you
strike this
something,
man.
sir? Before you arrest me, can I please show you something?
What do you got to show me?
These guys threatened me.
Okay.
I have proof.
Okay.
Please.
You still can't go out onto a sidewalk and
Listen,
strike somebody
All right.
you know, listen, sir. Can I be honest?
you need to keep.
Little bit of
Sir,
dignity
can I
here.
be
Come
honest
on.
with you for a minute, please?
You got shoes.
Sir, can I please just go? I swear to God.
This is fucked up.
Sir,
This is fucked up.
sir, sir,
Taking
can
chains?
I
They're allowed to do whatever the fuck they want to.
Sir, can I please, can I ask you something?
We've been asking you guys for help for a long
I
time.
understand. I've been out here
Have not given us
dozens and dozens of times.
Sir,
Sir,
can
too?
I please, can I make a deal with you, please, sir?
Make a deal?
You got shoes, Chance?
Mom, please.
Chance.
I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. Listen, I protected myself.
Chance.
You don't understand.
I understand, Chance.
No, you don't.
Oh man.
No, you don't.
Take him with you.
Okay.
Listen.
Tell him to get the fuck out of here.
Turn.
We'll tell him. Chance, turn around.
Turn.
Sir, I have been trying to.
Turn.
Turn.
Help me.
Oh man. Oh.
Come on now.
They're gonna lock me up if I help you.
Help! Why? Can I please talk to you? I want help. That's all I want.
Dignity, I mean, yeah.
Yes, he has shoes.
Where are the shoes?
Sir,
It's tight. I can't
Chance, where are your
get the
shoes?
bracelet off.
Shoes, where are they?
Chance, stop.
Release the beast.
Please. I have something to show you.
Well, say it.
These people made death threats towards me, and I have proof. I have proof
Yeah,
that one
let
of
me
your
show
own.
you one they made on me tonight.
Yeah, my partner said he
No,
saw it.
Mom,
Are you
grab-
ready to him?
The fuck?
But there's no way for us to prove that was him. Okay? So we have to go.
Mom, get my phone and show them, please.
We're gonna tell him to leave, okay?
Mom,
But
get my phone and show them,
he
please.
has the right to be on the sidewalk.
No, that's our sidewalk.
Mom, call Karen right now. Ed, call
Man.
Karen right now.
What a mess.
Anything in your pockets, Chance? You got shoes?
No, can we stay here and talk? No, I want you, please.
And you guys gotta take him out in front of him, right? That's fucking bullshit too.
Can you make him leave before you take him out?
We'll make sure that he's okay. Okay.
We don't want this on camera.
Okay.
I don't want to be.
Because this is what they're doing.
We can't stop that. Though.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Can't stop.
Mom, please, Ed, call Karen right now. Please call somebody to stop this.
Nobody gonna stop.
Call somebody. Call Superman.
I don't know where his shoes are.
I'm a Cerberus, yeah.
Who's that, Chance?
Chance, where's your shoes? Chance, where's your shoes?
Yeah, he's stalling big time. He's stalling big time.
Mom, please help me. Mom,
I can't do anything, Chance. I've been telling you.
Sir, listen,
Get these on your feet.
I want to know something, please.
Chance, put the slippers on. You don't want to go barefoot.
I don't. Listen. Mom, please help me.
Come on.
Please save me.
I will go to court for you.
I want to know something. Why didn't you guys raise me before when I screamed for help? I screamed for help and you didn't do anything.
Put him in a special hold because he's.
I'm getting hungry.
I screamed for help.
I don't know what the county will do.
I'm a Cerberus. A little bit of self-respect. I mean, come on.
Yes,
Why didn't you help us?
All right, Chance, we're walking out.
Mom, I love you.
I love you too.
Oh, here we go. Showtime.
I want to know why you did this.
I need popcorn.
Don't say anything. Don't give
He is not a predator. Do you have anything?
Actually, this
this is public.
Hey, don't say anything.
No,
Chance.
this is
Okay?
public.
Stay
I
there.
want you to know that I tried to help. Sir, you gotta go. You need to keep him away from me. You gotta go. You're gonna go to jail too, Ed? You're gonna go to jail too? This is public. I want you to know that I tried to. Not right here, ain't. This is a public sidewalk. You do know that.
Guys wearing a fucking mask. What the fuck?
I tried to scream for help.
Okay.
Can I ask you something? Why did you guys try to help me when I screamed for help?
I don't know when you're referring to.
Help.
The cop don't care.
I screamed for help.
All right, Chance, over there. Step in.
I'm sorry that this happened, but I screamed.
When they arrest you for being a pedophile.
Oh man, this is intense.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, didn't you guys need me to go down to the station?
No.
I was sticking around for you guys to come and...
No, we're good.
Okay, but
Just...
No.
This is done.
Well, technically, I'm allowed to be here till 11. I'm going to leave. I'm just letting you know this is public.
Yes.
They need to realize that. You can't assault somebody.
We told them that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the law gives a fuck, man. So...
I know,
you
but
don't care about the law?
Just stop engaging with them.
No, I understand. I understand, but they need to realize that you can't assault people.
We explained it to him.
Okay,
We
well,
told him. And he's under arrest for
You
assault.
understand you shouldn't have been here in the first place.
Okay, well,
You wanna-
need
you
to
wanna
understand you
speak
need to
back
stop protecting your child predator son.
You guys can call and let me know what's going on.
So who's in the wrong here? That's you know what I mean?
Okay, I gave him his phone number. So I don't know what mine is. It's the number.
Okay.
So, all right.
Yes, ma'am. So...
Last time he was in jail.
What a mess.
One time.
Okay.
And it was years ago. Which is where they're getting all this information from. They're getting this old stuff.
Yeah.
Well, there was a nurse in there noticed Chance's stature and stuff, and they put him in a place by himself. If that can be done tonight.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to the county. We don't have any control over that. I mean, we can let them know. But
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So court time or anything like that?
What's that?
Court time?
Yeah, pie. Yeah.
We don't know yet. It's assigned by Summit County. Yeah, so it's all assigned by the county.
All right.
We don't control that.
But somebody will call though.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine he's gonna have a bond.
face.
A little bond.
I don't know, I mean-
Something, or even without a bond. So.
We ain't got no
All right.
money.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, shooting the bat was fucked up, of course, but I mean, you know.
Yeah, right. All right, let's go. Yeah, it doesn't need to be on the books.
I would have gone with a garden hose, to be quite honest. You know what I mean? A little bit of water, you know what I mean?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. I'm just filming. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you guys for actually doing something about this monster. Yeah.
But I really does. I mean, the guy's in a mask. I mean, you know, I'd have questions like, why are you here? What are you doing here? You know what I mean? Why you got your face covered up like that? And you know what I mean? I don't know.
You already did, okay?
Is that a keyboard?
Yeah, let's pull away.
I don't know. I mean, you know.
Self-transport, just call for a wagon.
What's that?
Want self-transport, just call for a wagon.
You know, he did, you know, the whole, that, you know, swinging the bat, that was fucked up, yeah. But
Is there a wagon available?
I don't know. He sounded like he was busy, but I'm not sure.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, if you want to go just into the park right here. Okay.
The cop's like, okay. Yeah, the cops and I don't give a shit. I'm okay. Okay.
Card sound. We had a 36 one Mail County. R31 is going to be, what is this? The Summit County, the Summit Lake Nature Center parking lot.
I agree with Pi. You know what he should have done? Invite the guy inside the house.
Hey, Chance, I'm going to read this to you real quick, okay?
Now he's inside the house, beat his ass.
You have the right to
There you
remain
go.
silent. Do you understand that? Anything you say can will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand that? You have the right to talk to the lawyer, have him or her present with you while you're being
You know,
questioned.
lure a trap for the guy,
If you
basically.
can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Do you understand that? You can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand that? Okay. Can you just walk me through what happened again tonight?
Yeah, Pi, I agree. Yeah, yes, yeah. That should be a last resort, you know? They're inside the house or some shit, sure, but
we only could deal with what's going on tonight, though.
You know, outside the sidewalk like that, you walk up with a bat. Nah.
Okay.
You know, he played into their game basically. You know, he gave them what they wanted pretty much. That's where he fucked up. They're like, yeah, I'll have a double down, a famous bowl, a big crunch, and oh yeah, 2 buckets of KFC. Give me 2 buckets, original.
Okay. Okay. Did you guys call the police when that happened?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you got a report? And you got a report for that?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Chance, tonight.
I'm with Apple. Yeah, he was playing Grand Theft Auto 5.
What happened? Like, what made you go outside?
I was upstairs, and I honest to God saw one of the guys on our property.
How many people did you see outside?
About it. I only saw the one guy.
Okay, just the one guy?
And there was that guy in that mask, the one that was holding the camera.
Yep.
I saw him. Then 8 more came down following.
Okay, you believe that those 8 were with him?
Yes, they were. They actually admitted that they were with him.
Okay. And so then what happened? So you were inside your house when you observed this?
Yes, I was inside.
Now they interview you in the car? What the fuck?
Where were they at when you said they would not leave?
They were like right there on the front of the driveway, like not like right. Like,
She gets the bones.
on the crosswalk right there.
Yep.
Yeah, sir, but she gets the bones, baby. Probably French fries, maybe.
Okay.
She gets like a very small Chicken Little. She gets a Chicken Little, pretty much, and then Phil gets everything else.
Okay.
I went to go defend my property because I did not know, and I gave the guy a warning. I told him, like, look, dude, you better just leave. He would not do it, so I swung the bat to get him to leave, not to harm him, but to get him to leave.
Okay.
And he grabbed the bat.
Yeah, they interview in the car now, apparently.
Onto the sidewalk, and then that's when
In the KFC drive-thru here. Well, they gotta kill time, so you know.
Was there anybody else around when you swung that bat, or was it just the one person?
Yes, Ed was on the porch watching.
Okay, but I'm saying with the protesters.
I don't know.
Okay.
I honestly don't know. All I know
I'm gonna say the witness that observed it said that he was the only person that was standing on the sidewalk.
No, there was more of them, but before you guys got there, they ran because they didn't want to get in trouble. And Ed can tell you for a fact that there was multiple.
Give her the Chicken Little. But she doesn't want a Chicken Little. She wants a big. She wants a double down. Yeah, this cop says okay a lot. Okay.
Several days.
That's great. Yeah, he saw four Martys, yeah. In his eyes, there were 4 of them, dude. Oh, the Georgia Gold drumstick. Oh, hell yeah. No, I love that he's pretending. No, I don't like KFC that much. Nah, you know. Alright, we done here. Congrats to Apple.
And I've tried several times to be nice to these people. I've warned them several times.
Alright, something's over.
That if they showed up here to do harm to me or my family, or I felt like they were going to do harm to me or my family.
Yeah, he's still rambling on in the background, by the way. And the cops, they don't give a shit. They're not even going okay or anymore. Alright, can you be quiet back there, sir?
Okay.
I'm trying to eat KFC over here.
Hey, Chance, I've been out here several times. I told you to stay off the internet.
And I have.
You haven't. You just said I mean, I'm talking over the last 6 months.
Good advice.
And you just said you've been off the internet for several days. I mean, I told you this months ago. Okay, I've seen your videos, Chance. Like, it goes back and forth.
Wow. The dude's sitting the videos. Oh, man, servers. I like boneless. But if the bone's in, I don't mind. But I prefer boneless, though. Easier to eat. Yeah, that's triggered dust. That's true. Yeah, that's where he fucked up. I agree. If he was in the driveway or with the fence or the backyard, that kind of thing, I mean, hell yeah, swing away. But the sidewall like that, nah. No, he saw the movie where they say swing away. He saw signs basically. They were like swing away, swing away. And then in his mind, he thought that was him saying that to him, Mel Gibson, saying swing away. Dude, he's still rambling in the background, by the way. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
What these people are doing is called targeted, not targeted harassment, but targeted cyberbullying. I actually know of 5 other people that they have done this very same thing too. I don't know how I would contact them, but this is what they do. They target people like myself that look like they're special needs.
Alright.
What are you diagnosed with, Chance?
Nothing that I know of.
Okay. You don't take any medications?
No, sir.
Well, why would you consider yourself special needs?
Because of how I look. When I was born 1 pound 10 ounces. I was born very premature.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm your service true. Yeah. It was not a threat. You would have bat. Maybe I would have gun, but a bat, nah. Yeah, the cop is in literally clock out mode. He's just going, What time is it? Okay,
And these guys, I guess, call me as special needs.
Okay.
And I don't understand why. Like, I can honestly say I have asked them, please stop. Please stop.
But you just can't stay off the internet.
Finally, something else. This dude's like, what the fuck's going on?
How do they have all your phone numbers and stuff like that?
Dude, why is this guy smiling? What the fuck? Dude had a big old smile on his face there. Yeah, I'm with Cruz. I don't care. Nah. Oh, boy. I mean, look at this guy. This guy's literally smiling. This cop is legit smiling. You want to know why he's smiling? Because after this, he's clocking out. He's like, man, can't wait to devour some KFC.
Oh, I bet my cup key at with that dude from the Valor Home. Oh, doing the rap? Yeah. He started joking, jerking, and bit my cup key. Well, Chance the Rapper, sometimes you gotta take things in your own hands, and when you do, you get caught.
I think I just said Chance the Rapper.
And I just want to say something that I tried to reach out for help many a time.
Well, Chance, you know, sometimes what are you talking about? Ain't nobody judging you. We just gotta do our job, right?
I just don't understand why nobody tried to help me when me and my family reached out for help.
Dude, these cops are in straight up I don't give a shit mode.
Unfortunately, my phone was upstairs and everything went down, but me and my family...
You need an extra cuff key? No, I have one. I can't reach it. Oh, okay. It's in, I have 3. I have 2 in here. I can't reach them.
And can I ask you something?
Let go of your hands, Chance.
Sorry about that. Is there any way that my family could try to reach out to help put a stop to these guys?
How old these guys are, Chance the Rapper?
Alright, well.
Who are they? Oh, so it's just internet for
Damn, look at how small he is. God damn. cops like, ah, nobody's judging you, but you know, I'll throw you in jail now. So, you know, what are you gonna do?
Step on in, man.
Oh, you already found it? Yeah,
I'll touch it.
Those are some nice slippers. I agree.
All I was trying to do was protect my family.
Yes, sir.
Take those slippers off for me right quick.
Yeah.
Take off the slippers. What the fuck?
Yeah, touch it. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I just don't understand why.
You work in the hospital?
Hospital? Dude, these guys, what the fuck? Dude's laughing. Alright, thank God it's over. That was kind of boring, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, well, we're doing, yeah, we're doing from removal to delusional. Low tier. God.
LTG or low.
Oh, wow. First time we're covering this guy. Well, let's see what we got here. This is literally our first time.
LTG, or Low Tier God, is an amateur Street Fighter player which, relative to his size on YouTube, has gained a large following. Not for his skills in playing, but rather his hypocritical and toxic demeanor. As his history with the fighting game community, the FGC has caused the creation of a plethora of videos consisting of events and private matches with his likeness, that whether win or lose a match, most commonly the latter, share a similar format of ridiculing his opponent's character choice, playstyle, and on occasion, the opponent itself, which he shows very little restraint when doing so, as in the past has used the opponent's race and physical disability to formulate insults. To say he is hated within the FGC is well of an understatement. Even within his YouTube channel, he does not refrain from insulting his viewers, where any opposition to his views are often dismissed by claiming his viewers are jealous of his intellect or physique.
Why? What's that?
But regardless, viewers continue to berate
him,
not only for his hypocritical views, but also his pursuit of an acting career that, besides a reality TV show, has shown very little to justify the amount of money and time he has spent attempting to pursue it, mostly due to his age. And though his age is uncertain, the community consensus is that he is in his mid-30s, leaving his most probable year of birth as 1984, which is where we'll begin.
Well, that was a skip. I mean, you know,
South Central LA.
You're gonna have to skip it then. Sorry, guys.
He would feel that he would stand out from his peers, as in his own words, was raised differently, and felt that he was more intelligent than his peers, and due to his above-average height.
Well, we should play it safe then. I think you're right about that.
Overall,
I think you're right about that, Gustavo. Oh well. Okay, well I'm gonna replace it with oh, hold on. What about this?
Hey everybody, this is Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again. I'm gonna come after you. I'm gonna really.
What about this one? The fuck am I looking at?
Let's try to catch all power. No donations less than $1. Goddamn miserable, worthless cretins! My mother and my father are angry at me! It's alright, take a chance, cause there is no circumstance that you can't handle.
The fuck? What am I? Oh, okay.
You have to offer money.
Dude, what am I looking at? What's going on here?
Oh, and how about this? I get angry!
Okay, nice mouth. Wow. Well. Very interesting. Yeah, Gustavo, no, I don't know about that. That's cool. No, but thank you, heads up, thank you. Okay, so what is going on with this?
This video will contain vague discussions surrounding abuse, mental illness, and other potentially sensitive topics.
Yeah.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you.
You can head over to my Patreon for an ad-free, uncut version of this video, which goes into more detail on the particularly disturbing and not safe for work elements of this story.
Okay.
Chris Chan is a name I've heard tossed around on the internet, but for whatever reason, I never actually looked into it.
Me too.
I don't think anything could have prepared me for what I've learnt in the past few days.
Yeah, that was cool, man. That was cool. Thank you.
Would be an understatement. It's probably the most complex and bizarre rabbit hole I've ever been down. I hope this video serves as a comprehensive but concise timeline of events, but this video would be hours long if I covered everything, as Chris has been referred to as the most documented person on the internet. I've included the main details and elaborated in certain areas, but if you want to know more, head over to sonnychew.com, which is a whole website dedicated to Chris's life story.
Really? Okay.
Just to clarify, Chris is a transgender woman, and events relevant to the story occurred both before and after she came out. I'll be using she and her pronouns throughout, but I just wanted to make it clear that until a certain point, she was living as a biological man.
What the fuck? Been 11 days since Chris begged for money. Okay.
To the story at points, and it's useful to know because different sources use different pronouns to describe her. Her birth name was Christopher Weston Chandler, and she later went by Christian after a mole conductor bear misheard, which she believed was a sign from God. She would, at times, add in other names as middle names, such as Ricardo, which is apparently her Spanish nickname.
Ricardo.
After she came out, she changed her name to Christine, and is commonly known as the gender-neutral name Chris. For simplicity, that's the name that we'll be using throughout.
Alright.
Chris was born on the 24th of February 1982 in Charlottesville, Virginia. She was Barbara Chandler's second child. Her first, Joseph, was around 18 at the time. He claimed to have been mentally and physically abused by Barbara and his stepfather, and it seems that Chris was also abused by her, though not to the same extent. It has been speculated that Barbara has some form of narcissistic personality disorder, and she reportedly used violence and suicide to manipulate Chris and Chris's father Bob. Not much is known for sure about Chris's first years, though she began showing signs of autism, such as delayed language acquisition. She didn't speak at all between the ages of 1 and 7 and had to undergo speech therapy.
Oh man.
She has recalled memories and made claims about her early life, though as you'll soon come to learn, she's hardly the most reliable source.
Alright, Cerberus.
She claims that her first word was monkey at just 6 weeks old, which
okay.
obviously isn't true, and I wonder if she made it up to compensate for her delayed speech. She claims she was abused by a babysitter every day for years, and that she was locked in a toy room at an early age after turning all the lights off. Another traumatic event occurred when her playmate, Sarah Nicole Hammer, convinced her that Casper the Friendly Ghost lived under her house.
Casper?
Chris crawled in to look, and Sarah locked her in. This was a pivotal moment in more than one way. It was perhaps the first time that Chris had ever been trolled, and the inability to distinguish between reality and fiction was something she carried with her into adulthood. She didn't appear to hold any animosity.
Man, what is with this picture?
Sarah, and despite the fact that it appears that they had next to no contact since they were young kids, Chris still spoke of her as an adult, as if she was her best and closest friend. During the 4th grade, Chris's parents pulled her out of school after she claimed she had been forcefully restrained and made to sit on the principal's lap. Throughout the court proceedings, Chris was homeschooled until they relocated, and she started at a different school in the 6th grade. This homeschooling period may well have further hindered Chris's already delayed social development. In high school, she had
this guy reminds me of Phil. He does.
Like Sarah, Chris seems to fixate on and over-exaggerate their closeness in later years. It was during this time that she created the notorious character Sonny Chew for a school project, which came about after she was told that she couldn't use copyrighted characters, so she instead decided to merge 2 copyrighted characters, Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu, Sonny Chew. She would later go on to draw comics featuring Sonny Chew, which is what she became known on the internet
it's Barbara.
for. Signs of her parents enabling her behaviour were really starting to show, and she stormed out crying during her high school graduation when she didn't win the art award.
Okay.
She felt she deserved it because she'd worked harder than anyone else, despite her autism. It's clear that her parents never prepared her for the real world, or taught her about boundaries and societal norms, and as a result, she never matured at the same rate as her peers. She entered adulthood
what the fuck was that?
Into society and unready to find employment or take care of herself, sometimes not even recognising when she needed to use the bathroom, which has resulted in various accidents over the years.
Accidents, huh?
After high school, Chris
Very
enrolled on
interesting.
a college course on computer-aided drafting and design. She didn't make many, if any, friends in college, and started spending more of her free time creating
Some quality content right here, actually.
They started out pretty average,
Quality
but
content.
became more and more personal to Chris. Eventually, she was clearly using the comics
review,
as a coping
yeah.
mechanism by inserting herself into them and characters based off other real people. Some of the storylines were inspired by real events, but she rewrote what actually happened to reflect how she wanted the interaction to go, or to make other people seem like the villains. In February 2003, Chris was kicked out of a college class following a dispute with her teacher. She claims this was because of her autism, which was almost becoming a crutch to excuse her inappropriate behaviour, a method learned from her parents, who basically taught her how to use autism as a pass to get what she wanted. In reality, it may have had something to do with her verbally attacking classmates and making
I want
racist
everything
remarks.
off the internet
After
now.
she was ejected from class, she cried, but there was no one to comfort her. Chris decided it was time to find herself a girlfriend, or
fuck?
sweetheart, as she called it, and so began the love quest. It didn't go particularly well.
Yeah, I know a
Every
little
girl
bit. I know
she
a little
spoke
bit.
to already had a boyfriend, leading her to believe that only a very tiny percentage of women were boyfriend-free, as she called it. This is known as the infinitely high boyfriend factor. The first time Chris became aware of this may have been when she found out that her childhood friend Sarah had a boyfriend after developing a crush on her. This realization was almost phobic to her and prevented her from finding the courage to approach women, let alone strike a conversation. This also caused her to really start hating men because they were taking all the women that fit her strict criteria.
Oh,
Said
right,
criteria
right.
included that they had to be aged between 18 and
Okay.
the age that Chris was at the time. This went on for a few years. They had to be
Blonde or brunette?
boyfriend-free,
All right.
average to slim build, white, employed in a relatively well-paying job, and not autistic. As she suffered an almost paralyzing fear of
No
approaching
smoking or
women,
drinking.
she came up with some interesting ways to attempt to attract someone. She would sit in a public place for hours, sometimes pacing back and forth, holding a sign stating that she was looking for a female companion. Unsurprisingly,
The fuck?
women weren't exactly falling at her feet, and she ended up getting into trouble for loitering and soliciting. Her unusual methods and
What the
threatening
fuck?
behaviour was condemned by the dean at the college, who expelled her for 1 year. She returned and obtained an
Hold on a
associate's
minute.
degree in 2006.
The fuck am I looking at?
Went even more
Hold on,
downhill
Sweets
from
just
here.
re-upped the membership. Thank you. That is 3 months
Chris's
support. Thank
degree
you.
would end up being a big waste of
Big
time,
up Soma, and then it says
considering
this
she
OIC
never used
document
it
is
to
great.
get a
Now I need to
job,
take a
and
sip.
she
Forget the
began
horse.
claiming welfare soon after leaving college.
Well, thank you, and I
After
agree. Thank you.
college, her life consisted solely of drawing Sonichu, playing
Big
video
up, Sweets,
games,
thank you.
and focusing on her love quest. She created some Sonichu medallions, one of which of the character Sonichu, and she was rarely ever seen without it around her neck.
Oh my
As I
god, look at
already
this picture right
mentioned,
here.
Chris wasn't exactly prepared for adult life, partly due to her autism, but partly
That's
due to
only-
her
oh my
parents
God.
enabling her. She was always quite childlike, and throughout the years spent thousands of dollars on kids' toys. She was into My Little Pony, and years later began attending BronyCon.
A little pony, huh?
She
You
also
don't
had
say.
some pretty controversial views. She was religious, as her parents were, and was also very homophobic, though seemingly not as a result of religion, as she only realised that the Bible condemns homosexuality after seeing an episode of Family Guy.
Not a proud ally, huh?
Of the wrong orientation are using the S brand, by which I mean particularly the homosexuals.
For some reason,
Okay.
Chris had a bee in her bonnet relating to Asperger's syndrome. She didn't seem to really understand what it is, but has repeatedly stated that it is nothing like autism, and she thinks people with Asperger's
You need
are
a sip of
stealing
gin.
the limelight from people with autism. While Chris doesn't necessarily seem inherently racist, she is clearly racially ignorant and has made insensitive comments in the past, as well as stereotyping characters
Looking like
in her
what the?
comics, and she also did blackface at one point.
Ah.
But there is a clear distinction in the way she views gay people and people of other races. She made
Okay.
it clear her sweetheart needs to be white, but that seems more related to a dream she had prophesizing a daughter named Crystal who was white, so it made sense that the mother would also be white. Chris held many delusional beliefs, one being that he had over 1 billion fans,
The
and that
fuck?
Sonichu was more popular than Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings.
Oh, really?
Most of Chris's time was spent inside, though she would visit a local game and card shop, where she met Megan Schroeder in 2005.
Dude, she looks really
Chris
uncomfortable.
almost instantly developed a crush on her, but she wasn't interested in being anything
You
more than
don't
friends,
say.
as she claimed to have recently been through a bad breakup. The pair became close friends, but Chris constantly pushed boundaries and basically harassed Megan, believing that she would eventually change her mind. Emails between the pair have
Oh,
surfaced
boy.
where Megan
I'm not gonna
repeatedly
read all
tells
this
Chris
shit.
she isn't looking for a boyfriend and just wants to be friends with her. She initially declines very politely and eventually has to be more blunt with her, but still handles the situation better than most would. She mentions that Chris keeps getting too close and touching her, and describes her advances as sexual harassment. Most of Chris's emails are missing, but it's clear that she is not taking no for an answer and has no regard for Megan's feelings about the
Sailor Moon,
situation.
My Little Pony, what the fuck?
In 2007, Chris entered a competition, hoping to win the prize that included a trip for two to Seattle.
Seattle?
She wanted to whisk Megan away, but she didn't win, and found out that Megan wouldn't have gone with her anyway. 2007 was also the year that the internet discovered Chris. One of her Sonichu pictures was posted on 4chan, and it didn't take long for the artist to be identified. From there, pages were dedicated to her on the website Something
Reject,
Awful
yeah.
and on Encyclopedia Dramatica, or ED. This would be the first time that Chris would be exposed to a large number of people who weren't going to enable her or make allowances due to her condition, and they were ruthless. Chris didn't exactly help herself. She uploaded a YouTube video attempting to convince ED to take down the page on her, but when that didn't work, she decided to reveal a lot of embarrassing information.
Oh, the memory overload.
Oversharing is a common occurrence
Yeah.
throughout this. Trolls are going to troll regardless, but Chris rarely fed them the bait, and often included photographic or video proof behind even the more bizarre details.
Oh,
She
no.
shared an inappropriate picture that she'd drawn of her and Megan, which was the straw that broke the camel's back in that relationship.
Not a good idea, man.
By 2008, if she hadn't already, Chris was really starting to get desperate in her search for a sweetheart, even posting on Yahoo Answers for advice on how to get a boyfriend-free girl. One of the answers recommended that she get rid of the signs she used in public, to which Chris replied, asking if the commenter would be her sweetheart boyfriend-free girl.
Oh, God.
Chris's love quest took a temporary, unexpected turn when she found herself a sweetheart.
What would you do for a
named Blanca.
PS3?
Only it turned out she wasn't even a real person.
What will you do
but
for a
rather bunch
Klondike
of
bar?
trolls operating under one fake account. For simplicity's sake, and because Chris didn't believe she was being catfished by multiple people, even when it was glaringly obvious, we'll refer to the trolls collectively as Blanca. Blanca sent multiple photos
Blanca?
of herself, which were actually various different women, but Chris didn't realise because she has prosopagnosia,
Dumbass.
meaning she struggles to recognise faces. She claims to have spent a significant
Oh, yeah,
amount
they're the
of
same
time
person.
staring
Oh,
into
yeah.
a mirror when she was younger, just to be able to recognise her own face.
Interesting.
Blanca convinced Chris to send nudes, which were published online
Nudes.
in September 2008.
Oh, boy.
Over the next few
Don't
months,
show them,
various
please.
other photos and videos
Don't
of that
show them.
nature found their way online. Icarus69, one of the trolls acting as Blanca, convinced Chris to send him the Sonichu medallion, which she did. He filmed himself cutting it up and putting it into a jar of pickles, then setting it on fire. This was traumatic for Chris.
I wanna
not
see
only
that.
because her beloved medallion had been destroyed.
See, that I wanna
but because
see.
she hated pickles due to their phallic shape. Still unaware that Blanca was not a real person, Chris seemed to go off her and soon began communicating with a new sweetheart, Panda Halo.
Alright.
She convinced Chris to send nudes, which she posted online,
Nudes.
and at one point even got Chris to agree to have sex with a dog for her enjoyment. Chris said that her breed of choice would have been a collie, like Lassie.
Wait. What the fuck was that? What?
Online, and at one point even got Chris to agree to have sex with a dog
Ah,
for her enjoyment.
okay.
Chris said that her breed of choice would have been a collie, like Lassie.
Okay.
But as far as I'm aware, she never went through with it.
Mm.
At least, I hope she never went through with it.
Yeah.
And here's where things just get wild.
Interesting.
Enter Clyde Cash.
Oh.
You know what makes me angry? this is Clyde.
Clyde is an online persona
Okay.
created by a troll with a pretty extensive
What the
storyline.
fuck?
He claimed his brother took his own life after Chris withheld publication.
The fuck am I looking at here?
Following the Encyclopedia Dramatica incident. Chris was somewhat upset to hear
What the
this,
fuck am
but
I
didn't
looking
seem
at?
too phased, and later implied that she liked having enough influence over someone that they would take their own life because of something she did.
Nice picture, bro.
Clyde, I'm sorry your brother died. Well, that doesn't mean you have to go picking on me for the cause of his death. I'm just an innocent bystander in all this.
This sparked a rivalry that would span
Don't
years.
show the picture
and things
again.
Get pretty messed up.
And this is how angry I am for every waking moment that ED page is up.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. He's punching. Oh, no. Oh,
In order to
boy.
understand the impact of Clyde and the other
No
trolls'
Jersey
actions,
Guido, yeah.
it's important to acknowledge that multiple people spent months, even years, creating numerous personas with elaborate backstories that sometimes linked the different characters, all just to troll Chris, and she rarely ever questioned it. No matter how far-fetched the fabricated events were, she naively believed everything, even when people tried to show her proof that she was being trolled. She had real difficulty telling
it off the
apart
internet.
fantasy and reality, even to the point that she believes that all fictional characters and worlds in books, movies and TV shows actually exist in a different dimension. She claimed that by the end of 2018, our dimension was supposed to merge with the other dimension.
Whoa, what the fuck was
resulting
that?
in fictional characters
Hey, what's
physically
going on in
existing
here?
this
What's
world.
happening here? Hey.
She also believes that CWCville,
Okay.
the setting she created for Sonichu, is a real place and seems to use it as a
That was a
coping
real weak
mechanism.
punch, I agree.
Anyway, the point is, Chris was very gullible and naive, and her autism was likely the main cause of that, making her an easy target. Clyde and Panda Halo made up a wild story that started with Clyde Panda
okay.
and her getting pregnant with his child, and ended with Panda vanishing and Chris assuming that she died in the Black Saturday bushfires in 2009.
Oh, the mailman.
This war is far from beyond over, Mr. Clyde.
By this point, multiple different trolls were posing as fans, sweethearts, and even enemies, and Chris was fully immersed in this fictional world, where not everyone was nice, but everything revolved around her. The next sweetheart would be Julie, who, like the rest, had quite the crazy storyline. In February 2009, Julie asked Chris to visit her in Ohio, but Chris said that she didn't want to travel such a long distance by herself, before changing her mind, but saying that she would bring her mum, Barbara, with her. A few days later, Julie's brother Max told Chris that he and Clyde Cash had kidnapped Julie, and that Chris had 5 days to rescue her.
The fuck?
Barbara had already warned Chris against meeting Julie, because she thought it was a police officer posing as an underage girl, so Chris left at 5:30 AM, taking only $50, without telling either parent,
$50.
just leaving a note. When they found the note, they called the police and filed a missing persons report.
Alright, can we? Oh my
worried
god.
She might get killed, as she had never travelled so far out of town before.
What am I looking
It's
at?
unclear whether or not the police actually looked for her. At one point, Chris accidentally locked herself out of her car, so nearby workers had to call a breakdown company to get her back in. When she arrived at the address Max had given her, there was no sign of him, Clyde or Julie, just an elderly woman who had never heard of any of them, leaving Chris no choice but to return home empty-handed. Surprisingly, Chris actually enjoyed the experience, though his parents weren't so thrilled, and threatened to kick him out if he ever travelled at all again. Within a week of this disastrous event, the truth about Julie would be revealed in a mumble chat, which went so far it was even too much for Clyde. It began with Max taunting Chris, threatening to not only sell her PlayStation account on eBay, but to give the profit to 4chan and Encyclopedia Dramatica. After insulting her throughout, and telling her she has to choose between her accounts and Julie, Max eventually orders her to chop up her medallion into pieces and literally stick it where the sun doesn't shine. And she did it. When Chris is finally allowed to talk to Julie, it is revealed that neither her or Max exist, and that they're both personas created by a user named Blue Spike. This wasn't the first time that Chris had been catfished, but this time was so much worse, as Blue Spike was actually a 13-year-old boy. Apparently not knowing that she was being catfished, Chris had literally sent nudes and inappropriate videos to a child.
Oh boy.
This is all so messed up on so many levels.
Oh boy.
Throughout this, there is so much that you could criticize Chris for, but what Blue Spike did is just so sadistic. Even at 13, you should know to draw the line way before you're convincing a severely autistic person to put things up there. It apparently didn't take much to fool Chris, and Blue Spike used his normal voice when interacting with her, which most would probably be able to identify as a young boy, but Chris claims not to have noticed. Blue Spike seemed to imply that it's unlikely that Chris didn't realise, but considering she has trouble distinguishing faces, it's possible that this also extends to voices too, but I'm not sure. While Chris didn't initially appear too fazed about the whole incident, she later said it was one of the most traumatic things that ever happened to her.
Interesting.
Other trolls were present in the chat, and most were disgusted by how far Blue Spike went. Even Clyde got real for once, and didn't exactly show sympathy towards Chris, but basically told her to get her shit together. Years later, Blue Spike has expressed regret over what he did, and acknowledges that it wasn't funny. Only a couple of weeks later, Chris was trolled yet again when she arranged a date with Emily, a journalism student. Chris stood her up the first time.
What am I looking at?
She was stressed because of her parents arguing over whether or not Emily was real or another troll. Spoiler, she was another troll. They rearranged and Chris decided to bring her 81-year-old father with her. The date didn't exactly end well after a man dressed like a pickle showed up to troll Chris. Man in the pickle suit was a persona created by one of the trolls behind Blanca and was a name used by various different trolls. Chris later said she was proud she didn't soil herself
get it, pickle,
when Man in the pickle suit appeared. In June 2009, a YouTube channel was created by someone who claimed to be the real Chris Chan, complete with the Sonichu medallion, albeit made of paper. He was eventually referred to as Liquid Chris, while the real Chris was Solid Chris. Liquid claimed that Chris's original accounts had been hacked, and an imposter was now running them. He uploaded parodies of Chris's earlier videos, and eventually, in Chris's mind where fiction and reality merge into one, Liquid was better at being Chris than Chris herself was.
Interesting.
Contests were held to determine the real Chris, and Liquid won. In Liquid's farewell message, he said he was married, employed by Nintendo and Microsoft, and referenced Ian Brandon Anderson, who he claimed had taken over Chris's accounts.
And another thing, my name is not Ian Brandon something.
It seems that there was a time where Solid Chris actually somewhat questioned whether or not she was the real Chris.
Oh my god.
And had to use logic, for once, to convince herself she was. You really can't make this stuff up.
I know, right?
In November 2010, following yet another romantic disaster, she deleted all her videos and announced that she would no longer be uploading or interacting with anyone online. A few months later though, she returned, and while it wasn't until 2014 that she came out as transgender, by this point she started to dress more feminine and referred to herself as a tomgirl. This was a pivotal moment for her, not only because it was the beginning of a totally new way of life, but it signaled the beginning of regarding her homophobic views. Barbara didn't approve though, and told her to stop wearing dresses and makeup, and even forcibly cut her hair at one point. The month after Chris's return to the internet, her father Bob died of heart failure, which sent her into a deep depression. She didn't seem as able to bounce back from the trolling after this event, leaving many to wonder if it was time to leave her be, but not everyone was so considerate. In October, Chris and Barbara were arrested and charged with trespassing, assault, and failure to stop at an accident, causing over $1,000 in damage.
Yikes.
In 2012, Chris finally lost her virginity, but no thanks to the love quest, which was, by all accounts, a catastrophe. She believed she was facing prison time due to her run-ins with the law, and hired a woman to help her cross that off her bucket list. The rest of the year, and most of 2013, was relatively uneventful, with Chris often ranting on Facebook and Twitter, looking for someone to blame for the situation she found herself in. In January 2014, Chris's house set on fire, caused by a frayed extension lead that ran from the bathroom to a coffee maker in the hallway. The unusual and unsafe placement was as a result of Barbara's hoarding habits, which resulted in areas of the home being
The
blocked.
fuck?
Chris and Barbara were okay, but sadly one of their cats died in the fire.
Oh, a cat died?
After this, their financial situation worsened, partly as a result of many poor decisions, such as Chris spending a considerable amount of money on kids' toys.
Kids'
They
toys,
begged
really?
fans for money or asked them to buy various items on eBay, including signed photos of Chris and Bob's stamp collection.
Please, can you buy Christine Chandler's merchandise to help us pay the mortgage?
In August, Chris began identifying
Alright.
as a lesbian, insisting that you can be a male
Okay.
lesbian. It wasn't until December that she announced that she was transgender. Later that month, she assaulted a GameStop employee and later caused a commotion at Walmart, ultimately resulting in a night in jail, a $541 fine, and a 6-month suspended sentence. The transgender announcement would give rise to a couple of baffling and disturbing events. Chris spent months listening to subliminal frequency hypnosis videos, which she believed would give her the result of gender reassignment surgery without the surgery, and eventually decided to make an incision in the crotch area in an attempt to free the she believed was growing inside her. Over the next couple of years, Chris's views on certain things progressed, and she apologised for her homophobic past. Barb was sued due to racking up $20,000 in debt, sparking what is known as the financial crisis, where she and Chris got even more desperate in their begging for money.
I said nothing under $1 in donations.
Okay.
No donations less than $1. We need the money.
Chris had set
We
up
need
an
the
Etsy
money.
page as an extra source of income, but she was banned after she failed to fulfill orders.
Tell him, Mom.
Oh.
We need the money
We need the money.
for food.
For food.
So I set up a GoFundMe. Help me achieve a goal of $400 to pay for everything I need.
In 2016,
$400.
she made a Facebook post defending an
$400.
relationship between a woman and her son. At one point, she openly admitted to dreaming about having sex with her mother, which was creepy enough at the time, but even more so considering recent developments in this story. At one point, they reportedly shared a bed together, and it sounds like in general they had what most people would class as an inappropriate relationship. Chris continued to overshare and rant on social media, even making death threats against Donald Trump and Mike Pence. During this time, Chris was catfished by more trolls, at one point believing she was in a relationship with Vanessa Hudgens, and eventually started interacting with another troll, the Idea Guy, soon becoming the Idea Guys, when another troll joined in. They gaslighted Chris and manipulated her by role-playing as her imaginary friends and convincing her that they had insider knowledge regarding CWCville. They brainwashed her into believing various things about herself, such as that she was half Sonny Chew, and so was her father and Ted Bundy, which naturally
So this is what mental
fueled her
illness looks
pre-existing
like, huh?
delusions. Due to Chris's almost unbelievably suggestible nature, it has even been theorized that her transgenderism was only as a result of trolls brainwashing her, implanting and reinforcing the idea in her mind over time. No one but Chris would know if this was the case or not, though. A group of people attempted to intervene and stop the Idea Guy's efforts to drive Chris further into insanity, and she eventually distanced herself, but some of the psychological damage she suffered is likely irreversible. Chris never stopped believing in CWCville and other dimensions, and when the pandemic began in 2020, she believed it was a sign of the dimensional merge she originally predicted in 2018. However, lockdown resulted in BabsCon, a My Little Pony convention, being cancelled, which led to Chris literally living as Sonny Chew for nearly a year. As in she actually seriously pretended, in real life, to be a fictional character as a coping mechanism. She abandoned the role-playing in February 2021, which more or less brings us to the current situation.
Alright.
Just a few days ago at the time of writing the notes for this video, Chris, now 39, was arrested amid allegations that she had sex with her 80-year-old mother
Oh my
who has
God.
dementia.
Oh boy.
Shortly before, a conversation between Chris and an unknown individual was recorded,
Yikes.
in which she nonchalantly described her mother on more than one occasion, saying she was partially confused at one point, then came around, but overall enjoys the relationship with Chris. Chris
Okay.
claims that Barbara initiated this contact between them.
Oh, really?
He seems to believe she's doing it for her benefit. Even if Barbara was in any position to consent, which she isn't, due to her age and mental state, and the fact that it's implied she wasn't fully conscious sometimes, it'd still make me sick to think that Chris finally found her sweetheart, and it was her mum all along. After falling down this rabbit hole, I'm left wondering if any of this could have turned out differently. It's undoubtable that the trolls contributed to a deteriorating mental state, but how far would Chris's behaviour have gone?
Oh, look at that body, baby. Bodybuilder. Bodybuilder body.
While ultimately, as individuals, we have to be held responsible for our own actions, and Chris needs to face consequences.
Whoa,
for
look at how
what she's done.
strong he
The
is.
people who tormented,
Whoa.
provoked, and even abused her online also have blood on their hands. I'm not for a second saying that to excuse anything she's allegedly done. It's unforgivable if true. But we're talking about a severely autistic person who on many occasions has demonstrated that they are extremely immature, don't know right from wrong, and that they are very easily manipulated and brainwashed, not only by people in their life, but strangers on the internet too. From the second Chris was old enough to display such behaviour, she was enabled and in some ways even egged on by her family.
Oh, man.
She never really had a chance. While I don't agree with many of her prior views or actions, I genuinely felt bad for her before this. I can't imagine how awful it would be to have autism, plus other psychological conditions, to repeatedly put your trust in people and they just manipulate you and try to make you crazy. If Chris did do what she's accused of, and what she's admitted to, which is still a big if, as I could just as much buy that this is all a fantasy that only exists in Chris's head, this wasn't totally unpredictable. The relationship between Chris and Barbara was clearly unhealthy and inappropriate for a long time.
Oh, man.
So what's next for Chris?
Good question.
Honestly, it doesn't look good. If she gets convicted, even if no other charges are added, such as she faces up to 10 years in prison. When she's out, or in her current situation if she never goes to prison, she may well have nowhere to live, as Barbara will likely go into a nursing home, paid for by the house being sold. It's unlikely any family would take her in, and she has no friends to help her out either. Her best hope is some kind of assisted living facility, as it's next to impossible that she would be able to support herself living independently.
Oh my god. They
There
played this like
have been
3
a couple of moments
times.
where it seemed like Chris might turn a corner, but if she is guilty of the recent accusations, that would be an all-time low.
Oh, man.
And at the age
Oof.
she's at now, I don't see how she could unlearn such detrimental and deep-rooted behaviour. We'll just have to wait and see where legal proceedings take her, as for now she's currently in jail, awaiting her next hearing on the 16th of September, and it's unclear how she intends to plead.
Alright, good video. Good video.
I'd be interested to hear your thoughts in the comments. Have you followed the Chris Chan story, and do you
This
have
is
anything
pretty,
else to give, sir?
Pretty
If
good.
you enjoyed the
A lot of
video,
info
please
and
consider liking
not very long. I like
subscribing.
that.
Huge thank you to my patrons, whose names are on screen now. I really appreciate your support.
So yeah, pretty good video.
Thanks for watching, and I'll
you
see
know,
you next Thursday.
the rest I saw were like fucking like 6 hours long or some shit. So this one is just 35 minutes. Actually, not that bad. And you know, it was pretty good overall. All right, but anyway, let's do something. Let's do some. Oh yeah, some Boogie.
Boogie recently announcing that he's basically broke shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, as if you follow all of his Boogie recently announcing that he's basically broke shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, as if you follow all of his incredibly poor choices made over the last 4 and a bit years, you'll understand that bankruptcy was almost unavoidable. So let's begin by looking at October 2018, in which Boogie's main source of income, his YouTube channel, slowly began to die. Up until this point, Boogie had established a reputation as an overweight yet friendly nerdy gamer who people considered charming since he was totally fine with each of his flaws. When he wasn't playing his fat Francis character, Boogie was telling wholesome stories about his personal life, with one of the more notable ones being a video titled What It's Like to Be Broke.
You mean like today?
Video, Boogie explained that he had grown up in a fairly poor environment.
So they had decent income, it's just they didn't like to spend it on us kids, at least on me.
And that as a result
guilt
of that,
tripping
he
going
was
on
now
here.
much wiser with his income.
Now, you know what I do with my money? Every single dime, every single penny goes into the bank, because I don't ever want to live that way I get.
Which felt both inspiring and relatable, especially since Boogie highlighted that he now only spent money on things that would improve his videos.
Like food, for example.
Every dime to buy better computer equipment, to get better. And after just a year and a half, I was able to go off because I started earning my YouTube income.
This desire to improve the content unsurprisingly resulted in better uploads. By early 2014, Boogie passed 1 million subscribers before uploading a new video simply titled How Much Money Does Boogie 2988 Make, which felt like yet another wholesome yet modest upload, which had clearly been made with the goal of helping his audience.
I want to make sure you have the tools in mind so that you fully understand how much income we already have coming in and make an educated decision of whether or not you ever want to participate in that kind of thing.
Boogie went on to politely imply that he was making over $100,000 per year from YouTube, which didn't include third-party income like Patreon.
So let's take, for example, a YouTube channel similar to mine that's bringing in 10 million views per month. If a YouTube channel is bringing in 10 million views per month, divide that by 1,000, you've got 10,000. Multiply that by $1, and you'll have a really good idea of how much ad revenue that channel is bringing in.
And that if you counted his YouTube channel as an asset, he himself was worth more than $1 million.
Boogie, are you a millionaire? Well, it depends on how you calculate millionaire. If you include my YouTube channel as it is, yes. After 3 more years, I'll have earned by then $1 million total in YouTube ad revenue.
This was followed by Boogie reassuring his audience that all of the money was being used wisely.
The majority of the money we make goes into the bank. We do not live very large by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, obviously, I'm large, but we do not spend a grotesque amount of money.
Which led to more positive comments such as, wild guess, but he's very rich now. He deserves it. He's one of the only YouTubers that didn't let the money and fame get to his head. He's still just as humble and cool as when he started.
Oh yeah, he sure is.
Boogie. You're one of the realest, most transparent YouTubers out there, and please know that your fans appreciate it. I clicked on this video randomly and I stayed to watch, and to be honest, I'm really happy this guy makes a lot of money. Don't know him, never seen his videos, but I'm just glad that he makes money. He's very humble and I respect that a lot.
Oh my god, this
positive
guy.
Sentiment toward Boogie resulted in more views, subscribers, and Patreon members, which strengthened his financial position immediately, whilst also giving him the chance to stream on Twitch, opening up another source of income which kept him financially stable during the adpocalypse.
I will be fine. Losing my YouTube ad revenue will hit us pretty hard, but I've
hit us.
income.
Things were going so well for Boogie that in August of 2017, he paid for weight loss surgery.
Who's this we?
Everything went well. The surgery went way better than I had expected. The doctor did it in a very short period of time.
However, while this would initially improve Boogie's health dramatically,
I'm 110 pounds down since the pre-op diet, and then I've lost 7.5 inches from my waistline.
It would eventually contribute to him going broke in an unexpected way. Boogie explained in a video that for married people, the weight loss surgery tremendously increases the likelihood that you'll end up getting divorced.
Interesting.
The surgery and the recovery from it is really, really hard on a marriage. 85% of marriages fail after the surgery within the first 2 years.
He added that in the lead up to the surgery, his marriage was already in a rough spot.
Our marriage was far from perfect. One major issue that was persistent throughout the entire marriage, and that was my anxiety disorder.
And as a result of him now being in a healthier condition, his wife suggested that they should divorce.
She told me that she was thinking about separating now that I was out of the surgery and now that I was nice and healthy. We talked about it and decided that she should take a break. 2 weeks into that, she called up and said that she had made her decision, that she wanted things to be a more permanent change, and that we should start moving in that direction.
Boogie explained that his wife was extremely generous in the divorce, having stated that she wanted far less than 50% of the finances.
And she's like, I want enough to where I know I'm going to be taken care of. And I'm like, okay. So she gave me a number, and I'm like, but that's not half.
More?
It wasn't half of what we were worth.
It was less.
It was less.
However, as a result of the law, Boogie ended up giving her half of what he had anyway.
She's legally entitled to 50% of everything we own. You make sure it's half, so she has no recourse moving forward.
While Boogie's financial position had taken a pretty substantial hit, his audience was still cheering for him with comments such as, I hope this is the birth of a new Boogie, a healthy Boogie, no baggage.
A new
just
beggar.
A happy, healthy, outgoing Boogie. However, after his marriage would officially come to an end, the opposite of this happened.
My brain is kind of in a situation where it's just chaos all the time. It's just chaos. This emotional stew in my brain all the time of positive feelings, negative feelings, numbness, frustration, and anger, you know.
Not only had the split resulted in a massive blow to Boogie's mental health, but throughout the process, the storytime rambling videos, which were once uplifting, inspirational, and designed to help his viewers, began to feel like they were being made with the goal of receiving sympathy from the audience. Additionally, Boogie's positive can-do attitude, where he wanted to invest his savings into making excellent content for the viewers, had transformed into this complete lack of confidence for the future of his channel.
And I'm not smart enough to be able to figure that stuff out. I'll never be good at titles. I'll never be good at thumbnails. I'm not even that good at video creation.
Leading him to develop an attitude of just wanting to get by as opposed to wanting to grow his audience.
As long as my rent is paid, as long as my mortgage is paid, it as long as I can keep the lights on, as long as I can support myself and the people that I currently employ. Hey, I'm happy with that.
The final video related to his divorce in which Boogie explained that he now fully owned his house again happened to have been uploaded in October 2018, which was the very same month where Boogie began to lose subscribers.
Oh, here we go.
He addressed in a video titled State of the Channel 2019, in which he mentioned that the breakup had a significant impact on the channel's viewership.
2018, as we've talked about, was one of the roughest years of my life, and it really showed here on the channel.
Before going on to state that the Storytime Pity Party videos were also impacting the channel negatively.
I know, just complain and whine and just be miserable. Sharing who and what I am has been counterproductive in quite a bit in the last year or so. Mostly when it comes to the mental issues, the anxiety, the depression, stuff like that.
Boogie would conclude the video by stating that he was very excited about the future.
I'm feeling a lot better, and I'm very engaged and excited about what we will be doing here on the channel.
However, only 3 days after this video was uploaded,
3 days later,
a now infamous mega thread would be posted to Reddit, which would go on to significantly impact Boogie's reputation.
Sugar babies.
It was titled The Hidden Truth Boogie Doesn't Want You to Know, and it featured over 5,000 words, showcasing that Boogie wasn't exactly the nice guy he tried to portray.
Lucy
the thread
Fox.
brought up topics such as his behavior on stream, various edgy comments he had made over the years, as well as the way he acted in his marriage, with commenters stating this document is up there with the Constitution and the Magna Carta. However, the thread was posted to a fairly unknown subreddit, and if Boogie had simply ignored the thread, people likely would have forgotten about it, although this isn't what would happen. Boogie instead decided to wage a war against the person who began the mega thread.
I started a war. This guy has been coming at me for 5 years.
Before going on to complain about the criticism in countless
nice picture.
videos.
This subreddit has been actively attacking me and going through everything I've ever said and ever done on the internet for the last 3 years.
Just 2 years prior, in 2017, Boogie was handling criticism much more effectively, even stating that some of the points were valid.
A lot of people have been discussing me over the past couple weeks. I've been on the front page of Reddit, and they tend to discuss me in a negative light, which is reasonable.
And obviously, Boogie's new 2019 strategy of trying to stop the criticism only led to more criticism.
Of
3 months after the mega thread was posted, Boogie would upload a new video titled Taking a Break, I Give Up, You Guys Win, in which he'd state that he needed a short break as a result of being anxious and nervous. With fewer uploads and a declining reputation, his monthly subscriber count began to fall off a cliff, losing 5,000, 14,000, 28,000, before losing another 42,000 in August 2019, representing a decline of more than 100,000 subscribers in only 4 months.
That's a
Rather
lot.
than improving the content, Boogie ramped up the complaints and apologies, which not only led to a decrease in views from an average of 10 million per month to 2 million per month, but it
That's
also
a big
led
drop.
to comments from his audience such as, I used to watch every video before. For me, you were like the Mr. Rogers of YouTube. Soft, understanding, and compassionate. Lately, it had just been apologies and complaining. I miss the old content, not because of Francis or gaming or whatever, but because of that person. Despite Boogie's clear decline in his views, subscribers, and income, his spending habits hadn't changed one bit, as midway through this collapse, he announced that he was taking on a $100,000 loan to purchase a Tesla.
I ended up buying the X. I still haven't got it fully financed yet. I'm having to finance it, obviously.
Oh my god, I just put myself $100,000 in debt.
My car payment's $1,700 a month or something like that. That's more money than I make on Twitch. That's like half of my YouTube revenue this month.
Boogie then made a tweet about how expensive the car was, giving him another opportunity to make himself look like an idiot.
I tweeted out that I was not going to be able to afford this car.
Reddit and Twitter lost their minds. Oh, are you trying to manipulate people into giving you money?
The answer is yes. Give me some money. If you guys want to help me pay for my Tesla, please go ahead and dig deep. I sure would like a free Tesla. Reach down in your pockets and give me $100,000 tonight.
Which becomes even worse after he'd mentioned that he still
Damn, right into the microphone. Holy shit.
The house is worth $300,000. I still owe $200,000 in the house.
And that he knew the Tesla was going to decline in value over time.
But that car is just going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper as it goes.
In the year that followed, Boogie's Patreon members almost halved, from 120 down to 65, partially as a result of him taking long breaks from creating content.
You'll notice that for the last 3 weeks, I've really not been updated. I have not
Chris,
streamed in 3 weeks.
Which accompanied the transformation of his comment section from a once positive place full of supporters to a wasteland of negativity full of detractors. It's incredible how openly money-oriented this guy is. This guy talks looks like a minister from some cheesy, scammy late-night ministry where you're supposed to send a $50 check for good luck. Imagine this guy would win the lottery. He'd be broke within 12 months, which would eventually turn out to be somewhat accurate.
That's
After
true,
his back and forth with Frank Hassel in early 2021,
this guy.
Boogie had to shell out a bunch of money for legal fees.
Let me point out just how expensive all of this was. And obviously, I took money out of my bank account and I paid for it out of pocket. This cost tens of thousands of dollars to fight.
Which also resulted in Boogie producing less content.
I was advised by everyone to live stream less, to make less YouTube videos.
Wait, what?
To say less things that could be taken out of context and used against me before we had a result, because you know from Reddit and 4chan that that's what they like to do to me. But that cost me a small fortune and lost wages and lost ad revenue as well.
However, thankfully,
So you gotta
according
step
to
it
a
up
video
then.
titled I Am Finally Rich,
Oh
How
my
Crypto
God.
Made Me Rich, Boogie apparently had no financial problems whatsoever. In the video, he explained that back in 2019, Boogie had taken a massive gamble
Money.
by purchasing a
What the
bunch of
fuck? Money.
cryptocurrency, and by early 2021, he had quadrupled his money.
I basically took every dime I had in liquid funds and invested it in a huge gamble. I invested pretty much everything I had into cryptocurrency. I
Crypto?
invested all the way back here, and yeah, that's where we currently are with that market. So to say that I doubled my money is an understatement. In fact, I did more than that.
Boogie
But then he
tried to
didn't-
pathetically
yeah.
coax his audience into trying to give him more money.
Never feel pressured to get one of those memberships down below. Never feel pressured to subscribe on Twitch. Never feel pressured to make a donation or interact with one of my sponsors. Never feel pressured to buy a t-shirt.
Before going on to state that he planned on taking the money out of crypto to put it into a safer investment.
And that's if I don't take the money and invest it in something that will make me money, which I am most certainly going to do.
However, as highlighted by almost every comment, the video aged incredibly poorly. Because only a year after posting it, Boogie uploaded a new video titled I Need Your Help, in which he explained that he had lost almost all of his money to the crypto market. And now
Why didn't he pull the money out? Take the money out.
This is a video I've dreaded making. You know, I spent a tremendous amount of money on dumb things. But the biggest issue is that I had a nice big nest egg, but I put my money in the crypto market in the wrong section, and I pretty much lost most of everything.
This is the most interesting case study, watching someone who hasn't had to work in over a decade finally have to go back to work. I remember him saying, "Don't worry about me. I'm financially secure to the point that if I stop making videos tomorrow, I can live comfortably for the rest of my life."
Oh, he actually said
Just
that?
remember that the reason this video was filmed in his garden is because if it was filmed in his office,
Yeah,
we'd all be able
exactly.
to see his thousands of dollars worth of arcade machines,
Yep,
magic
that's why.
cards, and
Yep.
gaming memorabilia. While it's almost impossible to find a
Just
single
like Phil,
positive
in the
comment
office,
on
yeah.
the entire video, Boogie would receive $1,109 in donations. However, this small figure was certainly at the expense of his dignity and reputation. Boogie hasn't seen a single month of positive subscriber growth since May of 2019, almost 4 years ago, and with no clear desire to change any of his daily habits, it's unlikely that his YouTube channel or financial situation will see any kind of recovery anytime soon.
Oh, that's it. It just ends like that. All right, pretty good video. It's from Sunny D. All right, next one. We're taking a look at The Painful Life of King Cobra JFS. Not too long. Not too long. So what's going on, King Cobra? The fuck? Nice intro. Whoa! What was that? Oh.
Really? I got cock blocked by my own dummy. Stay the fuck in my hand, you piece of shit! I'm so good at guitar, it's a wonder I'm not swimming in pussy right now. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
Oh, son of a bitch.
The dying embers of rock and roll still burn in Casper, Wyoming. In a gloomy apartment.
Damn, that
with the
hair
aroma
though.
of stale ale and sweat
Yeah, that's when you gotta
clinging to the
shave,
tattered
man. That's
carpet.
it.
But it never had to end up like this.
Oh.
That's gross.
Joshua Saunders was born prematurely in 1991.
When I was a baby, I wasn't fully developed.
Back when he had hair,
I
wow.
wasn't developed and shit like that. So, here's a picture of me in the, God damn it. Here's a picture of me in the incubator when I was a baby.
Unfortunately, his parents split when he was only very young. The situation became even more dire when Joshua's mother abandoned him, leaving him feeling dejected and confused.
I actually found a picture of my biological mom. Last time we saw each other, we went to this little pizza restaurant and ate there, and we were like strangers.
Alright.
However, amid these challenging circumstances, Joshua was fortunate enough to have the support and love of his dad and stepmother. Being autistic, Joshua would have a hard time fitting in at school. Throughout his teens, he got into rock music as a way of escape. He started learning the guitar and dreamt of following in the footsteps of his idol, Ozzy Osbourne.
Ozzy Osbourne, yeah.
In 2011, he started posting videos on YouTube in his late teens. Fresh-faced Josh was much more mild-mannered and personable. With
He
his
had
videos
hair back in the day, yeah.
talking about his daily life, from being in school, relationships, religion, as well as his musical aspirations. One of the things Joshua has been consistent with is his music, putting out several of his albums on YouTube over the last decade.
What the fuck was that? Okay. He's a...
While at Job Corp, he met his first girlfriend,
Okay.
Stephanie, whom appeared in the background of his early videos a few times. But this relationship ended when both cheated on each other.
Oh,
With
they
his
both
online
cheated.
fame
Okay.
growing, in 2014, Joshua became the subject of an online documentary by a filmmaker named Trap.
And I can remember too, I had to piss really bad, so I started peeing all over the dead antelope. After I'd farted on it several times. I fucked up at Job Corps. You have a chance to make something of yourself. You know, I'm taking the harder route here, trying to get famous on YouTube, so...
The documentary follows Joshua as he goes about his day in Casper, Wyoming.
Interesting, I did not know
In
this.
recent years, his streams have been reduced to him drinking and making horrible food concoctions, as well as opening troll gifts from viewers.
Is that Pepto-Bismol?
Suck it!
The fuck?
I just spilled the entire fucking drink combination I had! I'll smoke you!
The fuck? King Clown. Oh. Oh, KFC, there you go. Oh. Oh. The fuck? Is that a Whopper?
Yeah, fuck my asshole trolls.
Oh.
Oh yeah! You try not to poke your eye.
Fuck you!
Oh god. Oh.
All while begging for donations as a way of income, as his spending has racked up large
Yeah,
credit
he did.
card
So,
debts.
yeah.
Negative $23.97. How the fuck am I negative $23.97 in my PayPal? God
PayPal?
damn it. Well, time for Cobra to make some money.
So we got an eBay then?
Well, there you go. I got my OnlyFans created. No, there will be no dick pics on my OnlyFans. What you'll be seeing is me dancing in the cock holster, me playing guitar in the cock holster, me doing shirtless pics and flexing, you know. Why no dick pics? I'm gonna have to charge out the wazoo for those.
Josh is always on the lookout for that special someone to share his life with.
Cobra, what's your ideal woman? Well, first of all, of age, alive, cisgendered, consenting, non-related, and at least a 4 or above on the good looks scale. Like if she's a 6 on her best day, you know.
The
kind of
fuck?
thing.
Really?
Preferably someone who is 21 and up. That's as low as I go, is 21. You could realistically date an 18-year-old because it's legal, but it's not as fun because you can't take them out for a drink. Alright.
Josh's next girlfriend served as an appropriate metaphor for the way his life was heading.
The fuck? What am I looking at? Oh.
Wow. That was kind of sexy. Hell
What?
yeah.
This seemed to make a
What did I
positive
just
effect on
see?
Josh, who commented
What the
that he loves
fuck?
her and wants to meet her.
What the
This
fuck
love
was
story
that?
only lasted a couple of weeks.
What the fuck
During
just
one of
happened?
Josh's streams, a troll impersonated him and told 911 that he was going to shoot his wife and children. This resulted in police.
Oh my
storming his
god, dude.
apartment with
Oh
guns.
my god. Oh. I don't know what's going on here. Hey, what's up? Cops? Oh, she had a lot of KFC apparently. That's why. Oh, getting swatted? Yeah. The fuck? You can't control that door. Apple says no, hell no. He's got a torch. What the?
The apartment in which Josh had lived in for several years had seen its fair share of abuse. But after the landlord found out Josh had used a blowtorch inside, he decided to evict him. Joshua's dad broke the news.
Yes, Dad.
The fuck? She got a lot of beans.
No, I don't, Dad.
I see.
Okay. No, I don't need counseling. I just need to make smarter decisions. Alright, Dad, thanks for letting me know. Man, I really like this apartment too, but unfortunately, YouTube, I'm being
Evicted? Yeah.
I guess using the torch to light the hookah was a bit of a disconcern.
Then Josh's first girlfriend Stephanie popped back up to add salt to the wound, doing a watch along to one of his cooking videos.
That's not gravy. That's oil and milk and flour.
The hell's he cooking?
Oh, it's so clumpy and gross. Ah. Do you have to pile cheese on everything so you don't have to taste what you're cooking? Is that why you always use cheese and ranch? Oh, God, that looks so gross.
What am I looking
God,
at?
It makes my stomach churn. Oh.
I think she's trying way. She's trying way too hard.
In anticipation, he's gotta watch it look nice and bubbly. Yeah. So glad I
Yeah,
have
clean it up. Yeah.
Get with shitty people anymore. Yay.
Joshua slipped further into degeneracy as he spent a night in the cells
What
after
the
being
hell?
arrested for public intoxication and
Uh-oh.
smoking a cigarette.
He became
in front of the gas
hungry.
pumps at the gas station.
Hey YouTube, it's Gothic King coming to you with another Guitar Insights. And today is Ozzy Osbourne's birthday. Yeah, go Ozzy! Woo!
The tale of Cobra is a classic one of a dream of stardom fizzling into something sadly comic. Despite his longing for the life of a rock star, the
Oh my
reality of
God, I don't
Josh's
want to see
situation
that.
is a far cry from his wild aspirations.
You disgusting animal.
Rather, it is one
You
of his
disgust
best
me.
behavior endlessly live streamed for the world to see, garnering little more than a mixture of ridicule and
He
pity.
really likes that fucking alcohol.
It's a cautionary tale of ambition gone wrong, and yet one we can all relate to. Rock and roll is dead.
Rock and roll, brother. Rock and roll. Rock and roll for life. For life. A pretty good video overall. Again, not very long, right? And now I know more about this hobgoblin over here. Gollum. Looks like Gollum, actually. Yep, Gollum. Alright, well. Next one we've got, let me see here. I've got two more actually. And then I guess we just do some more Phil stuff, I guess. Let me see here. We've got, hold on. Yeah, it's called The Tragic Transformation of Nicocado Avocado. What we got here?
So without further ado,
look who's here.
So without further ado, let's make some mac and cheese. Here we go.
Mac and cheese.
I have gained weight, and I don't even know why.
You don't know why?
You guys know my weight's been
Oh.
spiraling out of control.
Oh my God.
because my life is a disaster.
There's no cure.
This food's right in your brain. I miss the old Nick. Yada 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 yada.
Mukbang.
Yada 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 yada. TikTok.
Clown? Oh my god.
Approximately 2 weeks ago, while sitting in his $2.3 million penthouse apartment, Nikocado Avocado would upload a video weighing himself to his channel with over 2.5 million subscribers.
Alright.
352. I think not.
His weight of 352 pounds is in stark contrast to his beginning weight of between 150 and 160 pounds.
Oh wow.
When I started mukbangs, I was 150 pounds. Maybe
150. Wow.
Can't really remember.
When he was a modest vegan living a fairly simple life in Colombia. He'd moved there way back in 2014 after meeting his then boyfriend Orlin in a vegan Facebook group for men, but problematically, Nikocado Avocado didn't have much to do in Colombia, so he began to upload videos of himself to the YouTube website, playing violin and discussing the many aspects of veganism.
This is my first ever mukbang. Mukbang, mukbang, I actually don't know how to pronounce it, but anyways,
where he would state that prior to becoming a vegan, he considered himself somewhat overweight.
Most people that watch my channel know that I'm vegan.
That's true, Cerberus.
Almost 4 years, like another month or two will be like 4-year mark. Totally changed my life. I used to be obeso. I used to be like this.
While it was certainly a benefit that veganism helped Nikocado lose weight and was assisting him in staying thin, as he continued to maintain the vegan diet, it would go from a blessing to a curse.
I rotted a tooth. I had low B12 deficiency. I developed hypoglycemia. I don't know if it's directly related to the veganism, but I never had that before.
At a later date, Nikocado explained that being vegan had resulted in numerous immediate health issues. In addition to this, Nikocado explained that he found the 2016 online vegan
it's so weird seeing him
to be
skinny.
extremely toxic.
Why do vegans have to make everything about veganism? Why? There's so much more to life than veganism.
And as a result, he ended up renouncing his vegan status and leaving the community of vegan YouTubers.
No other community have I ever seen it like this. I thought it was they're all vegans, but it's just vegans in general on YouTube. I gotta leave, you guys.
After a 1 month break, the first of many non-vegan mukbang videos would show up on the Nikocado Avocado channel, and while he had made the decision to begin eating meat, he would still maintain a relatively clean diet, often inclusive of vegetables and rice.
One red onion, carrots, minus that green one, which we don't use, broccoli, cauliflower, fresh peas.
Nikocado Avocado stuck out like a sore thumb as a mukbanger, because in the beginning, the video type was almost entirely dominated by females. Additionally, Nikocado would almost always have his pet parrot sit on his shoulder while he ate, the absurdity of which assisting him in standing out from the crowd. When discussing his first mukbang video, Nikocado Avocado would state, "My very first mukbang got like 50,000 views in a couple of weeks, which was a lot for me at the time, and everyone was asking, when's the next mukbang, which ultimately resulted in the continuation of the series." However, as mukbangs became the dominant video type on his channel, his weight would begin to steadily increase. In The Psychology of Mukbang Watching, published in January 2020, the study found that the viewer's vicarious pleasure demanded a large quantity of unhealthy food to be consumed. And from a relatively uninformed outsider's perspective, the meta seems to be the bigger the better. No one wants to spend 2 minutes watching someone eat a bowl of cereal. The most popular videos go for more than half an hour and include ridiculously oversized portions.
A lot of food,
the reason for which
basically.
being because it creates connection and possibly even a guilt-free environment, seeing other people eat very large portions of unhealthy food messily and open to public. For this reason, Nikocado Avocado began to eat more and more in every single video posted to the channel.
There's 45 here. We're gonna see how many we can eat. So.
Oh, 45.
Let's die. Let's
Two animals. Well, three with the guy in the back.
Out many of the clean, relatively healthy meals in exchange for fast food. Seeing
Fast
examples
food. Burger
such as
King,
ex-vegan
Taco
eats
Bell.
burger for the first time in 10 years, which was followed by 3 other fast food mukbangs and a 10,000 calorie challenge. 7 months after switching to full-time mukbang videos, Nikocado Avocado seemed to naively believe that he had maintained his original weight of 160 pounds. However, while doing a mukbang at
the Heart Attack Grill,
Las Vegas, Nikocado Avocado would step on their scale, at which point he would be confronted with reality.
So let's see how much I weigh. I don't even know. I think 160, maybe 160. Weigh yourself here. So we're gonna step right up.
Uh-oh.
That has to be wrong. You guys, I'm 200 pounds.
He really thought he hadn't gained any weight? Really?
When revisiting
What
the
the
article
fuck?
discussing the psychology of
What
mukbang
the
watching,
hell?
the authors also claim that mukbang videos affect viewers' perception of food consumption and thinness because mukbangers who are very thin and slim consumed very large portions of food and did not gain weight, which is without a doubt the spell that Nikocado
Yeah, I'm
Avocado
still
had
160,
found himself
guys.
under.
What the
Being
fuck?
a naturally skinny guy who had seen others doing large mukbangs without gaining any weight might have convinced him that he was immune to growing his very own large beer belly.
right,
But
right,
when
right.
you're at the point of eating 10,000
Pringles.
calorie meals for your channel, your quote-unquote fast metabolism isn't going to be there to
That's
save you.
correct,
The problem
exactly,
is that
yeah.
rather than seeing this as a genuine issue and an indication that he might want to slow down on the insane portion sizes, Nikocado Avocado would simply integrate it into his content with the goal of gaining more views. He would
he
upload
was
2
loving
videos
that.
shortly after becoming conscious of his weight,
Don't know
stating,
why.
"I'm getting fat and I don't know why," as well as "say hello to my double chin," where he would unironically state that he thought it was just stress or water weight and that food wasn't the
Water
problem.
weight.
I'm hoping, I'm praying that this is just water weight.
Water weight, right.
That this is water weight and it comes off in like a week.
Yes, sir, Bruce,
Just
yeah.
Not being so stressed. Because stress is our #1 killer. That's not our #1 killer.
Oh my god.
Chips? No. Our #1 killer is stress.
Also believing that his weight gain was some kind of medical mystery.
There's a medical mystery going on. There
A
is
medical
something
mystery?
chemically imbalanced in me. I should probably go get my thyroid checked.
Which were both pathetic justifications for the reality, being that he was simply eating too much food.
Exactly.
Nikocado Avocado concluded the video by stating,
You better enjoy it while it lasts, because I tell you, it will not last. I'm gonna find a way to lose this weight.
However, with the same diet, the mindset
Dunkin'
that it was
Donuts.
stress or water weight or a medical mystery, and yet another 10,000 calorie challenge only 3 videos later, obviously the weight gain continued. But it wasn't only his weight that was causing him health problems.
What's going on
Nikocado
with
Avocado would upload
the
a video
fuck?
simply titled "I'm too scared to go to the
going
hospital,"
on with
which
his eye?
in true nature of the 2017 YouTube algorithm would gain a whopping 21 million views.
The fuck's going on with
Not
that
only did this
eye?
video further assist in making Nikocado Avocado somewhat of a household name, but it also showed him that drama and talking about subjects other than mukbanging would still garner an audience as long as they involve drama. Nikocado would create a playlist or channel subsection literally titled Upset Feelings, where dramatic videos displaying the apparent problems he was having, such as specific arguments with his boyfriend, often gained substantial view counts.
Alright.
Nikocado Avocado uploaded videos such as "What My Husband Did to Me" and "I'm Getting Deported," stating later that whenever he found himself in a bad mood, his first natural inclination was to grab the camera.
Everyone already hates
Just
me
like
when
film.
I'm already dramatic. Let me just grab the camera and just like film it. So some of them are like really, really real for me.
Filming his low points became a regular occurrence on the Nikocado Avocado channel, which unfortunately included his continual weight gain. 12 months had passed since his last 206-pound weigh-in at the Heart Attack Grill.
Yeah,
but
Heart
it was
Attack Grill, yeah.
visually clear that he was now substantially heavier. So when asked about his weight in a mukbang Q&A, the result was certainly
Dude, look at all this
How much do you
food.
weigh now? Well, do you want to go? Should I weigh myself in front of you? I gotta go get the scale. Last time I checked, it was like 268. It was almost
260.
270, pretty much.
All right.
268 pounds. Nikocado Avocado was 110 pounds heavier than he had been at the start, a weight gain equivalent to the size of an average adult leopard. If he were to add another 50 pounds to that, his body weight would have doubled since the beginning. However, Nikocado was positive that he would never cross the 300-pound mark, and if he did, he guaranteed everyone that he would officially make a change.
I don't think I will ever beat 300. If I am, trust me, we're gonna make major changes.
However,
Yeah,
Nikocado
Gigo.
Avocado
Yeah.
hadn't
Me
changed
too,
his
yeah.
eating habits whatsoever and would simply continue eating larger and larger quantities,
Oh my
justifying
God.
his awful diet and overeating by stating that his body had some arbitrary stopping point where he apparently knew when he was eating too much.
My body is very comfortable eating the amount I do. Has a very strong stopping point, and if I overstuff, I notice I don't get hungry until later in the next day.
Which was obviously once again just another lie he told himself to deal with the reality of
Oh my
his
God.
own
How
situation.
much money is
To
he
assist with
spending
his
on this
mukbangs
food?
As his weight grew, Nikocado Avocado would also purchase a chair rated to hold a person who weighed up to 400 pounds.
I got the chair for 400-pound people because I said, okay, it's gonna hold. If it's holding up big people, it's gonna hold me up, definitely.
And Nikocado Avocado
Alright.
was certainly going to need this seat, as less than 12 months after claiming he'd never get to 300 pounds, he'd upload a video titled "I'm 299.9 pounds, will I finally reach 300
God
after
damn.
this meal?" This video not only showed that all of
Yeah, what's a
Nikocado
salad?
Avocado's previous claims about water weight, stress, diets, understanding his body, etc.,
He just loves to
etc.,
eat,
were
man. That's
completely
him.
wrong, but
I
it
mean, look at
also
this shit.
revealed a much darker reality.
He
had
loves to
accepted
eat.
his size and saw his weight as a joke, even going so far as to say that he now wanted to hit 300 pounds.
294.2
Found. What? Why am I losing weight? Why can't I hit 300?
In the process, Nikocado Avocado had done the actual calculations on how long it would take for him
I
to
actually
get
have
back
that
to his starting
thermos, by the
weight.
way.
Let's do some math. How long is it going to take me to lose my weight? If I have to lose 120 pounds, and I have to do 5 pounds a month, let's do 120 divided by 5. How many? 2 years? That's 24. I have to lose weight for 2 years. I'm just not gonna do it. How about that?
Just keep eating, man.
That's so much better.
Just keep
that
eating,
he'd
bro.
Past a point of no return, and it was better for him to embrace his weight for the views as opposed to going to the effort of losing it.
I'm fat and I don't care anymore. I want to get to 300, and then 400, and then 500, and then 600.
Okay.
I'm in the one that's like, who cares now? Too late. I ain't going back.
This
Ain't
unsurprisingly
going back.
caused further complications in his relationship.
Discrimination. No one discriminates that thing. Out my way, peasant. So what's next? The car's fatphobic? Is the car fatphobic?
In an interview with Men's Health,
fuck?
Nikocado explained that, unsurprisingly, his sex life had taken a hit after becoming a mukbanger.
uh-huh.
Additionally, the amount of videos in which Nikocado and Orlan argued or broke up or fought publicly increased substantially.
KFC.
The worst thing that ever happened to me. That's okay with me. I'll sleep just fine tonight with that notion. I used to be so happy without you. You were such a mistake.
However, despite
Oh,
the
Howard
monstrous weight gain
Sam.
and crumbling relationship, it was likely difficult to change his behavior as, from a financial perspective, his bank account was skyrocketing.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I sit up here in my tower and watch everyone struggle and be poor.
Hold on, what the fuck did he just say? What was that?
Difficult to change his
What was
behavior
that?
as, from a financial perspective, his bank account was skyrocketing.
You know, I sit up here in my tower and watch everyone struggle and be poor.
Yeah, he watches the poor people struggle, and excellent.
It's so entertaining. I love watching poor people. They struggle. Oh, I just need popcorn. I could sit here and watch them struggle all day.
Nikocado Avocado
Really?
announced that he'd purchased
Thanks.
a $2.3 million penthouse apartment in Las
Wow,
Vegas.
what an
after
asshole.
adding yet another 50 pounds to his
Okay.
body weight.
Finding chairs that could hold my size was such a nightmare because I'm 350 almost.
A comment on the video stating, "Enjoy your house, bro. You got not much time left."
I agree with this
perfectly
guy.
encapsulates the conundrum of Nikocado
I agree.
Avocado. It sums up the dilemma that Nikocado Avocado
Loves,
has
really?
found himself in, being the exchange of health for money, or on an even deeper level, the exchange of health for meaning.
That's
Sure,
the villain
Nikocado
arc. Oh,
Avocado could quit doing mukbangs tomorrow. He'd probably lose a bunch of weight considering his weight gain is anchored to the work, but really, like, what's he gonna do? Go back to busking with a violin in New York City?
Man,
It's
look
not
at the
really
difference.
realistic. Yet equally unrealistic is the idea that he can continue to mukbang every day without it eventually resulting in something that would take him out of the game altogether.
Alright, pretty good video. Alright, we got one more. And this is from the, hold on. Yeah, the self-destruction of LTT. Yeah, the self-destruction of Linus Tech Tips. This should be interesting. What's going on with Linus?
Tech Tips.
I like Linus. Watch his videos all the time. What's up with Linus? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know.
Linus Tech Tips is the go-to place for tech-related content.
Yeah,
It's
Linus.
been this way for many years, but is all that about to change? It seems like yet another one of those situations where someone or something you thought was too big to fail decided to prove that when it comes to the internet, no
man.
one is too big to fail.
What's going on with Linus?
The difference between us and somebody like Gamers Nexus or Hardware Unboxed is we test new components, new tests every time.
From this clip to being fact-checked by the same people that they called out, Gamers Nexus, to a ridiculous but all-time classic YouTuber apology, to some accusations of sexual harassment and
Oh
more.
boy. Oof.
So I'll skip the 3-minute intro about who Linus is, what Linus Tech Tips does as a company, and assume that you know that this is the biggest tech YouTube channel on the planet.
Yeah.
Up front, I like Linus Tech Tips. I like the YouTube channel, and I'm sure many of you do too. I've watched it for what seems like forever.
Me too,
However,
yeah.
his handling of this entire situation has screamed that something needs to change. Sometimes money, fame, and status change people, and rarely do they change back. I'm going to hope that that's not the case this time, but there are a lot of accusations, some without evidence, and some that are just objectively true. So first up, Gamers Nexus started a dig into Linus Tech Tips' claim that their testing is better. I'm going to assume because they already knew that Linus Tech Tips were doing things the wrong way, and this was just sort of the catalyst to say fuck it and fuck you. After all, if you're doing what you perceive to be better work and then get called out by a bigger channel, that is one way to motivate an expose. What Gamers Nexus found was probably worse than expected. The boring but super relevant stuff is that Linus Media Group have been operating with poor, negligent quality control and frankly terrible ethical practices.
Okay.
Examples given were varying in severity, but were enough to show that Linus and the team are pumping out content that hasn't been checked thoroughly for mistakes at any level of the video creation process. Even at the very base level, they're testing specifically, which is obviously an incredibly important thing to get absolutely 100% right every time, as millions of consumers look to these tests for guidance on spending their hard-earned money. And obviously,
so don't do a lot of
just for the
testing.
consumers as well, Linus Tech Tips are ethically and morally bound to representing the product and the company in the exact way that the product and company should be represented in the first place. Their process is essentially causing harm to consumers and companies, and it's all due to their testing negligence and lack of quality control. Essentially, the testing was off, and that led to incorrect conclusions being made, and therefore consumers being tricked into a decision on faulty data. This wasn't or isn't a one-off. Games Nexus gave enough examples that are clear as day indicators that something in their process is severely wrong.
Not
only that, but they also highlighted that Linus Tech Tips would catch some errors during video editing, and instead of correcting those errors in the video before setting it live, would just post text on screen in annotations or comments in their YouTube section to clear up straight misinformation. Now this might sound
and they call it a day,
but it is absolutely unacceptable.
How to fill up PC? I agree, yeah.
Do the majority of users never read the comment sections, but a great number listen audio only and don't see the corrections on screen.
That is true.
Means, as a content producer, it seems like Linus Tech Tips are happy to say we are the authority on this topic, but we are also okay with being straight wrong about what we're saying if the alternative is having to spend 5 minutes reshooting part of a video that was just factually incorrect. Why exactly this is happening should be pretty clear. Linus Tech Tips is being driven like a stolen Ferrari. The business is trying to be everything and to grow exponentially for the sake of it. They are not happy with being number one, they want to be even more.
Jesus.
And don't get me wrong, there's nothing inherently wrong with that concept. But when you sacrifice quality, ignore valid criticism, and treat your consumers who give you that status as if they are second to those numbers, you have fucked up, and maybe there's going to be a downfall shortly after. So next up, some of the examples given of why this is so egregious is that Linus Media Group posts their employee interviews publicly, which means people can access them. These interviews are incredibly consistent with what everyone can see from a public standpoint. All the employees are constantly complaining about lack of time or care in their content, that they are constantly rushed and pushed to get things done at a breakneck pace.
Would be nice if the pace was lessened a little bit so we could just like relax, maybe just like have some meetings on Fridays, have time to like debrief or look in the rearview mirror at how things went.
So it's not like the management hasn't been told, seen the errors,
so much, you know what I mean? So much variety in hardware, right?
They instead just choose to ignore them in order to chase the bag. Now next up, this is probably one of the stupidest and honestly insane things you could hear about a tech or any company doing. So Linus Tech Tips accepted a custom component from a company called Billet Labs.
Right.
This specific component was supposed to fit on a 3090 Ti graphics card and has been designed, spec'd, and explained to do exactly that, and specifically that. Linus decided to test the component on a different graphics card entirely because it was just easier to do, I guess. Doing it the proper way would apparently have thrown the no-stop schedule out of whack and prevented a video going live, so instead they just used the 4090. They then concluded, shock and horror, that the component in question didn't work very well on the graphics card it wasn't rated or designed to run on, and then went on to berate the company for making a bad product. They literally told people no one should ever buy this. Essentially, they caused what would have been without this drama, I guess as people are calling it, irreparable damage to the company's viability for the first product they'd ever created.
Oh, wow.
Potentially ruining this company and their creators' future in one fell swoop. If this wasn't bad enough, Linus then doubled down on the
he doubled down? Yeah.
why they couldn't do it, because it would have just cost a little bit of money.
I'm sorry. Like, it's a cool product, but it's a bad product.
It looks great.
Yeah, it looks super cool.
Oh, he doubled
Do you
down.
just think it's
I
bad
don't think
just purely because of the price?
It's bad because it makes absolutely no sense and nobody should buy it.
There are, of course, other problems to this, such as Linus saying specifically that even if the test was done properly and it was a better product, it wouldn't have changed anything that they said, which is silly. Now, this is not only disgustingly unethical behavior, but when called out to then double down shows a distinct lack of character,
Yeah.
which is really disappointing as someone who's been a fan of the channel for what seems like a decade.
And that's why you don't double down.
For not doing the retest, despite knowledge that the test was wildly incorrect, was again that they would need to spend, in his example, $1, $2, $3, $4, $500 to do so.
I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if I can apologize for not spending another $100, $200, $300, $500 of various people's time sitting and
$100.
engineering a workaround to a product that, no matter the result, nobody should buy.
Now, keep in mind, this is a studio that accepted the product for free, so they paid nothing to get the product. They then made a video that got 1.5 million views with sponsorships inside, and they couldn't be bothered to spend $500 to make sure it was accurate for the company's sake, who gave them the opportunity to do this video in the first place, that Linus Tech Tips obviously then made a whole bunch of money from. And I will just say this channel earns tens of millions of dollars yearly in revenue, just for the record.
Oh, yeah,
Now,
yeah.
if that wasn't bad enough, it gets worse. So Billet Labs asked for the prototype back, since it cost them thousands of dollars to create, and was their only one. Linus Tech Tips agreed multiple times in writing during email conversations to return it. Then, without informing anyone, Linus Tech Tips placed the component on auction for charity and sold it to a random buyer.
The
Let
fuck?
me rephrase that one for you in case you missed it. Linus took a component that wasn't his, that he knew the company wanted back, that was proprietary technology given to him for a test only, and sold it to a stranger who could have been a rival company, or sell to a rival company, and literally ruin Billet Labs' entire production, aka their entire company. So not only did Linus ruin
Linus
the
did
company's image,
what?
he also
Oh.
could have ruined their actual business.
Was
by
that
doing
large?
this. Not only that, it's also
Yeah,
such
large,
a
yeah.
confusingly stupid thing to
I don't know how
do,
Game Pass,
because
sadly.
if someone sends you something, you always ask if it's yours or if they want it back. But obviously when they do say, yes, we want it back, and you agree, then just turn around and sell it, I just can't understand where
Oh,
the process
man.
broke down, but we'll get to that in a little while. So after this, Billet Labs discovered the sale and obviously got angry about it. Again, according to Billet Labs, and Gamers Nexus say they vetted this information thoroughly, Billet Labs had no communication with Linus or Linus Tech Tips, the channel, or Linus Media Group, the company, until 2 hours after the Gamers Nexus expose video went live. At that point, they reached out to Billet Labs and told them that they would make it right by paying what Billet Labs claimed it cost to produce. Which obviously makes it look like Linus only reached out when they knew they'd fucked up and it had gone
Yeah. Oh, man.
So after this, Linus made a forum post discussing the video that Gamers Nexus created. This
Yeah, what a
was
douche. I agree.
really, really bad, as you would probably expect. He said he didn't sell the component, he auctioned it for charity due to a miscommunication, which no one cares about. The issue isn't that it was for personal gain or for charity. The issue is that you did it in the first place. In the post, Linus also claimed they already reached an agreement with Billet Labs over the component, but it was worded in such a way that it seems like they did so prior to the Gamers Nexus video, which according to Billet Labs and Gamers Nexus is false. Though by the time of writing this,
He's a
it wouldn't have been
douche.
true. It just seems like it was worded in a way that came off as it was done so before the video. After this, Linus goes on the offensive and essentially calls out Gamers Nexus and makes them the bad guys, questioning their journalistic practices, and makes himself, as well as Linus Tech Tips, as the victim in all this. Essentially, Linus thinks you have not performed journalistic practices well enough if you haven't reached out for comment when the comment wouldn't have altered the reporting. This whole thing just comes across as gaslighting, to be perfectly honest. I know that's an overused word, but I don't know what else to say. It lacks the slimy corporate PR response, but replaces it with something equally as dirty. Essentially, the entire response is either lying, placating, or misdirecting. There is no taking blame for this, and essentially it just comes off as, oh, they're just trying to cause drama, and this isn't really right. Towards the end, and maybe trying to put things to bed, the message states that this won't be getting talked about in the future, and to expect no further comment as everything that needs to be said has been said. Obviously, everyone disagreed with this sentiment, because nothing of value or consequence had been said from them at all. Now, if it all ended here, it would have been a particularly sad ending to the story, because nothing would have changed, and clearly Linus thinks they have done absolutely nothing wrong, and are in fact just the victim of some kind of hit piece. But as you'll know if you spent any time on the internet at all, when some big drama like this is happening, people start to bring forward their own grievances.
Oh yeah,
so at this time, an ex-employee of Linus Media Group dropped a set of tweets, first confirming that they are in fact a mystery employee who left a scathing review of their time at Linus Media Group, and this was posted to the Glassdoor website. This review talks about sexism, harassment, inappropriate conduct, misuse of power from management, overwork, and way more. This post came out in July of 2022, so not a recent set of accusations from a year ago. And now, with a face and name to the claim, they have, of course, renewed credibility. Not just that, but Madison, the person who made this post, went into further detail about the specific instances of these issues during her time at the company. Some of these situations are absolutely reprehensible and deserving of complete condemnation.
Dog shit, incompetent.
Such as things like assault. She talks about cases of workplace abuse, such as talking about her physical appearance and called homophobic slurs.
Chunky, fat, ugly, stupid.
The place sounds like an utter nightmare to work at, with a management structure of people who shouldn't have power over others. So for
they
the
did
record,
everything correct.
These claims
That's right.
are semi-backed up by another former employee who claims to have talked to her throughout that time, and what she's saying now lines up with what she was saying back then. Though this employee also clarifies it is still hearsay, as he wasn't present for the things that happened to her. This, along with the next Gamers Nexus response and the absolutely huge community backlash, forced Linus Media Group to post a classic YouTuber apology video.
Of course, of
First,
course.
Though, I don't really know how to say this. They posted it to their paywalled content site.
Oh,
which
of course.
is a first for me. I've never seen somebody paywall their apology video, but then again, nor have I seen somebody joke about sponsor plugs in an apology video.
What do we do
or
now?
actually plug their store during it.
I've asked the team to unflinchingly address both the concerns that have been raised and how we intend to fix them, with the money we'll make from our sponsor.
Just kidding.
Hold on. I'm mostly on the product side. LTTstore.com. What? Somebody had to say it.
Thank you all for holding us accountable. I feel ready for the challenge and ready for this message from our sponsor.
Guess just
Now,
reading.
I'm not going to outright fully condemn them for this, because Linus Media Group, Linus Tech Tips, have always been a jokey
Linus Gout
things
Tips.
place. But obviously it does come across tone deaf, and you can see why people would get upset about this, because it's just inappropriate. There's also like a 69 joke, which you could obviously class as a
69
sexual
joke,
within
really?
that video.
Our goal is 6 nines.
And you're being accused
Yeah,
publicly of sexual
69.
harassment and potentially assault happening
Okay.
in the workplace. So this is not a good thing to be doing. It's just not very clever.
Yeah, I agree.
This video wasn't quite singing about it with a ukulele, but it was pretty bottom tier for good YouTuber apology video. What people are obviously going to say about the previous point with the sexual joke is that this video was filmed prior to Madison's tweets going public with those accusations. But the problem is
Linus
with that theory
scam
is that the
tips.
video
I
was
like that.
live after that came out, which, if you'll remember early in the video, we were talking about one of the big problems with Linus Tech Tips' quality control with their content, which essentially leads to them pushing out videos instead of pulling back and making very simple
They're
changes,
lazy.
even
That's
if it's
it.
going to be something minor.
That's simple.
In one way, I can sympathize with wanting to get the video out as early as possible in order to stem the bleeding of what we'll get into in a moment with the immediate consequences, but at the same time, read the fucking room. Like, it's that simple, really. One thing that did come from the video is a claim of legitimate error regarding the Billet Labs situation. The claim being made was that they did try to email them prior to the Gamers Nexus video going live, but just incompetently didn't include their Billet Labs contact on the email correspondence.
Oh my
I
god.
even included Colton's attempt at apologizing and offering no questions asked, full compensation
Not
for
your
their
servers.
stated
I
value of
mean,
the product,
yeah.
which happened on the 10th, before we were under any pressure to do so.
Which definitely removes intent, if intent was ever a question in the first place, because I don't think anybody was going into this looking at the facts and thinking this is for personal profit. It just doesn't align with the facts that were presented even in Gamers Nexus video. The issue was that it was allowed to happen on all of these different levels, and then, of course, not immediately remedied with the care that it deserved, which the revelation and justification doesn't change one little bit. Whether you did it for personal gain or for charity makes no real difference to the actual core problem. Now, Linus Tech Tips have came out now and they've said they're going to stop video production on a temporary basis.
Oh, really? Taking a break, huh?
And try to amend all of their processes and systems.
Damage
to
control.
eliminate all the issues that have been raised from the public backlash and the videos.
They're gonna lay low for a while, basically.
An external third-party investigator to look into the allegations raised by Madison on social media. And that sort of concludes the story from beginning to end, and obviously people are going to inevitably call this drama. Realistically, despite being a catch-all term, this thing is a lot more serious than just a few YouTubers beefing over some random things like usual. The way in which Linus Tech Tips has been operating is unacceptable for their position in the community and the overall tech ecosystem. Linus started out as a guy who likes tech and then made videos about it. I personally always viewed the videos, even in recent years, as being silly,
Rage quit.
also trying to be factual. Linus Tech Tips now, however, have clearly tried to mesh the fun
That GPU
with
looks
the
good, though.
hardest-hitting tech analysis and done a
Yeah, I
very
think a week
poor
off, yeah.
job with some of the fact collecting. You obviously don't have to choose between having a good time, having a personality, and having good
The fuck?
reporting of facts, as they are not mutually exclusive. But clearly, Linus Media Group have failed in this regard. Realistically, most of the videos are still good, they're still fun, you still like the people involved, but obviously if you're going to be making claims about numbers, the numbers have to be right, and if you're going to be making claims that are incorrect, you've got to process that on the actual video and show people.
Yep,
as
exactly.
opposed to just putting it as a side note. When it comes to numbers, things have got to be done with unquestionable diligence and ethics, especially when it's going to impact millions of people and dozens of companies that are losing and gaining money based on what you're doing. It's a net negative, and it benefits absolutely nobody unless you are just trying to push out content as quick as possible, which just puts more money in Linus Media Group's pockets and doesn't help anyone.
He's
And obviously
greedy.
isn't making the fine details that matter within this content any better despite the money growing. So the idea that you can refuse to retest components because of
Man,
the
what's with the
potential
have?
financial loss demonstrates that even on a common sense, easy to solve level, Linus is incapable of doing this at the moment. It's all good accepting fault and saying we were wrong and we're going to do things better, but you had the opportunity to do so and you denied it in the first instance, and it required more things to come out for this to even be a consideration. So the company culture stems from Linus, and he's the one that needs to change very soon, or he could just forge a new path that doesn't claim to be the best tech reviews, leaning more into the fun style that they were most known for, and that would also be fine. Not everybody has to do everything the same way, but then you can't claim to be doing the best at something that you're clearly not doing even properly.
Oh my
As it
God.
stands right now, Linus Tech Tips have lost production time and easily tens of thousands of dollars from their exclusive paywalled video
Oh
site
yeah.
subscriptions,
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
where people are cancelling them day by day, thousands of users at a time. They've lost hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube, and they stand to lose millions of dollars in sponsorships and video release delays. But really, they can count themselves lucky if this is all that they lose in the short term, as it's clear from the community response that they expect real, tangible and visible change before dropping this subject. There's a big potential here that Linus Tech Tips numbers never go back up, and the entire community may have lost faith in them completely, even if they do show to be doing things better. Realistically, nobody deserves to be condemned forever and not be allowed to change. People should be allowed second chances,
I agree.
especially when it comes
I agree,
down
yeah.
to putting out false numbers and things like that. I think if they do better, then obviously that's okay. But when it comes to the workplace harassment and things like that, if that comes out as being true, obviously that's an entire different discussion. So while it's still entirely possible Linus Tech Tips recovers from this, it's also possible that they never do, which would mean instead of chasing that exponential growth which led them to this point, that they'd spend the next years trying to recover what they had before fucking it all up. Time will tell, of course, and
Yeah,
we'll
time
wait
will
and
tell.
see. But for
Give it a few
now,
months.
That's the whole, or at least most, of the Linus Tech Tips situation.
Alright, pretty good video. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, that's it. We saw all the videos. Nice. Let me throw a little bonus your way here. Hold on. A little bonus. We saw all the videos. Nice.
I don't want to fuck with it right now because it's working. I don't want to dick around with it. Let's fuck with system settings first. Alright. Sleep mode. Auto sleep playing on console screen 10 minutes. I don't want sleep mode. I want to leave it on.
You want to leave it on?
Super connected to the TV. Never. I don't want it to go on sleep mode. I want it on. No one cares.
You want it on?
I don't care.
You want it on, Doom?
All right. Okay. That's right. All right. Use white or black. Oh.
The fuck?
Now that's kind of cool. Poor connectivity.
Getting hungry.
Poor connectivity strength. That's nice. What's in the news?
Oh.
What's in the news? Well, ladies and gents, not a very good situation I'm in right now. Today is Saturday.
Oh my
March
God.
4th. So last night, I live streamed the unboxing and the setup of my Switch, and you saw me mess around with the system settings, right? Right. And that was great. That was fun. It was
I like Donkey Kong there.
I was having a good time. I was looking forward to playing Zelda today. So I come into the office. Now here's what happened last night. Auto sleep playing on console screen 10 minutes. I don't want sleep mode. I want to leave it on. Auto
You want
sleep
it on?
big, never. I don't want it to go on sleep mode. I want it on. So that's how I left it. I said I need this to charge overnight. So I took my Nintendo Switch. Here it is. I put it into the dock. All right. And the Switch turned off. And that was that. And I left it like that overnight.
Okay.
Woke up today. It's bricked. It's
Bricked.
Brick overnight. I bricked the Switch. Oh my God. We'll make this an hour-long stream of
Of
nothing.
course. Of course.
Here. Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. 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 Nothing's happening.
Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing. Okay, this is not a good sign. Nothing. Nothing. Zero.
Dude, I love the editing.
Nothing. Absolutely goddamned nothing. Nothing works. Nothing fucking works. Nothing.
The
No
fuck?
reaction whatsoever.
What the fuck?
No light, no reaction, nothing. And when I plug it in, zero. Nothing. I think it's bricked. Flash, okay? A momentary just blip, bricked. Okay?
Bricked.
Okay. So then I said, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. The repair ticket will say, okay, right? To submit it for repair, I can't do it.
Okay, what was that?
Really stupid. It really doesn't make any sense. That on day one, I haven't even used the console yet. I didn't even, and that was it, and the console's dead?
Dude, I love the editing.
What the fuck are they talking about? Like, it really, seriously, doesn't make any sense. This is
Dude,
so dumb.
the editing is wild.
Maybe it's because it overheated. It wasn't on. Sleep mode. Auto sleep playing on console screen 10 minutes. I don't want sleep mode. I want to leave it on. No one cares about that. And I booted Zelda. That's all I did. It wasn't on overnight. How could it have overheated, you know?
Auto sleep would connect it to the TV. Never. I don't want it to go on sleep mode. I want it on. There you go.
In my case, what I'm going to do, like I said, tomorrow I'm just going to go to Best Buy, and I guess that's it. So I'm out $60 because Nintendo's fucking hardware is garbage.
$60.
So, I don't know. I guess, here, we'll try one more time for everyone here. I'm not even going to count. I'm holding the power button. And I'll just hold it for an indefinite amount of time. Just to prove to everyone that it's not, this isn't going to work. It's not a hard reset issue. The fucking thing's bricked. It's a bricked piece of shit. Ooh, thanks for the cheer. I can't read it. Just so everyone knows, I can't read. I don't have a capability. I can't read the cheers or anything, but that's what the notifications are for. Okay?
All right.
Glitched. Still didn't work. Holding it again.
Oh my God. Boom.
Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. I mean, I'm angry that I bought this thing for $300. And it doesn't work.
Angry.
I think the day one update bricked it. I do. I think the day one update bricked my console.
The update, really?
Because if you remember, all I did is I did the update. I read the news. We went right into the news. And then we
You know,
got
when I had my PS3, I used to talk to a guy that told me that he would never. I used to have a friend on PSN that would never fire up the PS Store. Go to the PS Store because he claimed the PS Store had viruses that would break his PS3. So that was pretty interesting.
Menu, sleep mode. Auto sleep playing on console.
Just thought I'd share that with you guys.
I don't want sleep mode. I want to leave it on. No one cares about that. And I booted Zelda. That's all I did. Auto sleep would connect it to the TV. Never. I don't want it to go on sleep mode. I want it on. There you go. But the console, basically, I think is not booting now because probably the update it's a piece of garbage. Bricked it. But this is garbage. This is complete fucking unacceptable garbage from Nintendo.
Garbage.
The Switch doesn't work. It's a piece of garbage. At least the one I got is a piece of shit. So I'm gonna have to pack this fucker up, you know, find all the accessories and everything, put it into the box, and bring it to Best Buy tomorrow, and hopefully they'll take it as a return, because that's it. What else can I do? I've just troubleshooted the living shit out of it.
Sounds yeah.
Right? Did brick? Maybe the software update that I had to do on day one bricked the console. You know, it could be anything.
No, but there are people that think like that.
I don't know. Zelda can fucking blow me, because I got fucked by Nintendo again.
Oh. Yeah, but he's not a clown, not a Muppet. Scene. The fuck? The hell?
Nintendo, man. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I guess the saga continues. The saga shall continue. Enough of this. Enough with Nintendo's stupid gimmick shit that doesn't fucking work.
See, yeah, man.
No one cares about.
Yeah, man. True story, man.
System that needs a dock. No one bought it for that. We bought it because Zelda's on it. Let's face it. Why did everyone buy this? Zelda. Not because, oh, look, it's portable and I can play it wherever the fuck I want. It's fancy dock and shit. No one cares. Another day with lots of press conferences. Yes, I'll be doing the same thing. Nintendo, I'm not going to do it live because Nintendo, number one, they're not even doing a press conference. They're doing their usual internet broadcast shit. And I'm going to be honest, Nintendo, in the past few years, has not whatsoever to put out anything worth really going nuts over at E3. They just haven't. They basically gave up. They realized they can't hang with everyone else.
They gave up, man.
They never have a lot.
They gave up.
It's just going to be like another one of their normal monthly press things. So, if there's a significant amount of stuff to talk about that Tuesday, I will do a Nintendo video, but chances are there probably won't be, and I probably won't even do a special video. This company, I have lost all confidence. I have lost 100% confidence in Nintendo. Seriously, at this point, if this is the biggest joke ever, I don't know what is. They just have no concept of what their customers want. They do whatever they want. They don't listen to feedback.
They're like, you?
I don't know.
It sounds familiar, yeah.
A viewer and fan of mine who would prefer to remain anonymous has decided to donate a Nintendo Switch.
Oh, God.
That is correct. It overcame that $300 price tag of getting the hardware for myself. All right.
Yeah, this whole thing was a scam, by the way. It was.
Supposedly,
I don't know about this shit.
I'm supposed to be getting it near the end of June. All right. How am I going to be playing games on the Switch and then uploading the videos? Because the videos all get claimed by Nintendo, right? Anything that's first party gets claimed. Let me put it this way. I love Nintendo games, and I want to cover them.
Yeah, right.
But I can only do that if it's financially feasible. But I upload all the videos, all claimed, so I make no money that day on YouTube. So now day 2, I go to play Splatoon 2. Now it dies down, and now no one's really doing that stuff anymore. So I make no money on Twitch and no money on YouTube. You see what I'm saying?
No money on Twitch?
No,
How does that work?
To be an ongoing concern. I want to get to the point where I don't have to mention this shit to you anymore. But in my mind, I have to be real. I want to keep doing this for you guys. I want to keep doing daily streams. I want to keep doing videos. And taking entire chunks of time to play Nintendo games that I'm not going to make any YouTube money on is not a good idea. All right? So I have a couple ideas, folks.
Couple ideas.
One, I could make a totally new channel on YouTube.
Dude.
That's just for Nintendo-related videos.
A new channel.
DSP, you know, DSP NES or something like that. I don't know. I have lost 100% confidence in Nintendo. A lot of the times they'll say, oh, if there's too much fucking swearing or whatever, they won't even approve a video for monetization. And in addition, typically they take 2 to 3 days to approve any video anyway. So
every pie, yeah.
Release, it could take 3 or more days before the videos even go live on YouTube. So that could be pretty shitty. All right, that's number 1. Number 2, what I could possibly do is if there is a giant Nintendo release coming out and people want me to cover it, I could always do it, set it up as like a patron goal. Like
still Patreon? What the fuck?
If I hit the Patreon goal, then the playthrough for the month will be Mario. So that way I don't have to worry about, oh no, I played this game, I didn't make a lot of money on it or anything.
You'll still complain anyway. It doesn't matter.
Up later this month, the first game that I'm going to get is Ultra Street Fighter 2. A game that I'm incredibly good at because it is Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, only it's kind of with a couple tweaks and new characters.
You got destroyed when we play this.
Right now, people have been playing this game since late May. It came out on the 26th of May. So they've been playing it for about, what, 2 weeks? Yeah, it's been about 2 weeks. I'm pretty much going to be able to dominate the game, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I did that one. Yeah, I did that one.
But I am pretty interested in at least checking this game out.
Dominate the game. Yeah, right. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. I want to do one more because we're doing like talking about the Switch. I want to do one more short one. Hold on. Do a bit of Kirby here. Kirby.
Oh boy, Lunch Rush.
Lunch Rush. Ooh. Yeah, he raged with this, right?
This is hard. Yo,
The
no. Oh.
The fuck? Angry wheelchairs. Oh. Dude, he's so slow.
Oh my, this is so hard, yo. This is ridiculous. No. I'm never going to be able to do this. Oh, no. Oh,
Dude.
no. Yo, this is ridiculously hard.
This is hard,
This is
man.
ridiculously hard. Thank you, 672, for the super chat, but I don't know what you're talking about.
This is hard.
And I don't want to talk about my wife on stream either. In the middle of a Kirby stream. Okay. Way off. I could have done that way faster. I had terrible aim.
Yes, you do.
Oh. You gotta be kidding me. How,
Did he fall?
How do I do this faster? What the hell? How do I do this? How do I do this? What the heck? I'm not even pretty sure. What the hell? What? I'm just really supposed to know. It's ridiculous. I don't know. I'm gonna definitely run out of time.
Oh my god.
What the?
Whoa,
I have
wait a
no
minute.
idea how I did it, nor do I know how to do this either. This is ridiculous. How do I do this?
Dude, this is so hard, man. What the fuck? Who made this? From Software? Wow. From Software made this shit, dude?
Nah, I failed because I didn't know what I was doing. I don't understand this at all.
You don't understand this at all. Okay.
Wow, this is
Nice fail.
insanely hard.
Did he just call this hard?
Oh, I could jump there too? Oh, dude, you have a super low time if you cut these corners. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize you could jump like that. There's like no constraints. All right. I think I did it this time. I'm pretty sure that's 50 seconds right there. That seemed like it was like 30 or 40 seconds with that time I shaved up. No! Doy! 51!
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, this should be good. This should be interesting.
No!
Fail.
Shitty dicks.
Got the jet pig.
No! Ass and balls.
Ass and balls.
Son of a...
Hmm? Muscle memory. What's that?
Oh, come on!
I like that. It's the same one, same hole actually.
Now I can't get it past that first one.
He'd rather be pulling for Hogan, that's for sure. Oh boy. Dude,
I don't know about that. I wasn't
easy or hard? Let's go hard.
That was weird. Yai! Hi, ya, ya, ya. Ho, ya, ho, la, la, la. No. It's even though you're not tilting it up, the game angle is odd, and it thinks you're tilting it up.
Can he go through here, by the way?
It still goes up.
This looks easier.
It still goes up anyway. I'm not rolling it. I'm not holding it up in any way. Why is it going up? That's pretty dumb. No, yada.
Clown.
Oh, come on now. So of course they're gonna bring that up. You get paid. Oh. I like the pirouettes he does in the air. It's nice, but see, I think. Oh. Damn it! It's the first one I actually died on. Oh, yep. Yep. Wait, what? There's another one? I don't think I'm doing this one. Nope. This is a redo.
Wow.
This is a serious redo. I forgot how to do this. It was slash, jump. What happened? Oh, now I can't get it? Are you serious? I was just messing around and the game says, oh, you can't get that switch anymore. Well, I'm doing it over then. That's bullshit. Okay. The Master of Mouths.
Master of Mouths, that's you, Phil.
Big mouth. Oh, yes. Stop hitting me, jerks. I'm Kirby, but I'm a big circle. You're supposed to think I'm cute. Now strike me!
Oh.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
Dude, the big mouth he wants, it's not this one, that's for sure.
Why would you strike this cute pink body? No! Oh! 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 Oh!
Yeah, Kirby Souls, yeah.
Oh, no!
Yeah, they made that's too hard, man.
No!
Oh. It's too hard.
No!
Oh.
No!
Oh. There you go. What was that about? The fuck? What the fuck? What was that?
Click that.
Okay.
What happened? What the hell? Oh, it completely glitched. Shit! No! Oh, come on! You've got to be shitting
Dude,
me.
what a scrub. Yeah, it is. A review. It is, yeah. That intro, oh god.
That hit me?
Whoever the hell made that? It's just gross. I agree.
What the
Dude.
fuck? What?
How do you fuck that up?
Oh my god. Derek, have a good night, man. You're taking off at the climax of the game, by the way.
Derek!
What are you doing? He's leaving at the climax of the game. All right, Derek, have a good night, man.
Good night, Derek. And dear Brassers.
What do I do there? Good dodge. I still got hit anyway.
You dodge? No shit?
I dodged and got hit anyway, so I don't know what the game is expecting from me right now. I don't know, man. I don't know what they expect me to do, honestly.
This is bad.
Now I can't even get my ability. Yeah, I don't know. There's no real way to dodge him. The stars are better ways to hit him than freaking the weapons.
Oh. Scrap.
Whoa, there's lava everywhere. Oh! Whoa! He's on my ass. Get over there, bombs. Oh, you did. Where am I? I can't see where I am. Oh, shit.
Puzzle boss.
Why are there puzzle bosses?
Oh, wow. Because you touch yourself at night.
Teleported me off my screen. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't even see. Again, the camera's screwed up and I can't see where Kirby is to be able to dodge. Where am I? I have no idea where I am. Oh my god, there I lost track of where I was because of the camera.
Servers, yeah.
That's really bad.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man.
Dodge. I dodged. I swear I did.
Like with Brassers being free, he's gonna be in the stream chat of fail even less. He's gonna be Brassers all day long now.
Yeah, I'm doing a combo. I don't even know how that combo works.
All day long, all night long. That's it.
Wow. I don't know the openings to hit him. I'm definitely gonna have to do this over. This is crazy. What a crazy fight. Look, he's following me everywhere. Where'd he go? Oh, shit. Oh, my lord. I tried to dodge through it and nothing happened. I got hit anyway. Yeesh.
Glitch.
It's very odd because sometimes the dodge works perfectly and other times you just get hit by whatever's attacking. It's not clear when the dodge is really invincible.
Okay.
No! I can't tell what's happening. Where am I? No, not again. I can't see. No, this is not fair. I can't see anything. Oh, this is really bad. It still hit me. There's nothing I could do. I couldn't control my character, man. This sucks. We're at the end. No, I'm gonna die. That's it. It's over. I can't get out of the way now. This sucks. I gotta do it over because he kept rotating the fucking camera on me. Yeah, look. I'm gonna die right now.
Oh, I hope so.
Yep. That sucks, man. I had it to the very end.
He got salty. Give me that rage quit. Come on. Give me that rage quit.
What? I don't even know what happened. See, this sucks. This is ridiculous. No, I'm done. That's it. I can't get away. I can't get away. There's nothing you can do. Oh, that's fucking bullshit. That is bullshit. There's no way to escape it. Come on. There's no way to escape it. This sucks.
Well, you know what's coming here.
There's nothing I can do. I can't catch him. He keeps running. This is terrible. I can't. This is garbage. It's literally, dude. It's literally Dark Souls.
Dark Souls.
Instant death. I give up. Fuck this.
Oh, rage quit.
I'm done.
Wow. Damn, that was wow. That was something else. Oh man, oh man. Very nice. Well, let us say, guys. Awesome stream tonight. You guys enjoyed the secret level. I got no complaints. A lot of fun. Saw some stuff that I kind of wish I could unsee, but you know, that's what it is. Overall, pretty fun secret level. Big ups to the Legion members. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed. Yeah, that is it.
How big does this pile have to be?
Taking off here, but tomorrow we got a Salty Sunday, so that should be good as well. That should be interesting. That should be fun as usual. All right. So good night, guys. Peace out. You guys enjoy, and I will see you guys tomorrow for the Salty Sunday. Later. Peace out.